Chapter 1938 Intense Confrontation. Chapter 1938 Intense Confrontation. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan was calm on the surface, but actually extremely shocked inwardly. The meaning in Empyrean realm Flutterfeather's words was that he was only a step away from the Ancestor realm. Compared to the Tao realm, the Ancestor realm was even more vague and insubstantial, and it was even harder to fathom. Although Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Tao realm, he still did not have the slightest clue about Ancestor realm. Achieving the grand completion Tao realm at a young age, your future prospects are limitless. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Flutterfeather is too kind. Yi Yuan said, Hoo, enough talk. Since you want to challenge me, let's begin then. The medicinal pill is up to you to choose, Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded. He was also somewhat unable to hold himself back anymore. An opponent like Empyrean Flutterfeather could not be encountered randomly. Compared to Empyrean powerhouses, grand completion Tao realm alchemists were harder to encounter. Why don't we refine the 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence pill? I wonder what Senior Flutterfeather thinks. Yi Yuan said, Amen? 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence pill is a supreme medicinal pill for 5 transformation body cultivators. Refining it is quite hard. You're sure that you want to refine it? Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This is it. The CLA's sification of medicinal pills was just a general division. Similarly, level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was naturally impossible for the refining difficulty to be exactly the same. Just like the cleansing rain dream reverting pill that Yi Yuan refined before, the difficulty level was virtually unimaginable. This 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence pill's refining difficulty was considered very high among rank 5 level 9 divine pills already. To Yi Yuan, refining the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, exquisite Jade Heart Recovery pill, this kind of commonly seen medicinal pills would naturally be the most suitable. Although Yi Yuan's strength was extremely strong in terms of pill refining experience, in terms of understanding toward the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, how could he compare to the Empyrean Flutterfeather who had lived for several million years? This choice was not wise for Yi Yuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded his head. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him. Since it's refining a rank 5 divine pill, this Empyrean naturally won't take advantage of you either. This is the medicinal cauldron that this Empyrean used when I was at Celestial Deity Realm. It's called Xianlong Cauldron, which hasn't been used for several million years already. If you win this Empyrean will give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan sized up the Xianlong Cauldron in front of him. Waves of profound and inscrutable undulations emitted from it. It was a rare treasure among celestial deity mystic treasures. To 5-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it was absolutely a treasure that they yearned for even in their sleep. Except when Ziyu and Qing Yin, 2 people, saw this scene, they could not help having astonished faces. Master, this disciple has begged you for 1,000 years already, and you weren't willing to bestow the Xianlong Cauldron to me. Now, you're actually going to gift it to an outsider, Ziyu said with an aggrieved look. These 2 little medicine boys had clearly received Empyrean Flutterfeather's doting favor, to actually dare speak to him like this. But one could also tell from his expression that this Xianlong Cauldron was an exceptionally fine medicinal cauldron. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, Not giving you is naturally because you aren't worthy of this medicinal cauldron. Although it's already useless to me, this Empyrean has nourished it for several million years. Its spirituality has long already said ordinary celestial deity mystic treasures. Whoever inherits it and uses it to refine pills, that naturally also represents this Empyrean's face. The 2 of you are still far away from this step. Qing Yin pursed his mouth and said, I don't believe that this brat can be Master's match. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said, "Don't be impolite. Quickly go prepare the spirit medicines." The two disciples did not dare to dawdle, quickly going to prepare 2 sets of 1,000 tribulation, chaos essence, pill, spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were worth 1,000 gold outside, but in Cloud Dream Mountain, it naturally did not count for anything. Empyrean Flutterfeather's palm brushed past. It seemed to have magical powers. Those spirit medicines actually turned into motes of light, gathering over towards the Xianlong cauldron. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Empyrean Flutterfeather actually directly skipped the medicinal embryo refining segment. This technique was simply inconceivable. The pupils of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all shrunk, clearly being astounded by the scene. They were also considered to be extremely experienced alchemists already, their statuses incomparably revered. But the workings of this scene in front of their eyes, they had simply never heard of it before. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an extremely mysterious existence. It was naturally impossible to refine pills in front of these people's faces. Being able to come here and watch today was still thanks to Yi Yuan. It also let them broaden their horizons. When Ziyu and Qingyan saw the scene, their faces revealed smug smiles. Saw that? This is merely the tip of master strength. This stinking brat is totally overestimating his own ability. Ziyu said, even if he's at the grand completion Dao realm, compared to master, he's also worlds apart. Pill refinement isn't competing in just realm. Qingyan said, seemingly detecting the strange look in Yi Yuan's eyes. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile, this Empyrean has immersed in alchemy Dao for millions of years, and has long already understood the medicinal properties of all kinds of spirit medicines like the arm directs the fingers. If I can't even do this, then my reputation is also too undeserved. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Flutterfeather is impressive. This junior really broadened my horizons. Done talking. Yi Yuan's hand was like a wandering dragon. A CLUS of pale white flames emerged from his palm, turning into 9 fire dragons. Under Yi Yuan's control, the 9 fire dragons were akin to living things, suddenly diving into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Bang! The medicinal cauldron suddenly gave off a sonorous dragon roar, reverberating throughout the hall. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron was obtained in the Purple Extreme Hall. It was called Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Even though it was a celestial deity mystic treasure too, it was much worse than a treasure like the Xianlong Cauldron. A celestial deity mystic treasure that was nourished by an Empyrean powerhouse for several million years was not what ordinary objects could compare to. However, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron suddenly radiated a brilliant light under Yi Yuan's manipulation. Right at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The spirit medicines flew straight into the Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Ziyu and Qingyan, 2 people, immediately burst into laughter. Does he know how to refine pills or not? Can throwing the spirit medicines in all together like this refine medicinal pills? This brat isn't here to joke around, right? Ziyu convulsed with laughter as he said, Ha ha, he tried to draw a tiger, but ended up with the likeness of a dog. He wants to follow Master's example, but he also doesn't measure his own capabilities. Can he learn it? Qingyan similarly burst into laughter and said, when the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders saw this scene, each and every one also shook their heads. It seemed like Yi Yuan was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and directly had his tempo taken by Empyrean Flutterfeather. That fire-controlling art was naturally extremely formidable, but he could not even refine the medicinal embryo refine superb medicinal pills? It was just that none of them noticed that a hint of strange light flashed across in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Brilliant! Truly excellent! Little friend, just based on this move, you're adequate to be this Empyrean's opponent. Flutterfeather had a rare burst of exclamation. His words made everyone's faces change slightly. Ziyu and Qin Yin, two people's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. It was clearly Yi Yuan behaving carelessly, so why did their master give such a high evaluation? Was this move brilliant? Why couldn't they tell? Master, how is his move brilliant? Randomly throwing spirit medicines and like this can refine the medicinal embryo? Ziyu was full of puzzlement. Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "You guys can't, but he can. This move is extremely brilliant, but you guys can't learn it." Chapter 1939. Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Chapter 1939. Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made the hearts of Ziyu and the rest tremble. Yi Yuan's technique was clearly just like a big jumble of mess. So why did it become very brilliant? This move of his seems like a big mess, but actually there is a well-thought-out plan. He made the medicinal cauldron operate on its own with an extremely brilliant fire-controlling art. As long as these spirit medicines enter the medicinal cauldron, they would automatically be extracted until the divine fire and medicinal cauldron's control, tempered and formed into medicinal embryo. Of course, wanting to do it to this step, there's an exceedingly high requirement of familiarity with the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, fire-controlling technique, and the medicinal cauldron. This requirement is close to rigorous. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather spoke with confidence and composure, but everyone was alarmed when they heard it. Automatically operating to extract the medicinal embryo? How is this possible? Chunyu said in shock and horror. He was a Dao realm powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult this was. Empyrean realm Flutterfeather said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. You can't because your skill isn't up to par. Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art has already attained sublimity, and even this Empyrean dare not say that I can win against him." Hiss! The sound of cold air being sucked in echoed in the hall. How terrifying Empyrean Flutterfeather's fire-controlling art was, they were completely unable to imagine. But he said that Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art was not the least bit inferior to him. How terrifying was this? One had to know Empyrean Flutterfeather was an old monster who had already lived for several million years. Having such a profound fire-controlling technique was not unusual. But Yi Yuan? He was only roughly 1,000 years old. Ziyu and Qin Yin, two people no longer dared to speak, their faces being very ugly by the side. The two of them were even much older than Yi Yuan. But in terms of fire-controlling technique, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Even though Master doted on them a lot, he had never given them such a high evaluation before. "Hoo-hoo! I've displayed my ability in front of Senior Flutterfeather," Yi Yuan said. Flutterfeather said coolly, "You and I know it perfectly well, so why is there a need to say such things? Next, this Empyrean won't hold back anymore. This Empyrean's alchemy technique is my self-created, soul, heavenly revelation art. You have to be careful." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Chaos Heavenly Star Art, please give pointers." A strange look fleeted across Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes, thinking to himself in alarm, Chaos Heavenly Star Art? Was it intentional or unintentional? The word chaos was not what anyone dared to use. But very soon, Empyrean Flutterfeather reigned in his thoughts, his entire person becoming tranquil. An aura of Tao that could not be described with words started filling the air in the hall. A thread of flame that was as fine as silk slowly flowed into the Xianlong cauldron like a stream. There were the grace and sereneness of the silent night. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, being fully aware that he ran into an expert, refining a rank 5 divine pill. He had yet to encounter such great pressure before. Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The Chaos Heavenly Star art revolved. A similarly incomparably profound aura spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Two auras collided together fiercely. Yi Yuan's mind was shocked and nearly went limp. What a powerful impact force! Yi Yuan felt that it was like the weight of Mount Tai bearing down on him, being powerful and unstoppable. The alchemy battles previously, no matter how powerful the opponents were, how fierce the impact was, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. But this time, Yi Yuan actually felt like he was unable to confront the opponent. This kind of aura was not the pressure of an Empyrean, but the aura formed from refining medicinal pills. Because of the limitation of rank 5 divine pills, no matter how great your strength was, you could only urge rank 5 divine pills to the limits and would not exceed the scope of rank 5. It was just that the strength of the alchemist, the aura that was released, was totally different. Powerful ones could have their chi surge to the clouds, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Weak ones could only barely manage to hold out, so on and so forth. Currently, after the medicinal pill aura of Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, two people clashed vigorously. They turned into two enormous dragons. Spiraling up, Russ. H.I. plussing straight for the clouds. That imposing momentum could be said to startle the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, Ziyu and Qing Yin, two people, no longer dared to speak up to ridicule Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's medicinal pill aura was inferior to Empyrean Flutterfeather's, the might of its imposing momentum made people tongue-tied. This commotion was absolutely not what the likes of their strength could bring out. They finally understand why Master wanted to battle in alchemy with a puny little celestial deity realm with the body of an Empyrean realm. Yi Yuan indeed had this qualification. On the other side, the alchemy celestial pavilion's elders all revealed shocked expressions, especially the Chanyu, 3 people who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before. They were even more inexplicably shocked in their hearts. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's full strength. When he was battling in alchemy with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Chun Yu said with a pale complexion. Chun Chang also nodded slowly and said, Grand Completion Dao Realm. This is the strength of Grand Completion Dao Realm. The likes of us can't imagine it at all. Xiao Zhen sighed emotionally and said, No wonder he dared to utter wild ravings, wanting to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Us mortal men can't arouse his interest at all. This boy's talent is truly terrifying, being already at the Grand Completion Dao Realm at a young age. After hundreds of millions of years passed, the Heavenspan world might produce another medicine ancestor. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. In these countless tens of thousands of years, only one medicine ancestor emerged. Although the demon race produced a sacred ancestor high priest, the sacred ancestor high priest was still quite a bit worse compared to the medicine ancestor. But Yi Yuan's age determined his future potential. Who could say that he could not reach the medicine ancestor's boundary in the future? While they were talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's and Yi Yuan's auras grew stronger and stronger. The pill refinement also reached a white-hot degree. Roar! An illusory purple dragon rushed to the sky, directly breaching the Great Hall's constraints, heading for the horizon. Yi Yuan's side was also not resigned to playing second fiddle. Roar! A ferocious dragon similarly rose to the sky, catching up to the purple dragon very quickly. 2 illusory, enormous dragons had a great battle at the horizon. The commotion grew stronger and stronger. The present L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital, the color of the sky completely dimmed down. The clear skies that originally stretched thousands of miles actually had fine rain clouds rain down at present. All the martial artists in the city were drawn by the 2 enormous dragons high up in the sky. This phenomenon came from Cloud Dream Mountain. Heard that newly appointed alchemy celestial pavilion elder is challenging Empyrean Flutterfeather. Could it be that they are battling in alchemy? Heard that Empyrean Flutterfeather's divine fire is purple-winged true dragon fire. That purple enormous dragon is likely transformed by Empyrean Flutterfeather, right? Then the other enormous dragon is Yi Yuan? Really too crazy. Elder Yi Yuan is just a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D, he can actually fight with Empyrean Flutterfeather, the 7-star Alchemy G. Oh, D, until they are evenly matched? The commotion caused by Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy was too big. It was hard for the entire city of martial artists to not be concerned, even if they did not want to. It was just that at this very moment, what they were shocked by was not how strong Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was, but that a 5-star Alchemy G. Oh, D could actually fight with a 7-star Alchemy G. Oh, D, until they were locked in a struggle. A 5-star Alchemy G. Oh, D could actually cause such a phenomenon. Yi Yuan's strength already far surpa. S, said the people's imaginations. Bang! Right at this time, the two enormous dragons in the sky gave off a fierce collision. The spiritual energy of heaven, stirred up by the two enormous dragons, instantly set off an enormous undulation. In a twinkle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if the end of the world had come. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning wrapped in horrifying pressure rushed into Cloud Dream Mountain, landing inside the hall. Chapter 1940. Etiquette of a Senior. Chapter 1940. Etiquette of a Senior. Buzz, buzz. The aura of alchemy, Tao, followed by lightning slammed right into the hall. Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan's faces changed at the same time, the seals in their hands changing swiftly and indeterminately like the clouds. The horrifying lightning was actually guided into the medicinal cauldrons by Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan. Immediately, countless lightning flashed incessantly on the Xianlong Cauldron and Wandering Dragon Cauldron, looking hair-raising. They are actually S-N-A-T-C, Hing Pill Tribulation. Chun Chong exclaimed in shock. As alchemists, they were clear how terrifying this level of pill tribulation was. In reality, when each alchemist encountered pill tribulation, they would respond carefully, fearful of making the slightest mistake. But these two people actually used pill tribulation to temper the medicinal pills. If it was tempering medicinal pills, fine, the two of them were actually afraid that the pill tribulation was insufficient and desperately vying for the pill tribulation. These two were absolutely lunatics. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders looked at this scene in incredible shock and already did not know what they should say. It was only to see bolts of lightning entering the medicinal cauldrons. The energy undulations inside the medicinal cauldrons became stronger and stronger, actually showing signs of losing control. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's Wandering Dragon Cauldron actually started cracking apart. Qin Chang's expression changed, and he said, "It's over. This pill tribulation's energy is too terrifying. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron already almost can't take it anymore. A single slip-up and the furnace will blow up." When Ziyu and Qin Yin, two people, saw this scene, they could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Haha, this brat lost for sure. Can't even control medicinal cauldron. Refine what medicinal pills. Qin Yin laughed loudly as he said, but those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were silent. They knew that even if Yi Yuan's furnace exploded, it was also not due to lack of skill. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather only used a celestial deity mystic treasure, this celestial deity mystic treasure was nourished by him for several million years. Its bearing capacity was absolutely not what Yi Yuan's Wandering Dragon Cauldron could compare to. The aura set off by these two people refining pills practically reached the limits of rank 5 divine pills already. So the pill tribulation brought down was also not what ordinary medicinal cauldrons could withstand. Although the Wandering Dragon Cauldron was decent, it was clearly a little worse in handling such horrifying energy. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He still controlled the medicinal cauldron with his full attention, refining the medicinal pill. The two enormous dragons were still in a struggle. Pill tribulation continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The Wandering Dragon Cauldron's cracking became more and more serious. The cracks on it also became more and more. Qin Yin was long already waiting for the furnace to blow up. But a very long time had passed, and the wandering dragon cauldron still did not show signs of blowing up. What on earth is going on here? His medicinal cauldron has clearly reached the limits it can bear long ago, but why hasn't it blown up? Qing Yin said gloomily. The wandering dragon cauldron's cauldron body was already fragmented into little pieces. One could practically say that it had fallen apart. Logically speaking, the furnace should have long blown up. Yet, it just refused to explode. Qin Chang said his medicinal cauldron had indeed reached its limits long ago. But Yi Yuan relied on the power of great Tao and forcefully maintained the medicinal cauldron. His control over the medicinal cauldron has simply reached an inconceivable level. Ziyu and Qing Yin exchanged a glance, being shocked speechless. It was still their first time seeing that one's control over the medicinal cauldron could reach such a horrifying degree. Was this really what people could accomplish? Bang, bang, bang. High up in the sky, a purple and a white, two enormous dragons, unfolded a fierce confrontation, the imposing momentum getting stronger and stronger. Bang! Suddenly, after the two enormous dragons had a fierce collision, they fell apart to pieces. The two illusory civ dragons turned into motes of light. And right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's minds became more agile as luck hit, suddenly opening both eyes. The two originally diametrically opposed auras actually started blending together in perfect harmony. Yi Yuan's aura gradually converged into Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura, while Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura also slowly converged into Yi Yuan's aura. It seemed like the two medicinal pills were going to fuse together. When the group of elders saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances as they had never seen before such a scene. Aren't they battling in alchemy? Why is it that when they fight until the end, the banners are lowered and the drums are silenced, shaking hands and bearing the hatchet? Chun Yu said with a baffled look. What kind of situation is this? Chun Chang was similarly doubtful as he asked. The two auras were like two converging rivers, finally converging into the sea. Very soon, those two auras combined into one. An air billow spread out with the two people as the center, immediately sending the group of elders flying out. The two people's medicinal cauldrons practically gave off a dazzling light at the same time. Condense! Condense! Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan gave a sharp cry at the same time. That violent aura, countless energy, was recalled in an instant, entering the two medicinal cauldrons. The pill condensation succeeded. Haha, feels great. Empyrean Flutterfeather's hearty laughter reverberated in the great hall. Indeed, it had already been D knows how many years since Empyrean Flutterfeather had such a satisfactory fight. As an outstanding talent among 7-star alchemy DS, not many people could become Empyrean Flutterfeather's match at all. Yi Yuan was seeking an opponent that could match his strength with, so wasn't he the same too? This battle was to his heart's content. Crack, crack, crack. With the pill condensation succeeding, the wandering dragon cauldron finally could not bear it, falling apart to pieces, turning into a pile of fine powder. It could be seen from this how horrifying the pill tribulation caused by the two people previously was, to actually turn a celestial deity mystic treasure to dust. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, keeping the medicinal pill into a small bottle that was prepared long ago. Done with all this, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather!" Empyrean Flutterfeather was clearly in a great mood currently as he said smilingly, "Thanks for your congratulations. Without you, this old man couldn't have taken this step either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Flutterfeather's realm is already there. You were just lacking an opportunity. Now, success comes when the conditions are ripe. Felicitations." Empyrean Flutterfeather reached his hand out and beckoned, putting away the medicinal pill. Then he pushed lightly past placing the Qianlong cauldron in front of Yi Yuan. This Qianlong cauldron has followed this old man for several million years. Meeting you today, you definitely won't ruin its reputation. I'll give it to you, Emperor Flutterfeather said, smilingly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping the Qianlong cauldron, and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, Senior Flutterfeather." With a bout of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan naturally knew about Qianlong cauldron's prowess. Under that horrifying pill tribulation, the Qianlong cauldron was actually unscathed. This could be seen at a glance. Far away, when everyone heard the two people's conversation, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. What Yi Yuan was congratulating, they were naturally well aware. Especially Ziyu and Qing Yin, two people. Their faces revealed a look of wild elation, practically about to jump up in happiness. "Master, you comprehended it?" Ziyu said rather incoherently. Emperor Flutterfeather stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yes. Starting from today, Master will begin close seclusion, so you all don't disturb me. As of today, Yi Yuan will be the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. All of you have to show the etiquette toward a senior, understood?" Everyone was stricken with fear, all bowing their heads in salute as they said, "We obey Lord Flutterfeather's Dermic decree." Finished talking, Emperor Flutterfeather's figure moved, immediately disappearing from the great hall. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders exchanged glances, akin to being lost in the clouds and mist. This battle, just who won? Chapter 1941. End Spirit Divine Pill. Chapter 1941. End Spirit Divine Pill. Etiquette toward a senior. These words were not just said to Ziyu and Qing Yin, two people, but it was also said to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that were present. These were all peak 6-star Alchemy G. DS whose fame shakes a region. They actually had to carry out the etiquette of a disciple to a 5-star Alchemy God. If it were before, they would naturally be extremely unwilling to obey this command. But now they had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. The group of elders did not have any complaints. Yi Yuan fought with Emperor Flutterfeather until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. Furthermore, after Emperor Flutterfeather had the alchemy battle with Yi Yuan, he actually gained enlightenment on Tao, Ancestor Realm. To alchemists, entering Ancestor Realm was their lifelong pursuit. As long as one was an alchemist, they would want to enter the Ancestor Realm even in their dreams. How difficult was it to enter the Ancestor Realm? It was even harder than entering the realm of Heavenly Emperor. In this heaven-span world, there were still some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. But how many Ancestor Realm powerhouses were there? Emperor Flutterfeather, taking the step, was equivalent to embarking on the path of great Tao that led to the heavens. Then, the Yi Yuan who could let Emperor Flutterfeather take this step, how strong could his strength be? Yi Yuan's current realm was still low, but no one out of all the people present doubted his future accomplishments. Lord Yi Yuan. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're all seniors, so there is no need to stand on ceremony like this." Yi Yuan was modest. But how could they really dare to make light of Yi Yuan? In the future, wouldn't Emperor Flutterfeather still remove their heads to kick like a ball? But, unable to hold back his curiosity, Qin Chang still could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, I wonder just who won and who lost in this alchemy battle?" Yi Yuan knew that these people were curious, but smiled and said, "I lost." Hearing this, everyone's hearts eased up. Emperor Flutterfeather gifting the Qianlong cauldron. They even thought that this battle, it was Emperor Flutterfeather who lost. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, no one present dared to underestimate him anymore. Seeing that Chen Chang still had a curious look on his face, Yi Yuan directly tossed the small bottle over and said with a smile, "Today, Senior Flutterfeather and I battling in alchemy. Only the few of you know the results. If someone divulges it, I won't find trouble with you guys. But in the future, when Senior Flutterfeather comes out of seclusion, he'll naturally come to find trouble with you guys." When everyone heard that, they were shocked inwardly. Although this battle was Empyrean Flutterfeather's win, Yi Yuan did not pale the slightest in comparison to. If it spread out, it would have a tremendous impact on Empyrean Flutterfeather's reputation. Chun Chang received the small bottle, sunk his divine sense inside, and was immediately petrified. The other people's hearts were itching unbearable and urged, "Brother Chin, just how is it? Say something." Chun Chang was startled. "Pa-s," said the small bottle to Chin Yu, and muttered, "You see for yourself." Chin Yu was baffled. Receiving the small bottle and taking a look, he was immediately petrified. Everyone was rendered confused by these two, but they also knew that this 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill was definitely not ordinary. Pa-s. Sing it over one by one. They were petrified one after another. The expressions on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qing Yin, two people, saw this scene, they were stirred up by it until their hearts itched unbearably. Just what magical powers did this medicinal pill have to make the group of alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders behave like they saw a ghost? After the two of them saw the medicinal pill, their expressions became no different from the rest. And Spirit, Divine Grade. Didn't expect that this old man can actually see an End Spirit Divine pill in this lifetime. This life was truly not in vain. Suddenly, Chin Chang let out a long sigh. The other elders all nodded, clearly feeling the same as Chin Chang. That was right. The 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill that Yi Yuan refined was precisely the extremely rare End Spirit Divine pill. The 5 realms above Divine Grade, Purple Spirit, Void Spirit, Vast Spirit, and Spirit Link, each realm was harder than the last. Vast Spirit Divine pills, one could still see it if they were lucky. But End Spirit Divine pills were almost extinct in the entire Heavenspan world too. Perhaps only Medicine Ancestor, that level of powerhouse, could refine End Spirit Divine pills. As for the legendary Spirit Link Divine pill, to Chun Chang they did not even dare to think about it. Chun Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, "Your Excellency, you refined an End Spirit Divine pill. So why did you still lose?" How hard was it to refine End Spirit Divine pills? To alchemists, it was even harder than breaking through to be a heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan refining an End Spirit Divine pill that was simply sweeping across the world. He would actually still lose? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because what Senior Flutterfeather refined is also an End Spirit Divine pills." Unfortunately, he saw another scenery in this alchemy battle, so his quality is slightly above mine. Talking until here, Yi Yuan also revealed a trace of regret. In this battle, Yi Yuan naturally gleaned considerable gains too. That fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm seemed to be a little clearer in front of Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the time that Yi Yuan immersed in the grand completion Dao realm, this level, was still too short. How could he compare to Empyrean Flutterfeather, who already had half a foot stepped into the ancestor realm? But even so, he was also just a hair's breadth worse, barely losing to Flutterfeather. The group of elders exchanged glances. They were incomparably shocked. They were clear in their hearts that, although the alchemy battle this time was fair, there was a difference in the end. Xianlong Cauldron's quality was clearly far better than Wandering Dragon Cauldron. At the later stages, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron cracked apart. Yi Yuan maintained it from collapsing with tremendously strong control. In between this, he naturally had to expend considerable energy when refining pills. The difference of millimeters was as good as missing by 1,000 miles. This kind of difference would naturally affect the final result. In addition, Flutterfeather was of an Empyrean's body. In terms of divine essence thickness, in terms of divine soul's might, in terms of pill refining experience, it was all far stronger than the young Yi Yuan. Under such a disparity, Yi Yuan only barely lost 2. One could say that he had a moral victory. Of course, Yi Yuan would not find this sort of excuse for himself. Losing was losing. He could accept failure. The benefits of this alchemy battle to him far exceeded the significance of winning or losing. Your Excellency, that means you can always refine and spirit divine pills in the future. Qin Chang could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "How is that possible? When this alchemy battle reached the end, Senior Flutterfeather and my alchemy, Tao, produced a resonance, merging into one body in the end. He nourished my medicinal pill with his Tao. I nourished his medicinal pill with my Tao. That is how the current results came to be. If let us refine again, it's impossible to refine and spirit divine pills too. Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. It turned out that at the final juncture, the two people actually turned from enemies into friends, complementing each other. That was how a miracle was created, refining the end spirit divine pills. A month passed, set in a twinkle. Yi Yuan finally came out of seclusion. During this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan experienced that alchemy battle time and again, obtaining tremendous benefits. And this alchemy battle was also spread until it raised a babel of discussion in the city. But to the vast majority of the people, he naturally lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Although Yi Yuan displayed powerful strength in front of Flutterfeather, the 7-star Alchemy G, he was still too unskilled. Toward this, Yi Yuan naturally did not care. His objective of coming to L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was also achieved. He naturally planned on returning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Your Excellency, with your talent, staying in an imperial city is seriously too unworthy of your talents. Why don't you remain in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? Qin Chang said. Chapter 1942, by Chun Breaks Through. Chapter 1942, by Chun Breaks Through. Hoo-hoo! Does Brother Qin feel that Senior Flutterfeather hope for me to stay or not? Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chang and answered with a question. A hint of uncertainty flashed across Qin Chang's face, and he said, "Yeah, fine talents and beautiful jades. Lord Flutterfeather shouldn't let you go." "But why?" "Because he knows that I won't say, so he naturally won't open his mouth," Yi Yuan smiled and said. Qin Chang was startled, suddenly discovering that he was somewhat meddlesome. How wise was Empyrean Flutterfeather? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan staying was an immensely good thing to the Myriad Treasure Tower, but he did not open his mouth all the way until he went into close seclusion. Clearly, Empyrean Flutterfeather had long seen through Yi Yuan, knowing that he would not stay, so he also saved his breath. Opening his mouth would definitely ask for a rebuff, so why bother? Brother Qin, rest assured, even if I don't stay, I'm also the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder. My relations, HI+P with Myriad Treasure Tower, can't be cut cleanly, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan directly chose to go into close seclusion. He brought back a large pile of spirit medicines from the L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital and started to devote himself to researching the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Experiencing a battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan had a deeper understanding of sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance, and his understanding of pill refinement also grew deeper. Although it did not reach the ancestor realm for the time being, his pill refining strength was more than a notch stronger than before. But even so, wanting to find the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's pill formula was absolutely not an easy thing too. Yi Yuan immersed inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC, deducing the pill formula daily, experimenting nonstop. On this day, the clouds and wind suddenly changed in the Martial Tower. Countless spiritual energy gathered over here. The entire city was alarmed. Such a large commotion. It seems like there's someone going to break through. No way, right? What realm is he breaking through to actually cause such a big commotion? Even breaking through to the 9th firmament celestial deity realm also won't be like this, right? Even the ninth firmament celestial deity, realm, won't have such a big commotion. Could it be the true God realm? Below the martial tower, the people jumped in fright from their own guesses. Everyone knew that there was currently only a peak ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse in the city. Even Lord Yuan was also merely at the eighth firmament celestial deity realm currently. In but a few days of close seclusion, could it be that he was breaking through to the true God realm? But thinking about it, everyone also felt that there was nothing impossible. After all, anything happening to Yuan did not seem to have any peculiarity. The commotion grew more and more massive. The people increasingly believed that this was breaking through to the true God realm. No matter what, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City never had a true God realm powerhouse be born before. Bai Tong had always been very low profile and did not reveal himself outside. So the city still did not know that there was already a fourth firmament true God powerhouse holding down the fort. Now a true God realm powerhouse actually appeared. This was an important matter that rocked the whole city. From today onward, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also have a true God realm holding down the fort. Finally, the Storm Pa-S said a figure slowly walked out of the martial tower. It's him. It's actually him. How is this possible? Isn't that Lord Yi Yuan's disciple Bai Qin? Heard that he refined a celestial deity Dao fruit. So how can he possibly break through to the true God realm? Could those all be rumors? How can people who refine celestial deity Dao fruits possibly break through again? There were no walls in the world without any cracks. The matter of Bai Chen refining a Dao fruit was not a secret in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, the people who followed Yi Yuan, even the likes of city lords was Shujia, their strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Bai Chen's strength never had any change. In the course of time, this rumor naturally became even more confirmed. One had to know Yi Yuan destroyed a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill in front of Lin Chongqing back then. If Bai Chen could break through to the true God realm, Yi Yuan also would not possibly be so wasteful, right? But now, this person who refined a Dao fruit, destined to never break through again in this lifetime, actually broke through. People thought of many kinds of possibilities, and even guessed Leng Qiuling, Ning Tianping, and the rest. The only person they did not think of was Bai Qin. No one would have thought that Heavenly Eagle's first true God realm was actually Bai Qin. Bai Qin just broke through, so his realm was unstable. The aura of true God realm on his body could not be concealed no matter what, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. For an imperial city, the deterrent force of a true God realm powerhouse was too great. Everyone looked at the Bai Chen high up in the sky, all wars. I plus ping from the bottom of their hearts. Powerhouses were always respected by people. Bai Chen looked at the top of the martial tower. He could feel the idolizing hearts of the people below. At this moment, his heart became infinitely grand and heroic. Bai Chen could not hold back and let out a long cry. All along, the depression and pressure that was piling up in his heart were finally fully released at this moment. Mockery that was everywhere, disdain that was pervasive, finally dissipated into thin air at this moment. Bai Chen never dreamed that he would actually have a day where he could really break through to the true God realm. Recalling back then, he was still just a puny little grotto, profound martial artist. Who could have thought that 1,000 years later, he could actually break through to the realm of true God? This was a realm that the powerhouses of the heaven-span world yearned for in their sleep. And all this was bestowed by his master. His master really transformed the rotten into something magical. Even this kind of impossible thing, he accomplished it. Several figures rose to the air, flying toward Bai Qin. Congratulations to younger brother Bai for breaking through to the true D realm in one stroke, really envying us to death. I didn't expect that His Excellency actually really succeeded. Ning Tianping clasped his hands and congratulated him. Ning Tianping had blind faith in Yi Yuan, but regarding this matter, he was still somewhat lacking in confidence. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan really accomplished it. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill could be said to have blazed another era. From now onward, refining Tao fruits might become a shortcut of cultivation. To those martial artists who had already lost all hope, this was a tremendous, glad tiding. The impact of this medicinal pill was too far-reaching. Ning Tianping was unable to imagine it. White Light, Zhua Shujia, Cold Feather, even Lung Chilling and the rest of the celestial deity realm powerhouses, all came up to give their felicitations. Bai Chun responded to them one by one. The gloominess in his heart swept away clean. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Tong sized Yi Yuan up with a strange look. Just what kind of freak are you? To actually be able to even figure out a pill formula like the soul driving Tao fusion pill. But next, how do you plan on handling this pill formula? Bai Tong asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, for the sake of the soul driving Tao fusion pill, I expended considerable effort. I naturally have to use it to earn more. I plan on letting the Myriad Treasure Tower act as my representative to sell the soul driving Tao fusion pill and split the profits with them. After all, doing business, this kind of thing, isn't what I'm skilled in. Bai Tong nodded and said, that's for the best. But once this soul driving Tao fusion pill comes into being, most likely the Heaven-span world's various major forces will all go crazy for it. You and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be hauling in huge profits this time. Yi Yuan was also proud of himself. For this soul driving Tao fusion pill to be able to be developed, he also felt very honored himself. After all, this medicinal pill was unprecedented. Ha ha, I've already said the news to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Before this, I should also break through. As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the bottle was precisely the End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. This is impossible. Inside the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, when several Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders listened entirely the news that Chen Chong brought, their first reaction was that it was impossible. Brother Chen, did you make a mistake? How can there possibly be someone in this world who developed a medicinal pill that lets martial artists who refine Tao fruits continue cultivating? Qin Yu said, yeah, this is also too ludicrous. People who refine Tao fruits can't cultivate. This is an ironclad law. So how can someone possibly break it? Said another elder. All in all, everyone refused to believe it. This kind of thing was seriously too absurd to the ear. Chun Chong smiled bitterly and said, not hiding from everyone, but when this old man got this news a few days ago, my reaction when I just saw it was exactly the same as yours. But this old man confirmed the intel over and over again. I absolutely didn't see wrongly. That's why I convened everyone to discuss it. Furthermore, Lord Ye's disciple, Bai Chen, already broke through to the true D realm after consuming the soul driving Tao fusion pill. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed abruptly, all falling silent. A disciple who consumed a celestial deity Tao fruit, followed by Yi Yuan's side. They were aware of it. Now he actually broke through to true D realm? This news was simply a bolt out of the blue. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders present were all scheming and far-sighted people. They were naturally clear about it. If the soul-driving Tao fusion pill was announced to the world, they clearly know how big of a commotion it would cause and also how massive a profit it would bring to the Myriad Treasure Tower. In the Heaven-span world, encountering Tao fruits was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But that was relative to the extremely massive martial artist population. Since ancient times, how many powerhouses had fallen and how many powerhouses rose up? It could not even be counted clearly. Some Tao fruits slowly dissipated along with the Pa-S, sage of time. But some Tao fruits were obtained and consumed by present powerhouses. There were even some major factions who preserved many Tao fruits in their inventory, using it to reward disciples under them who had no hopes of breaking through. To a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, celestial deity Tao fruits were no big deal. They even had quite a number of true Tao fruits. These Tao fruits originally did not have much use to heavenly emperor Bodhimanda's. But the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's appearance would let the value of these Tao fruits increase several times over. A disciple who did not reach divine Lord Realm, as long as they let him swallow a celestial deity Tao fruit, they could let him grow into a peak celestial deity powerhouse in a few hundred, even within several dozen years. This way, how much cultivation time would it save? If this matter is real, our myriad treasure tower shall become a major force at the peak of power and influence in the entire heaven-span world. The function of this rank 5 divine pill is a little small, but once this soul-driving Tao fusion pill is released, the significance is too great. When Lord Yi breaks through to the true D realm and develops the rank 6 divine pill, then it will be able to directly groom true D powerhouses. This, even thinking about it, is frightening. Chun Yu said with a look of astonishment. The celestial deity realm was no big deal with heavenly emperor factions, but reaching the true D realm, that was different. Even for heavenly emperor Bodhimanda's true D realm powerhouses were also not existences that could be overlooked. After all, reaching Empyrean this level, those were all powerhouses whose names shook a region already. They were not willing to be subordinate to any heavenly emperor powerhouses. Either they occupied a great imperial capital and crowned themselves as kings, or they would become itinerant cultivators, seeking opportunities to climb to the summit of great Tao, being able to nurture a true D realm within a few hundred to 1,000 years. This speed was simply terrifying. More importantly, he could still continue cultivating in the future, saving several tens of thousand years of cultivation time. The chance of stepping into Empyrean would also be much greater. Chun Chang said, "The implications of this matter are too serious. Lord Flutterfeather is currently in close seclusion right now, so we can't arbitrarily make the decision. My intention is to highlight this matter to Lord Myriad Treasure and let his elderly self make a final decision." Chinyu nodded when he heard that and said, "Indeed, once this matter spreads out, that's facing the entire heaven-span world. Our tiny little alchemy, celestial pavilion, can't bear this kind of heavy burden." Inside a remote imperial city's secret chamber, an old man emitting a rotting scent suddenly snapped open both eyes. "Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven doesn't want me to Paris. Plus, I really didn't expect that there's actually someone capable of refining a miraculous medicinal pill like the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Back then, when I swallowed the Tao fruit, I thought that there wouldn't be the possibility of cultivating again in this lifetime. I didn't expect that I could actually still wait it out. With my ACCU, mulations, as long as I can cultivate again, I'll definitely be able to break through to the true D realm in one stroke. This time this old man has to buy the soul-driving Tao fusion pill at all costs." When the old man got the news of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, his entire person fell into madness. Very soon he gave the orders to check all of the imperial city's reserves and went to the Myriad Treasure Tower to purchase the medicinal pill. Inside an imperial capital, 2 celestial deity realm youngsters were currently standing opposite each other. One of them said with a look of shock, "How come you cultivated so quickly? A few days ago, you were clearly just first firmament celestial deity." The other person laughed loudly and said, "I swallowed a celestial deity Tao fruit. With my talent, I'll be able to break through to become a 9th firmament celestial deity before long." Weren't you always very KY, feeling that your cultivation speed is fast? When the other party heard that, his alarm and horror became mockery as he said, Fool, you actually refined a celestial deity, Tao fruit, in order to Serpa. Me really Felice. H. Plus, you won't have the chance to break through to true D realm in this lifetime anymore. The stupid one is you. My father already bought the soul-driving Tao fusion pill from the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as one consumes this divine medicine, they can cultivate all the same after refining a Tao fruit. But you don't need to give it any further thought. There's only this one pill in the entire imperial capital. It was already bought by my father. When the other party heard this, he immediately had a stunned face. The network of the Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed very vast. Once the news spread out, the soul-driving Tao fusion pill immediately swept throughout the entire heaven-span world like a fierce gale. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill roaring into existence immediately let everyone realize the incredible aspect of this medicinal pill. The various major forces started Hing's soul-driving Tao fusion pills frenziedly. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were all refined by Yi Yuan. The quality was all extremely high. All were above divine grade. Hence, the price of the soul-driving Tao fusion pills was set to be extremely high. But even so, it was still hard to request for a single pill. One had to know Yi Yuan was only one person. Even if he refined day and night, it was also impossible to satisfy the entire heaven-span world's demand. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower did not plan on satisfying the entire heaven-span world's demand either. The logic of rare commodities being sold at a high price was something they all knew. So how could the Myriad Treasure Tower, these business experts, not know it? In many places, the price of one soul-driving Tao fusion pill was even hiked up to a sky-high price. Even the prices of some extremely high-quality rank 6 divine pills could not compare to the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Firstly, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was superb. No one else could refine it. Secondly, one medicinal pill could save thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation time. So who would not be willing to buy one? How much divine essence stones could be earned in the time saved, and also what realm could be cultivated until? This matter, as long as one was not a fool, they would know how to calculate it. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower had its fame soared unprecedentedly in the entire heaven-span world because of a soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Chapter 1944. Nirvanic Tribulation. Chapter 1944. Nirvanic Tribulation. Inside the secret chamber, Yi Yuan opened the small bottle lightly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly filled the entire secret chamber. And Spirit, 1000 Tribulation, Chaos Essence Pill. I reckon that it's still unable to let me reach the perfect 6th transformation, golden body. If I add in the true dragon's blood, I wonder if I can achieve it or not. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, swallowing the 1000 Tribulation, Chaos Essence Pill in one gulp. When the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, Yi Yuan's both eyes suddenly went wide, an intense pain spreading throughout his whole body instantly, all the way to the top of his head. Yi Yuan contorted his face in pain as he muttered to himself, indeed, well deserving of being the 1000 Tribulation, Chaos Essence Pill. Remolding the physical body, nirvanic rebirth. 1000 Tribulation, Chaos Essence Pill was renowned for the 2 words, 1000 Tribulation. Swallowing this pill was equivalent to suffering 1000 tribulations, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. Even peak 5 transformation golden body powerhouses also would not dare to swallow this kind of strong medicinal pill without careful consideration. A momentary slip-up, and it was the outcome of Paris. Plussing, one's Tao dissipating. Peak 5 transformation powerhouses, Their fleshy bodies rivaled peak, celestial deity, mystic treasures. It could be seen how powerful their physical bodies were. But even so, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal impact of this 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill too. This pill was too fierce. Of course, the medicinal effect was also extremely strong, and the end spirit divine pill that Yi Yuan consumed was specially prepared for himself by him too. It was just that even he did not expect that he actually refined an end spirit 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill. Cultivation techniques had differences in power. Martial artists in the same realm. The purity of divine essence was different. The power of the martial techniques displayed was also not necessarily the same. The 9 transformations golden body was similarly like so. But each transformation of the 9 transformations golden body had a legendary level. Perfect grade! 9 transformations golden body. Each transformation was equivalent to a nirvanic birth. Rumor had it that when this 9 transformations golden body was created back then, it was a life and death calamity. Martial artists needed to shatter the physical body and absorb the power of heavenly Tao to remold their golden body. This was a very dangerous cultivation method. It was naturally also a cultivation method with tremendous power. Except this cultivation method of 9 cycles of nirvanic rebirth was too dangerous. The death rate was extremely high. Furthermore, the higher the number of transformations, the more perilous it got. Reaching the 6th or 7th transformation, there were basically very few people who could pull through. As for the 8th transformation, the realm of Heavenly Emperor, those able to reach it were even rarer. Later on, people gradually found the 9 transformations method that did not need a nirvanic rebirth. This method sought after what was less attractive than the original choice, but could also obtain powerful strength. It was just that compared to the perfect golden body, it was clearly much worse. Yi Yuan only obtained this cultivation method from his true dragon memories after breaking through to the 5th transformation too. True dragon Dharma body. This cultivation method was the dragon race's supreme cultivation method. It was just that the perfect golden body's cultivation method was not mentioned in the method previously one. It was only comprehended after Yi Yuan reached the 5th transformation. Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Your disciples hid this cultivation method because they were afraid that future generations of disciples lose their lives from cultivating carelessly. Furthermore, you never tempered before a perfect golden body before the 5th transformation. This 6th transformation, you'll have to transcend the previous 5 tribulations one after another at the same time. Dustless urged. Yi Yuan broke out in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Great Tao is difficult. If one doesn't even have a heart that seeks Tao, why talk about climbing to the summit?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan took out the jade bottle and poured all of the true dragon's blood into his mouth. Bang! The berserk to the extreme energy instantly exploded within Yi Yuan's body. The 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill and 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pills horrifying energy mixed together, practically about to burst Yi Yuan's physical body apart. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and started circulating according to the perfect golden body technique recorded into the true dragon Dharma body. Yi Yuan kept sucking in cold air from pain and already could not even cry out. He was revolving the cultivation method with a powerful will. The 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill indeed lived up to its reputation. Yi Yuan felt like he had already died no idea how many times. Those life and death tribulations experienced in the past appeared so feeble in front of the one this time. "Ah, my hand!" Suddenly, Yi Yuan screamed miserably. It was only to see the muscles on his hands actually dissipate inch by inch, leaving behind just white binds. Very soon, Yi Yuan was only left with a golden skeleton, looking incomparably sinister. Under this kind of agony, Yi Yuan's divine soul was virtually being torn apart. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl's power, Yi Yuan would likely have his soul disintegrate already. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this nirvanic tribulation was actually so terrifying. Very soon, Yi Yuan's golden bones also fragmented, turning into a powder state like it was weathered. Logically speaking, the current Yi Yuan already disappeared without a trace and should not feel pain. But his pain did not diminish the slightest bit and became stronger instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul was very clear. He could feel the medicinal effects of the 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill starting to take effect. Each of his bone marrow was being remolded. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan felt those weathered bones pieced together again, forming into a human-shaped skeleton. Following that, flesh and blood started growing on the skeleton. A living Yi Yuan reappeared. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, his entire person feeling like he already died once. This is nirvanic tribulation? It's also too frightening. Yi Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear in his heart. But Yi Yuan could feel that his physical body was indeed much stronger than before. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. An even more intense pain rushed over as raging as tidal water. His physical body dissipated once more. Yi Yuan knew that the second nirvanic tribulation was about to start. Yi Yuan was clear that he still had to go through it 5 more times at the back. Furthermore, each one was more painful than the last, and each more dangerous than the last. Just as Yi Yuan was walking along the borders of life and death, as long as several years already passed, said in the outside world. Before close seclusion, Yi Yuan concentrated on refining a batch of soul-driving Tao fusion pills, then washed his hands off it. On this day, above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, a horrifying aura suddenly descended. In the city, Bai Chen's expression changed, immediately flying up to meet that aura. Who is your esteemed self? I wonder what you came to my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City for. This person in front of him had black gas revolving around, the evil energy on his body extremely heavy. Furthermore, his aura was not weak. Bai Chen did not dare to slight him. You're that kid who ate the soul-driving Tao fusion pill and broke through to true G. D-realm, right? I didn't expect that the rumors were actually true. People who swallowed Tao fruits can actually really cultivate further. The person in black sized Bai Chen up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Bai Chen was startled inwardly and said with a frown, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a tiny little imperial city. Where is there any soul-driving Tao fusion pill? Yi Yuan, collaborating with the Myriad Treasure Tower, they only said to the outside world that this medicinal pill was refined by the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle was merely a tiny little imperial city. It had no ability to protect the pill formula at all. Once observant and conscientious people cast covetous eyes on it, it naturally could not avoid trouble. It was just that Bai Chen did not expect that this person in black actually still came. The man in black chuckled and said, Kid, stop pretending. Our Death Soul Gate got the intel that this medicinal pill is refined by a punk called Yi Yuan. That punk should be your master, right? Call him out. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. One not sure if this is a different method from Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, or author remembered wrongly and keyed in the wrong name. Chapter 1945, Crushed. Chapter 1945, Crushed. Death Soul Gate. Bai Chen's brows furrowed. Clearly never heard of this name before. But below, Lung Qiuling's expression instantly became deathly pale. Bai Chen, this Death Soul Gate is notorious in the Heavenspan world. Raping and looting, committing arson and murder. Their evil doings knows no limits. Ordinary martial artists tremble with fear when they see them. This Death Soul Gate is incomparably mysterious. No one knows where they are hiding at. But places that they pass through is like locusts pass. Sing through, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Lung Qiuling's voice transmission made by Chen's expression changed. Haha, looks like there are still some knowledgeable people in this city. You already know that my Death Soul Gate isn't to be trifled with. Hurry up and call Yi Yuan out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous, said the black-clothed man. Master has already been in seclusion for several years and isn't able to meet you. If you want to request for pills, come again after some time. Bai Chen's expression was slightly dark as he said. The black-clothed man gave a cold laugh and said, People that my Death Soul Gate wants to see, even if he's inside a coffin, he'll also have to come out. That appearance was incomparably arrogant, not taking Bai Chen, this true Ji, D-Realm, seriously at all. Bai Chen's brows furrowed and his tone also became cold as he said, Disturbing people's close seclusion is akin to killing their parents. Your esteemed self is a little too overbearing. But the black-clothed man said in derision, Killing people's parents? I, Mo Qing, have done it no idea how many times. What's the harm in killing one more time? Since he's not coming out, then I'll kill until he comes out, starting from you. Finish talking. Mo Qing released his aura. The world power of a true Ji, D-Realm, suddenly released. Clouds of black energy coiling up, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Peak first firmament true Ji, D. Bai Chen's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He broke through to the true Ji, D-Realm for less than 10 years and just barely managed to stabilize his realm. It was clearly somewhat taxing to deal with this Mo Qing. The disparity of a minor realm of true Ji, D-Realm was even greater than Celestial Deity Realm. Even within the same small realm, the gap would also be Ma. S. Civ. J.E. Just the likes of you. This little baby who just entered the true Ji, D-Realm also dare to oppose me? 5 ghosts open gate. Mo Qing spread out both hands. 5 skulls flew out of his sleeves, turning into 5 streams of flowing light and flowing over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face fell. A pitch-black long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This long spear was a middle-grade, true Ji, D mystic treasure that Yi Yuan spent a huge price to get for him when at the L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. With a spear in his hands, Bai Chen's entire imposing aura suddenly erupted. The 5 skulls emitted sobbing sounds, lingering around Bai Chen's ears. Bai Chen was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly revolved his state of mind, wanting to resist this voice that struck the divine soul directly. But the noise that these 5 skulls emitted seemed to be magical, making him unable to focus. Bai Chen was unresigned to fold his arms and wait for death. The tip of the spear shook, world power suddenly unfurling. That bone-infesting sound immediately diminished significantly. Clank, clank, clank. Spear unleashed. H.I. Plussing like rain, Bai Chen's spear danced impenetrably, not giving the 5 skulls any chance. Mo Qing gave a cold snort and said, Brat, what capability does it count as to rely on the advantage of weapons? Since you want to court death, then I'll send you off. Finish talking. The spell in his hand changed. The 5 skulls actually opened their mouths one after another, spitting out wisps of black fog towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen's expression changed greatly, immediately feeling like his spear technique sunk into a bog. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus the 5 skulls were connected in heart and mind. Under Mo Qing's control, there was virtually no dead angles. Netherworld, 5 ghost slaughter. The speed of those 5 skulls suddenly became incomparably fast. Bai Chen's 2 eyes could not keep up at all. Bang! It was only to hear a loud bang. A skull directly breached Bai Chen's world domain, SMAs. H.I. plus ing onto his protective divine essence, SMAs. H.I. plussing him flying out. Bai Chen tasted sweetness in his throat, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Except it was not over yet. Those 5 skulls all arrived in quick succession, not giving him the slightest time to catch his breath at all. They were actually going to drive him to his death. Bang! Another blow. Bai Chun felt like his entire chest was rupturing. Even if he had the advantage in weapons, he was still not this Mo Qing's match. In the city, inside the martial tower, Bai Tong let out a slight sigh, his figure about to dash out. It was naturally impossible for him to watch Bai Chun get killed by the other party. But right at this time, a voice came over. "No need, let me." Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. In the city, everyone looked high up at the sky, anxious looks on their faces. This Death Soul Gate's true G, D-Realm powerhouse was too strong. Bai Chen, who just entered the true G, D-Realm was not his match at all. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chen. Bang! Yi Yuan threw a punch casually, directly sending the 5 skulls scattering everywhere. When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, you finally came out of seclusion." Yi Yuan turned around and said, "Swap with me. You go and rest." When Bai Chun saw Yi Yuan, his 2 eyes became wide saucers as he said in surprise, "Master." The current Yi Yuan was much taller, face as fair as jade, skin like condensed snow, valiant and heroic in bearing, looking like he returned to 17 or 18 years old, like he returned to boyhood from old age. The present Yi Yuan was absolutely a handsome to the extreme pretty boy. If not for that, the contour profile of the face was still similar to Yi Yuan. Bai Chen virtually did not dare to recognize him. Below, when everyone saw Yi Yuan's face, each and every one of them was also incredibly surprised. Did His Excellency also cultivate Senior Bai Tong's cultivation method, returning to boyhood from old age? TSK, Lord Yi Yuan's current face is really handsome until it makes people despair. You look at those female cultivators. Each and every one of them are becoming love-crazed. They did not know why Yi Yuan would have such a big change when he came out of seclusion this time. They were even more unaware of how terrifying of an agony Yi Yuan suffered to be able to have his current transformation. Only the Bai Tong inside the martial tower, his face revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan succeeded. The current Yi Yuan looked just like a tender youth who was inexperienced in the ways of the world, looking harmless to man and beast. No matter how one looked, Yi Yuan was like a scholar without the strength to bind a chicken. But Bai Tong knew that Yi Yuan returned to his original simplicity. His physical body was already cultivated to a flawless realm, all of his power fused into the bones and muscles. Una, S, summing if not released to stonies. H, I, plussing people once it was unleashed. Your Yi Yuan? Looks very weak. Boy, take a trip with me. Mo Qing looked at Yi Yuan and asked coolly. The realm that Yi Yuan currently displayed was just 9th firmament, celestial deity. In Mo Qing's view, it was naturally too weak. Swizz, H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Mo Qing's 2 eyes went wide, his hair standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly summoned the 5 ghosts and compressed world power to the limit. Bang! Mo Qing's figure immediately flew several miles away. The 5 skulls directly fell apart to pieces, shattering into a pile of dust. Mo Qing barely managed to stabilize his figure. Looking at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost, he said in horror, "What powerful, fleshy body strength! You're at the 6th transformation golden body?" No, wait. Even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also impossible to shatter my 5 ghosts' open gate with one punch. Injured my disciples, you are courting death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, as he said, coldly. Chapter 1946. Lurking. Chapter 1946. Lurking 5 ghosts' open gate was the true G, D mystic treasure that Mo Qing sanctified. Even if it was inferior to the long spear in Bai Chen's hand, it absolutely could not be shattered by one punch too. Sixth transformation, golden body martial artists. Just the fleshy body was comparable to mystic treasures. But to say shattering with one punch, that was absolutely impossible. But what was going on with this fellow in front of him? This young man before his eyes was not to be trifled with. Swizz. H. Plus, how could Mo Qing still dare to stay? He turned around and ran, his figure instantly shuttling into the void. But his figure had just moved when a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Mo Qing's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. S spatial S. H. I plus FT. Who on earth are you? Yi Yuan looked at him and said calmly, You came to find me. Didn't you inquire about who I am? Mo Qing had a panic-stricken face, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm a member of the Death Soul Gate. If you dare to kill me, it's becoming enemies with the Death Soul Gate. Death Soul Gate? Never heard before. Die. Yi Yuan slammed a fist out calmly. The entire SPAC solidified. Even if Mo Qing wanted to escape, he could not escape either. His world power, his protective divine essence, could not even block for a moment under this one punch, directly collapsing. Bang! Mo Qing's entire person directly exploded, turning into a burst of blood rain. A peak first firmament true G. D powerhouse directly died under Yi Yuan's one punch. So strong! A peak first firmament true G. D powerhouse. Lord Yi Yuan crushed him with one punch. He didn't employ any divine essence. This should be the power of the fleshy body. Lord Yi Yuan should have broken through to the sixth transformation, golden body. But is a sixth transformation golden body so strong? Those skulls should be a true G.O.D. mystic treasure, right? His Excellency shattered them with one punch. Truly terrifying. Everyone looked at how Yi Yuan was like A.G. of war, all shocked until they could not close their mouths. In just a short few years of close seclusion, the moment he came out, he disposed of a true G.O.D. powerhouse. Indeed, well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. Looking at his fist, Yi Yuan was rather satisfied. Possessing this kind of power, these few years of suffering was also not in vain. These 6 nirvanic tribulations, Yi Yuan took 8 years to transcend them. During these 8 years, Yi Yuan walked along the borders of life and death every minute and second. That feeling was akin to touring the 18 levels of H.E.L. the Blade Mountain, Fire Sea, Oil Bath, so on and so forth. This kind of torment, Yi Yuan's scalp still tingled when he recalled it now. He also finally understood why the dragon race's founding ancestor would seal these memories to after rank 5. Nirvanic tribulation was really not what ordinary people could transcend, especially the last one, the 6th nirvanic tribulation. Yi Yuan almost could not endure it quite a number of times. In the end, he still relied on powerful willpower and forcibly held out. Yi Yuan, you were a little impulsive this time. The Death Soul Gate is famed for being hard to entangle with in the Heavenspan world, specialized in doing some murder and arson acts, and is also the Heavenspan world's largest ASA in organization. This faction's powerhouses are countless and have already existed for D knows how many years. Furthermore, it's said that its creator was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You killed a member of the Death Soul Gate now, so you have to be careful of their revenge, Dustless warned. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows also furrowed slightly. He had really never heard of Death Soul Gate this name before, but hearing the meaning in Dustless's words, he had no choice but to guard against. Originally planned on making use of the soul, driving Tao fusion pill to earn more money, but did not expect to cause such a storm. However, even if he knew the Death Soul Gate's prowess, it was also absolutely impossible to let Mo Qing leave. I got it. Looks like we still have to make some preparations, Yuan said. Inside a hidden chamber underground of an inn in 9 Pledge, Imperial capital, more than a dozen black lotuses were placed. Suddenly, a black lotus right at the end suddenly fell apart. The black shadow inside the secret chamber was abruptly startled and muttered to himself, "Emo Ching actually died? Shouldn't be. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only has a newly ascended true G. Oh, D-Realm, so how can he possibly be Emo Ching's match? Even if he's really not a match, it's also impossible to not even be able to escape, right?" No one would have thought that this inconspicuous little inn was actually a branch of the Death Soul Gate. And those dozen over black lotuses represented more than a dozen true D-Realm powerhouses. If City Lord Yu Wenfeng knew that there were actually so many true D powerhouses under his rule, he would definitely be uneasy even when sleeping. The black shadow paced back and forth. Suddenly, the seals in his hand changed erratically, finally turning into several streaks of black threads, concealing into the void. Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus very soon, several figures flew into the underground secret chamber. Chief. After the few people entered, they bowed down towards that black shadow. The black shadow sat down, made a sound of acknowledgement, and said, "A mission came from upstairs, saying that we must capture the Southridge patrolling inspector, Yi Yuan, alive. I sent Emo Ching over, but he died." Emo Ching, this fool. He had always thought of himself as infallible. Dying was also a matter of time, one of the people said. Another person said, "Your Excellency calling us here. Could it be to have us take action together?" The black shadow said coolly, "Yes, Yi Yuan, this boy can't be underestimated. He always has unexpected means. This time, the 5 of you go together, Lu Xian Sum's personal command. The 4 of you join hands. Additionally, bring over traceless spatial lock. This boy's spatial law is remarkable. You all have to ensure that it cannot fail under any circuit. Stances before you can take action, understood?" When the 5 people heard that, they were all extremely surprised. Lu Xen frowned and said, "Your Excellency, it's just capturing a puny little celestial deity realm. Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? Even without using traceless spatial lock, the 5 of us joining hands, could it be that he could still escape?" The black shadow waved his hand and said, "This is the person that the people upstairs want. So matter how highly we regard him, it's not over the top. Furthermore, Emo Ching is already dead. To be able to kill off a true D-Realm without a sound, it's hard to guarantee that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have any contingencies. Once any slip-ups occur, you and I can't shoulder it. Do it according to my words. If you fail, carry your head back to see me." The 5 people were slightly fearful in their hearts and no longer dared to be negligent. "Yes, Your Excellency." The 5 people receiving the mission broke it down into its elements and quietly sneaked into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The Death Soul Gate's disguising and concealing techniques were extremely skillful. On the surface, Lu Xian 5 people were merely very ordinary divine Lord Realm Martial artists. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, divine Lord Realm Martial artists were everywhere on the streets. It was nothing at all. The 5 people were extremely patient. This lurk became half a year long. On this day, the 5 people gathered together in an Una Summing Commoner's residence. Upon entering the door, one of the ASSA Sin Su Mao said unhappily, Emo Ching was really a stupid pig, acting rashly and alerting the enemy. Now just great. That kid doesn't leave the city, Lord Manor, at all. We can't find the opportunity to act at all. Inside the city Lord Manor would normally be laid down with a lot of restrictions. Even people very skillful in spatial law would also find it very hard to sneak inside without a sound. The few people were veteran ASSA sins, but Yi Yuan huddling up in his L like a turtle, they could not do anything either. All right, he's already dead. What's the use of you complaining about him? But this Yi Yuan kid is truly incredible to actually be able to develop such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. It's also no wonder that the people upstairs want to capture him alive, said another S.A. Sin. At this time, the Lu Xan, who was silent all along, opened his mouth and said, "Since he's not coming out, then we'll go in." Chapter 1947. Penetrating Insight. Chapter 1947. Penetrating Insight. Your Excellency, the Cloud Moon Imperial City's envoy team has arrived and are currently requesting an audience outside, Ning Tianping reported. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Let them come in. The Cloud Moon Imperial City and the Myriad Treasure Tower have very deep connections. I can't SHI plus RK responsibility either. Furthermore, the city lord came to visit in person, so it's also considered giving us sufficient face." Ning Tianping said, "Your Excellency, this sort of thing, wouldn't it do to let city lords would go and handle it? Why is there a need to welcome personally?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's cooling to have your back against a large tree. I naturally don't need to give face to anyone but myself. But the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is hard to defend just based on my power alone. With a Heavenly Emperor faction as a backer, it would naturally be much safer." When Ning Tianping heard that, he was filled with deep respect in his heart. In his eyes, city lords were mostly selfish and sought personal gain, fleecing the blood and sweat of martial artists. But Yi Yuan was different. His nature was uninhibited, and he did not like to be constrained by an ident. Tie like a patrolling inspector. But in order to protect the people around him, he continuously let Heavenly Eagle develop and strengthen, and even made friends with a major force like the Myriad Treasure Tower. Encountering this sort of thing, one could only compromise out of consideration for the general interest too. Ning Tianping was clear that with Yi Yuan's character, he was actually unwilling to bother with this kind of mundane affairs. After Ning Tianping withdrew, a group of people walked in after a while. The person at the front was a middle-aged man, having 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, being the strongest person among the party. When that person saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a big laugh, "I've long heard that Master Yi has achieved your ambitions while young. Upon meeting today, you're indeed extraordinary." Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said smilingly, "City Lord Su Guang has an extraordinary presence and isn't a common person. Breaking through to become a true G. Oh, D is right around the corner. Come. Sit down and talk." Everyone sat down as host and guest. Yi Yuan said, "The medicinal pills that City Lord Su Guang is asking for, this Yi will refine them as quickly as possible. I'll have to trouble you to wait patiently for 2 days." Su Guang laughed loudly and said, "No rush, no rush. I know that Master Ye's alchemy Dao is unparalleled under the heavens. Why would I be in a hurry? This Su knows that it's not easy to request for Master Yi to take action and naturally can't treat you shabbily. I have a precious treasure here. Master Yi, please take a look." Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, "Oh?" City Lord Su said it so solemnly, "Then this you really have to take a look. Tianping, give the orders. Let City Lord Su they all prepare a banquet and treat City Lord Su's party cordially." Ning Tianping was somewhat puzzled, but still acknowledged it and withdrew. Su Guang took out a tiny tray with a smile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, immediately feeling the extraordinariness of this tray. It was actually a true G.O.D. mystic treasure. Master Yi, this treasure is called Traceless Spatial Lock. As Su Guang said, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Everything became blurry. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and did not reveal an overly surprised expression. Su Guang was still all smiles as he said, "Once it activates, the surrounding SPAC will be locked. The people outside can't enter. The people inside can't go out." Ha! Master Yi, are you going to submit obediently, Or do you want the few of us brothers to take action? Yi Yuan looked at Su Guang and said indifferently, "The few of you are members of Death Soul Gate." Su Guang's expression changed slightly and said, "How did you know?" Yi Yuan looked at Su Guang and said indifferently, "Your disguise is indeed pretty good. Unfortunately, can't deceive my eyes. To have such attainments in the art of disguising, apart from the Death Soul Gate, I can't think of others. Having cultivated the perfect sixth transformation golden body, the benefits that Yi Yuan obtained was tremendous. This time, Yi Yuan cleansed his marrows and remolded his fleshy body. His visual prowess also obtained a massive improvement. Furthermore, the sun-moon heavenly pupil had followed Yi Yuan for a long time. Making use of Yi Yuan's perfect visual strength, the power increased by more than a magnitude. Presently, using fiery golden eyes to describe Yi Yuan's visual strength was also not overboard. Sup 1/sup. The moment Su Guang and the rest entered, they were seen through by Yi Yuan. This party was precisely the 5 sins sent out by the Death Soul Gate, and Su Guang was precisely the 4th firmament True G. D powerhouse Lu Xan. Lu Xan looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing an uncertain look. But very soon he felt at ease and opened his mouth and said, "Everyone says that Master Ye's high morality reaches the clouds and values the people around him very highly. It's indeed true. You saw through us, but you sent away that Ning family's brat. Looks like you're afraid of accidentally hurting him." Yi Yuan was silent, considered to have acquiesced to it. The Death Soul Gate sent a 1st firmament True G, OD last time. This time, they would naturally be stronger than last time. Ning Tianping being here, he did not have the confidence in ensuring his safety. "Haha, looks like you already have the awareness and plan on making a trip with us?" Lu Xan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said calmly, "You guys want to capture me back to refine pills for you all?" Lu Xan said, "I'm only following the orders from upstairs. As for capturing you back to do what? That's not what I can ask. All right, giving you a chance now. Seal your divine, see yourself, and follow us." Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Go? You all killed Su Guang's party and sneaked into my heavenly eagle imperial city. Could it be that you still want to leave alive?" Lu Xan and the rest were taken back and could not help laughing as they said, "Talking wildly, just the likes of you, a celestial deity realm, can you still resist us?" Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Bai Tong. With Dustless's warning, how could Yi Yuan possibly not be on guard? So in this half a year, Bai Tong had always been inside the Purple Extreme Hall in close seclusion, and had always been following by Yi Yuan's side too. When Lu Xan saw Bai Tong, his pupils could not help constricting, expression suddenly changing. This person's aura was actually identical with him, a 4th firmament True G. D powerhouse too. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an expert? Could it be that Mo Qing died at his hands? I'll leave this guy to you, no problem, right? Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong rolled his eyes and said, "Take away the right word." Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter when he heard that. This guy really had cold humor. The two people chatted, not taking Lu Xan 5 people seriously at all. Lu Xan smiled coldly and said, "Fool, so what even if there's a 4th firmament True G, OD? Could it be that he, a celestial deity realm, can still deal with 4 2nd firmament True G, ODS?" The other 4 people were all 2nd firmament True G, D powerhouses. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wouldn't you know after trying?" Finished talking. Yi Yuan pushed with the tip of his feet, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, pouncing towards one of the killers. That Sin had a scornful look, world power suddenly erupting, wanting to take Yi Yuan down a notch, while the other 3 people watched this scene calmly, waiting to see Yuan's wretched appearance. Upstairs only said not to kill Yi Yuan, but did not say not to let him get injured. Since he was looking for abuse himself, then it also could not be blamed on others. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived. Lifting his hand, it was a straight punch, looking like mortals fighting. Bang! That ASSA Sin's world domain was immediately smashed until it sunk in, his entire person flying out like a cannonball. Poo work! The ASSA Sin fell to the ground, opening his mouth and vomiting out a large mouthful of blood. The pupils of the other 4 people shrunk, looking at this scene in astonishment and disbelieving faces. 6th transformation golden body. He's actually a body cultivator. No, wait, even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also not possible to be so strong. Could he have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Lu Xian looked at Yi Yuan and said in astonishment, Chapter 1948, Kicking a Metal Plate. Chapter 1948, Kicking a metal plate. The explosive power in that instant just now made the few-second firmament true G. DS feel their hearts palpitate. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not employ any martial technique, erupting with power that was based fully on the power of the fleshy body. Such powerful fleshy body power, apart from the perfect 6th transformation golden body, Lu Xian could not think of a second possibility at all. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Xian and said coolly, at least you have some knowledge. Even if they were mentally prepared, Lu Xian and the rest were still stunned by this answer. Lu Xian revealed a look of great shock and said, How is that possible? Disregarding that the requirement of the perfect 6th transformation on resources is harsh, even the nirvanic tribulation of the perfect 6th transformation golden body, not 1 in 100 might be able to tide it over 2. How did you do it? Perfect golden body. Each additional transformation, the nirvanic tribulation that needed to be faced, was even more horrifying. Even among 100 perfect 5th transformation golden body martial artists, there might also not be one capable of enduring it. Deducing it like this, to be able to endure from perfect 1st transformation to perfect 6th transformation, even among 10 million body cultivators, there might not be one person who succeeds too. It could be seen how rare it was. The anguish of the perfect 6th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Those able to reach a perfect 6th transformation golden body could also be counted on one hand in the entire heaven-span world. It could be imagined how shocked Lu Xian was currently. Even in his dreams, he also would not have thought that Yi Yuan was actually such a terrifying body cultivator. Yi Yuan naturally knew how terrifying this nirvanic tribulation was. But he pulled through. Very unfortunately, I'm that one, Yi Yuan said very calmly. The expression on Lu Xian's face gradually became solemn. He said to the 4 people in a solemn voice, The 4 of you attack together and use combined attacks. Make sure not to underestimate him. If it can't be done, leaving first will be the best choice. When Su Mao 4 people heard that, they had solemn looks on their faces too. They originally thought that it was catching a turtle in a jar. They did not expect that it was going to be troublesome. Yi Yuan's light punch already clearly showed how strong his perfect 6th transformation was. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Plus, Su Mao 4 people's actions were extremely fast, each standing in position. The imposing momentum immediately became subtle. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and also could not help becoming cautious. These 4 people just getting into position already became a unified ent. One tie. Once they unleash an attack, the power would likely be extraordinary. It was true that his perfect 6th transformation was formidable, but it was not invincible. A second firmament true G. D was far stronger than a first firmament true G. D in the first place. If not for this, Yi Yuan's punch previously would have long eradicated that sin. But the other party only suffered some injuries. It did not have a huge impact on the battle. The disparity between second firmament and first firmament true G Oh, DS was clear at a glance. True G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses were not some random Tom, Dick or Harry. Martial artists able to break through to the true G. Oh, D-realm. Each one of them was a genius among geniuses. That punch of Yi Yuan's before was merely just a probe. Whose? H. Plus suddenly Su Mao moved. A sword move, swift like lightning. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and pointed a finger out. He was actually relying on his fleshy body to meet a true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. Clank. A clear metal class. H.I. Plussing sound came over. Su Mao seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, falling back. Yi Yuan was just about to chase after when another sword stabbed over. This sword was extremely sharp, piercing straight for Yi Yuan's lower ribs. Although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was not really impervious to swords and spears. Second firmament true G. Oh, decoupled with the power of joint attacks was already sufficient to hurt him. Being forced to, Yi Yuan could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The four people's cooperation was extremely tacit. Yi Yuan was actually unable to get away for some time under the four people's pincer attacks. Hence, the five people became tangled in battle just like that. At this time, with the traceless spatial lock activating, everyone could only return to the basic, relying on movement technique to move, unable to traverse the void. But Yi Yuan only relied on that explosive power and did not suffer the least bit of loss in movement. By the side, when Lu Exan saw this scene, he was shocked speechless. With the four of them displaying nightmare one heart, even when dealing with a third firmament true G, they can also persist for the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. But now they actually can't do anything to him? One had to know second firmament true G. D basically did not have any strength to fight back in front of third firmament true G. DS. But Su Mao four people's joint attacks could persist for the time it took to brew a pot of tea and not be defeated. This was already very incredible. Yi Yuan had just entered the sixth transformation. Calculating it, he was also merely a first firmament true G. D. He was actually evenly matched with the four people. A perfect golden body had always been in existence of the legends. Lu Exan had never seen before too. He did not expect that perfect sixth transformation was actually so terrifying. At this time, the Baitong by the side opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Don't look any more, it's our turn." Lu Exan's face sunk, sneering coldly as he said, "Reckless and blind thing. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll send you off." Exterminating, traceless sword. Lu Exan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, as if he shuttled into the void. But S.P. A.C. was currently being locked. Baitong had a composed face. A fan appeared in his hand at no idea when, and he pointed out the fan with a backhand. Clank, clank, clank. In a blink of an eye, the two people exchanged several dozen blows. Whose? H. Plus Lu Exan's figure appeared once more. He stared at the sword in his hand, his expression ugly to the extreme. His sword was a middle-grade, true G, D mystic treasure. Currently on the sword body, numerous fine chips actually appeared on it. Empyrean spirit treasure. You actually have an Empyrean spirit treasure. Lu Exan gritted his teeth, expression ugly to the extreme. Even though Baitong was unable to unleash the full power of the fan, Lu Exan was incomparably certain that this fan was absolutely an Empyrean spirit treasure. A fourth firmament true G. D actually owned an Empyrean spirit treasure? Furthermore, just those few exchanges earlier, Lu Exan was already totally certain that the law comprehension of this person in front of him was unfathomable. He was not a match at all. Lu Exan was also a fearsome existence in the Death Soul Gate. There were even quite a few fourth firmament true G. DS who died at his hands. But now he was actually powerless to do anything to a fourth firmament true G. D. This person in front of him was powerful to the point there were no C, H, I, and KS in his armor to exploit. Lu Xian suddenly discovered that this heavenly eagle imperial city's waters were simply too deep. Before he came, he felt that Lord Shadowwind made too big of a fuss over a minor issue. But now, he felt that Lord Shadowwind underestimated Yi Yuan too much. This kid was simply an enigmatic existence, creating a medicinal pill that even the Death Soul Gate was extremely moved by a perfect sixth transformation, golden body. There was even a fourth firmament true G, OD, who possessed an Empyrean spirit treasure following by his side. How was this an imperial city? This foundation was already sufficient to become an imperial capital. Who could have thought that in a tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city, there were actually such undiscovered talents who remained in concealment? Roar! Right at this time, a dragon roar shot to the sky. A horrifying energy undulation spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Lu Xian looked over, his pupils constricting, only to see that the current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vigor as if he was a roaring, enormous dragon. Those four people were holding out bitterly under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength and were already almost crumbling. Yi Yuan finally used the Universe Dragon Claw. Under the augmentation of the perfect sixth transformation, golden body, the power of this move strengthened more than several times. Each punch that Yi Yuan slammed out practically had the offensive power of a peak second firmament true G, OD. That horrifying strength was virtually punching through S, P, AC. Lu Xian's heart sunk to rock bottom. He knew that they kicked a metal plate this time. Chapter 1949. Indiscriminately Slaughtering the Innocent. Chapter 1949. Indiscriminately Slaughtering the Innocent. No way. Can't continue being stalemated like this. Otherwise, not one of us can leave. Lu Xian knew that under this current circumstance, they were unable to succeed at all, regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or this fourth firmament true G. Oh, D in front of him, neither one was a pushover. He had to escape, S the news back, and let Lord Shadowwind send even stronger powerhouses here. Thinking up to here, Lu Xian gritted his teeth, his mind stirring. The traceless spatial lock was released quietly. Whose? H. Plus Lu Xian's figure suddenly vanished, shuttling into the void. A fourth firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouses could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, going out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in a blink of an eye. When Baitong saw the situation, he only laughed coldly. Taking a step out, he also disappeared. Over that side, Yuan was extremely sensitive toward spatial law. The instant when the traceless spatial lock was dispelled, he detected it. Seeing Baitong chase after, Yuan said in a clear voice, "Keep him alive!" "Relax." In the void came Baitong's voice. Then there was no more sound. And inside the city, Lord Manor, came Su Mao, four people's cursing voices. "Lu Xian, you'll die a horrible death. Despicable villain who double-crossed. You definitely won't have a good end." Lu Xian ran without even giving a heads-up, undoubtedly made the four of them fall into a desperate situation. The moment S, P, A, C opened up, Yi Yuan's figure became even more unpredictable. Shuttling within the void, coupled with the power of the Universe Dragon Claw, his momentum was irresistible. Even with four people joining hands, they were also suppressed by Yi Yuan until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Bang! 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 Inside the city Lord Manor came intense exploding sounds, immediately alarming outside. Sensing the horrific undulations coming from inside, Ning Tianping's complexion turned white. He finally knew what was amiss. Yi Yuan making him go out was actually in order to protect him. True G. Oh, D-level battles were not what he could take part in at all. The four people fought incomparably fiercely, fighting all the way from the city, Lord Manor, to high up in the sky. Yi Yuan was akin to A.G.O., D of War, still Briming with imposing vigor under the encirclement of the four great powerhouses. This scene naturally landed in the eyes of the martial artists in the city, all incredibly shocked. Is my eyesight failing? Those are 4-second firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan can actually fight 1-on-4? Lord Yi Yuan seems to have reached the 6th transformation golden body. But would the 6th transformation golden body be so strong? 6th transformation golden body is just slightly stronger than same rank martial artists. But to say powerful until this kind of extent, it's clearly impossible. I heard those body cultivators have a type of superlative golden body called the perfect golden body. This is the ultimate state of body cultivating martial artists. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan, he reached the perfect golden body? The martial artists in the city were all speculating. Someone guessed the perfect golden body very quickly, causing each and every one of them being extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation clearly did not reach the true D realm yet. Then there was only this explanation. The perfect 6th transformation golden body, this legendary realm. Lord Yi Yuan actually successfully cultivated it. Everyone looked at that flawless figure, all idolizing immensely. Except, just what was the deal with these true D powerhouses of unknown origins? Over there, in the midst of fierce fighting, Su Mao's eyes swiveled, suddenly calling out in a clear voice, "Stop attacking him! We'll split up in sacre the civilians in the city. We'll see if he can kill the 4 of us at the same time or not." When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression immediately changed drastically. What he was most worried about was these people making a move on the common people in the city. He did not expect that they really did not have a bottom line, using unscrupulous means in order to achieve their goal. When the other 3 people heard that, their eyes could not help lighting up. They were all beaten silly by Yi Yuan, all just thinking about how to run. It was this Su Mao's brain that was agile to actually think of using this kind of method to coerce Yi Yuan. Swoosh, 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 swaz. Plus the 4 people did not hesitate in the slightest, flying out in 4 different directions. Although Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial law, he also could not possibly attend to 4 different directions at the same time. In his rage, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out. Far away, one of the sins was directly brought down by Yi Yuan. It was just that, even though his figure tottered and he was seriously injured, he still did not die. A 2nd firmament true D martial artist was seriously too strong. With his current strength, he was utterly devastated 1-on-1. But to talk about killing in a single blow, it was clearly not too likely. In the time it took for this one punch, the other 3 people already pulled apart distance from Yi Yuan. They did not plan on all evading in the first place. It just depended on whose luck was good. Yi Yuan injured 1 person, but he was unable to injure the other 3 people at the same time. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, I want to see how much time you can use to kill all 4 of us. Do it. Su Mao laughed crazily as he said, "Swoosh, swoosh, swaz. Plus 3 incomparably swift and fierce sword lights tore across the sky, flying straight for the downtown area. Yi Yuan's face changed greatly, exhibiting spatial plus FT without the slightest hesitation. Bang! A sword light landed on Yi Yuan, immediately slamming Yi Yuan onto the streets. But the other 2 streaks of sword light, Yi Yuan was powerless to salvage the situation. Bang, bang. Hundreds and thousands of martial artists turned to ashes under these 2 streaks of sword light. 2nd firmament true D powerhouses to ordinary martial artists. Those were D-like existences. In imperial cities, most were some divine lord realm and origin deity realm martial artists. How could they block this kind of terrifying attack? Places that the sword light's said through, it became an abyss of suffering. Ha ha ha. Feels great. Sumao burst out laughing. Another ASSA. Sin also burst out laughing as he said, "If I knew that this brat was this silly long ago, wouldn't he have submitted obediently once we randomly captured a few people? Why is there still a need to go through so much trouble?" In a heap of rubble, Yi Yuan shot up to the sky, gaze turned bloodshot from anger. Both eyes were already blood-red. This attack did not cause any damage to him, but how could the civilians in the city block such a terrifying attack? Again! Sumao laughed loudly, unleash. Plussing his sword once more decisively. Stop! Yi Yuan roared, teleporting once more, and was slammed down once again without the least bit of surprise. However, at the other two places, there were many martial artists who were killed again. There was no time to even escape. Inside the city was already a chaotic mess. Places that the sword light's said through were already heaps of ruins. Stop! I'll go with you. Yi Yuan roared angrily. Sumao did a hand gesture, indicating for the other two to stop for now. Yi Yuan flew up once more and came toward Sumao. Sumao was long beaten by Yi Yuan until he was terrified. Seeing that Yi Yuan had an aggressive posture, he fell back repeatedly and cried out in alarm, "Stop!" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only stop, but his pair of eyes were full of iciness. When Sumao saw that Yi Yuan indeed stopped, he could not help becoming pleased with himself again, and said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, Master Yi, your strength is formidable, so don't get so close to me. I'm scared." Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you guys. Don't attack innocent people anymore." Sumao had a smug look as he said, "If you were so obedient long ago, wouldn't they not have needed to die? Ha ha. But we don't trust you, you're too powerful. Once you go back on your word, we won't be able to do anything to you." Yi Yuan said coldly, "I can seal my vital energy and blood and seal up my divine sea. But you all have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not go back on your promise afterward and attack the civilians in the city." When Sumao heard that, the smug look on his face became more apparent. Chapter 1950, Golden Needle, Stabbing Acupoint. Chapter 1950, Golden Needle, Stabbing Acupoint. Your Excellency! Seeing Yi Yuan being brought away helplessly, the civilians in the city were all weeping. Quite a few people even directly knelt down, kowtowing in the direction Yi Yuan left. They understood that Yi Yuan was brought away by these people in order to protect them. Body-cultivating martial artists sealing their vital energy and blood was like sealing the divine sea, unable to display fleshy body power anymore. Yi Yuan doing so was undoubtedly binding both hands himself, becoming fish on a chopping board, being at people's mercy. Bai Qin, Ning Tianping, Lung Qiuling, and the rest shot up one by one, wanting to stop them from leaving. "Let go of Master." "Your Excellency, I won't let them bring you away." When Sumao saw this scene, his face revealed a cruel smile. "Halt!" Suddenly Yi Yuan shouted. Bai Qin and the rest all stopped their footsteps involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at them with an outraged look. Bai Qin they all had yet to see before this kind of enraged expression on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said in a deep voice, "I'll go back for me. Whoever takes another step forward, don't say that you know me, Yi Yuan, any longer in the future." Everyone's faces changed and, sure enough, did not dare to move anymore. Sumao grinned and said, "What a touching scene. But willingly be tied up for a bunch of ants. I have got to admit, you're simply ridiculously foolish." Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not get angry because of Sumao's mockery. He just said, "Coolly, let's go." Just like this, Yi Yuan was brought away under everyone's watchful gazes. Sigh, being able to meet this kind of lord, we really have the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. If it were other cities, even if we were completely wiped out, it would also be impossible for the city lord to furrow his brows at all, right? His Excellency was brought away. What should Heavenly Eagle do from now on? No matter what, I'll treat Heavenly Eagle as my home in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, saving people by sacrificing his own life, made countless martial artists in the city incredibly touched. The world of martial artists was lonely and also selfish. However, it was precisely in this selfish world that Yi Yuan's selflessness could move people even more. Even though they had just experienced a tribulation, at this moment, these people felt a feeling called home toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the city, Lord Manor, Bai Qin, and the rest bit their lips and gnawed their teeth with bewildered and stumped faces. They did not know which faction these true D powerhouses came from, but a faction capable of sending out so many true D realm powerhouses was absolutely not an ordinary faction. Really D-A-M and it. D-A-M and it. It's all us who are too weak. Bai Chun said with tears running down his face. The others were silent. Even Bai Chun, this true D-realm powerhouse, was powerless to do anything. So what use could these celestial deity realm martial artists, be of? They already did their utmost to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, but the gap between them and Yi Yuan became bigger and bigger. Finally, it could only be up to Yi Yuan to come and protect them. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a flying figure entered the city, Lord Manor. Thud! Bai Tong casually throwing a figure onto the ground. Who could it be if not Liu Exan? The current Liu Exan had his divine sealed, lying limp on the ground like a dead dog. The moment Bai Tong came in, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? Where's Yi Yuan?" No one answered him. The atmosphere within the entire hall was plussing until it made people asphyxiated. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Bai Chun exploded, abruptly thrusting a spear towards Liu Exan's heart. Bai Tong frowned, sleeves flicking grandly, directly sending Bai Chen's spear flying. "Yi Yuan said it before. He wants him alive," Bai Tong said coolly. Bai Chen suddenly turned around and roared at Bai Tong. Master was already captured by them. What's the use of keeping him alive? When Bai Tong heard this, his two eyes narrowed slightly and asked, "With Yi Yuan's strength, how can those small fries capture him?" Among the few people, Lung Chilling was still considered calm. She briefly recounted the events previously, making Bai Tong stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually do such a thing. Musing for a moment, Bai Tong said, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine. You guys lock him up, I'll go to Yi Yuan's aid." Everyone trembled all over when they heard it. Ning Tianping hurriedly asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Bai Tong said, coolly, "You guys are also looking down on Yi Yuan too much. If a few random cats and dogs can capture him away too, he also wouldn't possibly cause such a big spectacle. Relax, I'll be right back." Finished talking, Bai Tong's figure moved, vanished. Plussing on the spot. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces involuntarily revealing a look of wild elation. The four great true D realm powerhouses brought Yi Yuan away, traveling 10,000 miles in a single breath, and already flew knows how far. Su Mao, this time, if not for you, we'd definitely be completely annihilated. An Sinbiu teared him up. Su Mao's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Now's not the time to be happy yet. Don't you guys forget Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still has a fourth firmament true D." The other three people's faces changed. The smugness from before immediately swept away cleanly. They were indeed somewhat dizzy with success just now. Among the four people, Su Mao was the leader. Then we'd better hurry up and escape. As long as we escape to Golden Wing Imperial Capital, our mission will also be considered as completed. Su Mao nodded and said, "Lord Shadowwind already notified the Golden Wing branch. They have already sent people to coordinate at the borders. As long as we reach the borders, it will be considered thoroughly safe. But you guys don't have to be too worried either. We have this kid in our hands. Even if that person really chases after us, out of fear of implicating him, he won't dare to do anything to us either. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure paused, coming to a stop. Su Mao's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't get any lousy ideas. Although upstairs made us not harm your life, if you really push us, it's hard to say." Yi Yuan looked at him, his gaze icy cold as he said, "This place should be far enough from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, right?" "Amen? What do you mean?" Su Mao and the rest were startled inwardly, their gazes revealing a vigilant look. Suddenly a golden needle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand since D knows when. Before everyone came back to their senses, he suddenly stabbed toward his own body with a ghostly speed. The final needle was directly stabbed onto his Baihui acupoint. This scene happened too quickly. Su Mao and the rest completely did not have time to stop it, all turning pale with fright. "Arg!" Yi Yuan gave a long cry, his aura suddenly erupting. Bang! All of a sudden, powerful vital energy erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The horrifying pressure made the 4 great second firmament true Ji. Oh! DS suddenly changed countenance. Su Mao looked at this scene in incredible shock as he said in a panic, How is this possible? I clearly sealed your vital energy and blood, personally, and watched your vital energy completely fade. How did you do it?" Sealing vital energy. This was a very safe method. Even if you had immensely formidable abilities, you could forget about breaking free too. Otherwise, with Su Mao's cunningness, how could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring Yi Yuan out just like this? But now, Yi Yuan actually broke free of the vital energy and blood seal. Looking at Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, it was even several times stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at Su Mao coldly and said in a deep voice, golden needle stabbing the acupoint, reversing vital energy and blood, life and death gateway, sudden enlightenment, sup 1/sup. Chapter 1951, All Called Back. Chapter 1951, All Called Back Puark. The moment Yi Yuan's voice faded, he immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist. The qi and blood flow of the human body naturally had their rules. Stabbing the acupoints with a golden needle, causing the vital energy and blood to flow in reverse, was equivalent to forcefully reversing the directional flow of the qi and blood within the body. The burden it caused on the body was virtually unimaginable. During the period where one's qi and blood flowed in reverse, it could give the person who used the needle a short-term boost in strength. Then afterward, what awaited would be death from deficiency of vital energy and blood. Yi Yuan using this kind of means was equivalent to using a method that killed 3,000 of the enemy at the cost of losing 3,000 of his own. The consequences too disastrous to imagine. Su Mao looked at Yi Yuan, his expression extremely ugly as he said, You lunatic, you don't want your life anymore?" Wei smiled coldly and said, "Relax, it won't take my life. A perfect 6th transformation golden body is even stronger than you imagine. Now, you guys can start running away. But you have to be faster than me." Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and arrived in front of that injured Sin with a teleport. One exchange struck him flying. Following that, Yi Yuan pointed his finger and directly crippled his divine C. Completely ignoring the other party's misery, Yi Yuan directly carried him in his hand like holding a chicken and chased after another person. The current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vital energy, much stronger than before. At that time in the city, these people were already not Yi Yuan's match, let alone now. Fresh blood stained his clothes red with a blood-stained style. Su Mao's expression became extremely ugly. How could he still dare to remain? With his figure moving, he disappeared from where he was. The other 2 people were the same as him. It was just that they fled separately. They only hoped that Yi Yuan would not chase after them. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, striding out, and caught up to one of the ASS's sins in virtually an instant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches in a row, each punch heavier than the last. That ASS's sin only blocked for a moment. Then his chest had a large hole slammed into it. Then he similarly had his divine C wasted by Yi Yuan and carried in his hand. These few people's actions had long already made Yi Yuan go completely berserk. The current Yi Yuan was attacking in rage. How would he still show any leniency? The movements of true D powerhouses were exceedingly fast in the end, shuttling through the void, 10,000 miles in an instant. In this short while, the other 2 people already disappeared without a trace. But Yi Yuan had long left divine sense imprints on them. As long as they did not escape out of a certain radius, Yi Yuan could track them down. When Yi Yuan was at the 6th firmament celestial deity realm, the 4th firmament true Ji, Di Wenfeng and the rest already could not match up to him in terms of speed. Now, Yi Yuan already reached the peak 9th firmament celestial deity realm. The speed of his spatial HI plus FT was even several times faster, catching up to 2-second firmament true G. DS was naturally nothing difficult. The reason why he chose to make a move here was that the topography of this place was ASPA, Sias Open S, PAC. Yi Yuan could display spatial HI plus FT without restraint. Yi Yuan took out a rope and strung the 2 sins up like dead dogs, dragging them behind him. Following which, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot once more. After several dozen breaths, Yi Yuan caught up to another person again and crippled him, tying him up with the other 2 people onto the same rope. Now, there was only Su Mao alone left. The current Su Mao was akin to a dog who lost its home, desperately running. He urged his divine essence to the limits, praying crazily in his heart for Yi Yuan to not come to find him first. Time slowly trickled by. Sure enough, as he had hoped for, Yi Yuan did not chase after. Su Mao let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart, but he still did not dare to ease up in the slightest. I can definitely escape. He used a reverse flow art and can't sustain it for too long. As long as I can hold on until his vital energy is exhausted, I'll be able to escape. Su Mao was yelling frantically in his heart. How could the current Su Mao still dare to think about dealing a counterattack after Yi Yuan's vital energy was exhausted? He only wanted to escape. At this very moment, he only hoped that the other 2 people could slightly delay for a bit more time. It was just that the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Roar! Suddenly, in the void ahead, a dragon roar came from head-on. Su Mao's face changed drastically, hurriedly responding. But this universe dragon claw move came too suddenly. Furthermore, the power was immense. Bang! Intense energy undulations came from the air. Su Mao's figure flew out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked toward Su Mao with a cold face and said calmly, "You deserve death." Su Mao had a look of despair on his face. Directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan, he wept. I was wrong. I beg you, let me off." "Let you off? Then who will let the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City martial artists who died unjustly off? You rest assured I won't kill you right now. I'll use your dog head to hold a memorial ceremony for the deceased souls that died in Heavenly Eagle." As he said, Yi Yuan extended a claw out once more. Bang! Su Mao was directly slammed underground. Yi Yuan directly crippled his divine C with a flash. Following that, a cold light flashed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Plus, it was only to hear a series of miserable screams like a pig getting slaughtered transmit over. Su Mao for people's hand and leg tendons were already severed. They had their divine seas wasted and their hand and leg tendons severed. Now they were equivalent to cripples, unable to even stand up. Finished with these, Yi Yuan spat out a long, turbid breath and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to move anymore. No idea how long had Pa-S said either a figure walked out of the void. Bai Tong looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan and took a look at Su Mao, who was still wailing on the ground. Heaving a sigh, he said, "What a chivalrous kid! I can't be compared to you." Finished saying, Bai Tong carried Yi Yuan on his back, carrying Su Mao, 4 people with one hand, and disappearing into the void again. At 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, inside the hidden chamber of the small inn, Shadowin's brows knitted tightly together. He looked at the communication talisman in his hand and muttered to himself, "What a terrific Yi Yuan!" Making a trip to L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, he actually brought back quite a number of true D realm powerhouses. I really didn't expect that a puny little heavenly eagle imperial city actually has people of such extraordinary talents lying and hiding. Looks like I have to personally make this trip. This half a year, Liu Xian had always been keeping in contact with Shadowwind. Just earlier, he received Liu Xian's transmission, saying that Yi Yuan brought back quite a few true D realm martial artists from LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. Now, the entire City Lord Manor was surrounded by true D realm powerhouses. Just based on the few of them, it was very hard to charge in and capture Yi Yuan. Because of this, Shadowwind also felt that it was very troublesome. A 6th Firmament True D 3/5 Firmament True DS looks like. Our 9 Pledge branch need to attack in full force this time. Done talking, Shadowwind kneaded seals with both hands. Streams of black threads traveled into the void. Half a month later, one black shadow after another dashed into this underground hidden chamber. These were all the 9 Pledge branches Elite sins. Normally, they lurked in some imperial capitals and great imperial capitals. It was rare to call all of them back. But this time, for the sake of capturing Yi Yuan, Shadowwind actually summoned all of them back. Among these people, the weakest one was a 4th Firmament True D powerhouse. The powerful ones even reached the 7th Firmament True D realm. And the 9 Pledge branches branch head, Shadowwind, was an 8th Firmament True D super powerhouse to begin with. This lineup was more than sufficient to eliminate an imperial capital too. Chapter 1952. Round up in one fell swoop. Chapter 1952. Round up in one fell swoop. Your Excellency, what did you call us back for? Yeah, there's so many gathered in the 9 Pledge branch. This is an unprecedented thing. Everyone clamored to get a word in, clearly very perplexed by Shadowwind's actions. Although the 9 Pledge branch looked like an inconspicuous place, this branch's strength was sufficient to sweep across a high-order imperial capital. Normally, these people were scattered all over the place. Gathering all of them in one go, everyone was clearly all very curious. Shadowwind waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet before slowly saying, "Summoning you all here, there's naturally an important thing to do." Shadowwind gave an introduction to Heavenly Eagle's situation. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A tiny little imperial city actually has such powerful strength. Is it real or fake? That's merely a puny little celestial deity realm brat. The myriad treasure tower would send so many peoples to come and protect him? What the hell do you know? Yi Yuan is currently the myriad treasure tower's money tree. Sending more people to protect him is also very normal. This tiny little underground secret room was currently plotting how to deal with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City, Lord Manor, Yuan Feng was currently responding to this somber middle-aged man in front of him cautiously. The middle-aged man was called Duan Yi, the Tower Master of 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, myriad treasure tower, a 9th firmament, true D super powerhouse. This Lord Duan E. Just what underhanded activities are there inside that small inn? Yu Wenfeng asked. He could not hold back his curiosity. Duan E. sat up straight, lightly drinking fragrant tea, a look of reminiscing the aftertaste on his face. City Lord Yu being able to endure until now before asking. Somewhat exceeded my expectations. Not that this Duan isn't telling you, but that I'm afraid of scaring you. Do you really want to know? Duan E said with a light smile. Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He had long expected that tiny little inn in the city was not ordinary. To be able to make a mighty 9th firmament true D powerhouse personally garrison the city Lord Manor. How could this matter be simple? Moreover, there were even no less than 20 late-stage true D realm powerhouses staying in the city Lord Manor currently. This kind of horrifying lineup made Yu Wenfeng unable to have a good sleep these few days. He was incomparably shocked in his heart, because while these were many true D realm powerhouses, they did not belong to the same faction. Such as this Duan E was the Tower Master of 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, myriad treasure tower that had jurisdiction over 9 pledge imperial capital, while the other few people, some came from great imperial capitals, some came from some high-order imperial capitals. There were even a few who were powerhouses that came from other heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. It was just that, who could make these people gather here? An Empyrean? Empyrean powerhouses could not possibly mobilize the true D powerhouses of so many places either. Just whose face was it that was so big? Yu Wenfeng was full of curiosity. It stifled him badly these few days. These people quietly sneaked into the City Lord Manor and did not alarm anyone. Right now, inside the City Lord Manor, only he alone knew these people's background. Looking at Duan E, Yu Wenfeng nodded his head firmly and said, Lord Duan, please clarify. Duan E drank another mouthful of tea and said with a smile, Actually, that small inn is a branch of the Death Soul Gate. If my conjectures are right, there are probably no fewer than 10 middle stage and above true D realm powerhouses in that inn right now. SMAs. H. Plus Yu Wenfeng shuddered. The teacup in his hand immediately fell to the ground. His complexion instantly became deathly pale, 2 feet quaking nonstop. The Death Soul Gate, that was a name that everyone trembled with fear upon hearing. And this terrifying force actually had such a powerful branch under his rule. How many years had they existed? Also, how many people and how many factions had they eliminated under his hands? Yu Wenfeng's mind was in chaos, full of lingering fear. But Lord Duan, your myriad treasure tower also won't be willing to oppose the Death Soul Gate, right? Yu Wenfeng said, rather uncertainly. Duan E smiled and said, Our myriad treasure tower does business. As long as there's sufficient profit, it's naturally worth us taking action. Moreover, this faction that has a notorious reputation, so everyone has a duty to punish them. Yu Wenfeng was shocked in his heart, becoming even more curious about this person controlling it at the back. Right at this time, a figure quietly appeared in the great hall. The arrival bowed in salute toward Duan E and said, Lord Duan, the Death Soul Gate has set off. Yu Wenfeng's entire body trembled, suddenly realizing that a large-scale true D realm great battle was about to begin right away. Duan E took his time to drink a mouthful of tea, slowly got up and said, Call them all up. This Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch has brought disaster for many years and should also be exterminated. The Death Soul Gate's people, the group of people went out of the city and tore off the disguises on their bodies. Shadowwind instructed, be more low profile along the way. Don't startle the GRAS and alert the enemy. When we reach Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, we'll lay low and enter first. Let's wait for the right moment to take action, understood? Yes, Lord Shadowwind. Everyone received the orders, all tearing across the air. It was just that they did not know that their every action and movement was being surveyed. And ahead, what awaited them was a heaven-shocking ambush. The party was currently in the midst of swift travel when suddenly several dozen horrifying energy undulations said through the void and smashed onto them. Rumble. Above the sky a siv loud bang echoed. The weak ones were actually directly blown to death by the berserk energy. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Everyone practically did not react in time. High above the sky, miserable screams linked up together. Shadowwind's expression instantly became extremely ugly. They fell into an abyss. Plus, how was this possible? It had always been their death's soul gate who ambushed people. When had they been ambushed by others before? Who is it come out for this, Lord? Injuring people by underhanded means. What kind of hero are you considered? Shadowwind roared angrily. Swaz. Plus swaz. Plus swaz. Plus, with this roar of his, more than 2 figures surrounded from all directions, encircling this party tightly in the center. When Shadowwind and the rest saw such a lineup, their faces immediately became ashen pale. More than 20 late-stage true D-realm powerhouses, this kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. A middle-aged person among them was even a horrifying 9th firmament true D existence. Dealing with a bunch of people who perpetuates every conceivable crime and are unpardonably evil. Injuring via underhanded means is also considered heroic, right? Shadowwind's expression flickered incessantly and said to Duan, with clasped hands, "This brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a bunch of people who are hurrying along the way. I wonder what's the reason for you all to lie in ambush here." Duan, looked at Shadowwind and said with a slight smile, "Shadowwind, as Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branches head, I don't believe that you don't recognize this Tower Lord." Shadowwind's heart sunk, secretly wondering to himself how were they exposed? He naturally knew the dignified 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, myriad treasure towers Tower Lord. A powerful 9th firmament true D realm existence. As Death Soul Gate's branch head, how could he possibly not know? Seeing Shadowwind not speak, Duan said coolly, "Are you very curious why your ties would be exposed? Who, let you meet someone. You'll naturally understand." As he said, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Shadowwind looked toward the arrival. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan!" Chapter 1953. Group Annihilated. Chapter 1953. Group Annihilated. This shock was by no means insignificant. Could it be that these 20 over true D-realm powerhouses were all summoned over by Yi Yuan? How could this sort of thing be possible? Even if Yi Yuan could refine the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, it was still not possible to have such great rallying power, right? Forget that Yi Yuan was just a puny little celestial deity realm. Even an Empyrean powerhouse also could not possibly rally true D-realm powerhouses belonging to so many different factions at the same time. Lord Shadowwind, although it's our first time meeting, thinking about it, you shouldn't be very unfamiliar with me, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said coolly. Shadowwind's expression changed several times and said in a solemn voice, How did you do it?" He was indeed incomparably stunned in his heart currently. There were far too many doubts. Firstly, their Death Soul Gates sins all carried highly toxic medicinal pills. Once the mission failed, they would commit suicide. But the black lotuses in his secret chamber did not dissipate. It showed that those 5 people did not die. Actually, even if these people did not die, how could they possibly send him this intel to mislead him? It was completely impossible for their Death Soul Gates people to be controlled by people. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your Death Soul Gate's poison pills are merely thus. Encountering me, even if they want to die, they also can't die. As for why these seniors are willing to come to help me, it's because I still have another ident. One Tai. I am the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder." Shadowwind's pupils constricted, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's ill. Trias fame, he naturally knew about it. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. What kind of concept was that? That was to say that those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, who were ridiculously old, all had to bow their heads in submission to Yi Yuan. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, each person's ident. One, Tai was far more exalted than even Duan Yi, this kind of myriad treasure tower's tower master. Hence, how exalted was Yi Yuan's ident? One Tai? It was just that Yi Yuan still had not broken through to true Ji, D realm, currently. So how in the world did he do it? His alchemy Dao talent was actually so horrifying. Although the Death Soul Gate was well informed, Yi Yuan and Empyrean flutter-feather battling in alchemy. This sort of inside news, they naturally did not know about it. Shadowwind discovered that the Death Soul Gate's action this time was simply CREWING him over. Or should he say, the Death Soul Gate underestimated this Yi Yuan too much. The Death Soul Gate took fancy on Yi Yuan being able to refine the soul, driving Dao fusion pill. That was why they wanted to abduct him away. But how could Yi Yuan's value be just a mere soul driving Dao fusion pill? Shadowwind raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh as he said, "A mistake. A grave mistake." Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, staring at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dared to destroy my Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch? Haven't you considered the consequences?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Of course I've considered it. But even if I let you leave, will your Death Soul Gate let me go? Furthermore, as long as the 9-pledge branch evaporates into thin air, I don't believe that your Death Soul Gate really dares to send people to come and touch me again." Shadowwind laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Evaporate into thin air? Ha! Do you really think that just based on these people, you can keep all of us behind?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and smiled. He took out a tiny tile. All of a sudden, the surrounding SPAC all solidified. Death Soul Gate's people revealed a greatly astonished look as they cried out in surprise, "Traceless spatial lock! Hoo-hoo, looks like this thing is still pretty useful. With this, you all have nowhere to run anymore, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shadowwind's face was ashen. He finally knew what was called getting caught in one's own trap. The true mystic treasure that he used to deal with Yi Yuan was actually being used to deal with him now. As an 8th firmament true mighty powerhouse. Even if he could not beat Duan Yi, escaping under the chaotic battle was still not an issue. But now SPAC was directly locked down. How could he still run? Tower Master Duan, seniors, the remaining things will be left to you guys. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly and withdrew out of the battle circle. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, "Rest assured not one can escape. Leave this Shadowwind to me. The rest will have to trouble everybody." Everyone answered, "Tower Master Duan, rest assured." Finished talking. Duan Yi's world domain released, immediately giving the other party a tremendous sense of pressure. Shadowwind was akin to facing a great enemy. He was only an 8th firmament true OD. It was still a little too forceful to match up against the 9th firmament true Duan Yi. Two great pinnacle experts fighting together. The others also each displayed their means, encircling the suppressing the Death Soul Gate's people. Death Soul Gate's people were already ambushed earlier, their casualties heavy. Now, facing so many true D-realm powerhouses. How could they still hold out? Although the Death Soul Gate also had quite a number of powerhouses, the powerhouses on Yi Yuan's side were even more than theirs. Yi Yuan had long learned of the Death Soul Gate branch's strength from Liu Exan there. The powerhouses that he found were naturally not mediocre. The current battle situation was basically 2-on-1, or even a situation of 3 versus 1. Very soon, those Death Soul Gates, powerhouses, perished one after another. Shadow in strength was indeed formidable. By relying on unpredictable and ever-changing means, he could actually persist bitterly under Duan Yi's hands. But it was also merely persisting bitterly. The 9th firmament True Ji, D powerhouses already stood at the peak of True Ji, D realm, and were far from what 8th firmament True Ji, DS could compare to. Shadow Wind being defeated was also just a matter of time. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, a hint of delight flash. Plussing across in his heart. He learned from Liu Exan there that this Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch could be said to have committed countless crimes and misdeeds. This branch had already existed for several tens of thousands of years. In this period, the powerhouses that died under their hands could be counted in hundreds of thousands. There were even a few times where they destroyed all celestial deity realm and above powerhouses in an imperial capital overnight. The innocent civilians who died under their hands were even too many to enumerate. This kind of underground force was simply utterly devoid of conscience. In the past, Yi Yuan still did not understand the Death Soul Gate very well, but now they provoked him, so they would have to suffer his wrath. Hence, he set up a huge scheme, finding more than 20 True G, D realm powerhouses, catching this branch in one fell swoop. Very soon the dust settled. Someone as powerful as Shadow Wind also turned to ashes in the end under the suppression of Duan Yi's powerful means. Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch was utterly destroyed henceforth. As for some celestial deity level ASA, since Yi Yuan already made the arrangements, not one could escape. Duan Yi's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan. He then said with a smile, "Elder, we were fortunate to not have failed the mission. This Shadow Wind is also indeed hard to handle. If an 8th firmament True G, D came, they might really not be a match." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the trouble, Tower Master. Also, to all the seniors, today's favor, this Yi has noted it down. In the future, when this Yi breaks through to True G, D realm, there will definitely be generous repayment." The moment everyone heard, their eyes lit up. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a 5-star alchemy G, OD. He was not much of a help to them. But once Yi Yuan broke through to the True G, D realm, that was completely different. A divine grade, rank 6 divine pill that Yi Yuan casually refined would be immensely helpful to them. Chapter 1954, Wariness. Chapter 1954. Wariness the people present all had deep connections with Yi Yuan. All these years in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan's name had long spread far and wide. Many major forces far and near all came to find Yi Yuan to refine medicinal pills in the past. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan became acquainted with quite a few True G, D realm powerhouses. After all, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who could request Yi Yuan personally to refine pills were already not many. And this time, Yi Yuan found some reliable True G-O-D realm powerhouses and borrowed the power of the Myriad Treasure Tower, utterly removing the ticking time bomb that was buried around him in one stroke. This was what was powerful about alchemists. The alchemists themselves might not be strong, but they would have many powerful friends. Once someone provoked them, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. This ident. 1. Tai did not just represent the Myriad Treasure Tower, but the embodiment of his strength. Being about to overpower a group of old monsters and become the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. no one would doubt Yi Yuan's strength. Duan Yi smiled and said, Elder Yi is too courteous. I investigated it just now. This shadow wind has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Eliminating him, we also benefited a lot. 9 pledge branch plundered quite a lot of natural treasures these few years. The vast majority of them were all on these true D realm powerhouses, completely annihilating them this time. These true D realms could naturally obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan had long promised them that these things, he would not take a single cent, all of them being given to these true D powerhouses. This is what everyone deserves. This Yi knows that by attacking the Death Soul Gate, everyone also bore significant pressure. So this time, this Yi also strove to do things cleanly. After today, hope that everybody stays tight-lipped. Just take it as nothing happened. As for the aftermath of this incident, this Yi will bear the responsibility alone. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Everyone had slightly somber expressions, all secretly sighing that Yi Yuan was loyal enough. Concerning the Death Soul Gate's might, they were too clear. The reason why they dared to take action against the Death Soul Gate was primarily still because Yi Yuan's plan was flawless. The Death Soul Gate would not know that they crushed one of their branches. If it was really known that they did it, no matter how many lives they had, it also would not be enough for the Death Soul Gate to take vengeance on. Directly exterminating such a powerful branch of the Death Soul Gate, the implications of this matter was huge. Death Soul Gate's actions afterward were hard to predict. Other people, they might not be able to investigate, but the first to bear the brunt would naturally be Yi Yuan. If the Death Soul Gate really struck a vicious blow against Yi Yuan, he would definitely find it hard to ward off. It was just that Yi Yuan took an unusual approach and caught the 9 pledge branch in one fell swoop. This would give the Death Soul Gate a tremendous shock and make them not dare to rash act against him. A branch being eradicated, this was something that had never happened before to the Death Soul Gate. Duan Yi cupped his fists toward Yi Yuan and said, Elder Ye's high morality, reaching the clouds, we've long heard of it. This Death Soul Gate's matter, we won't be hypocritical either. We're indeed scared of their vengeance. It's just that this way, Elder Yi and the Death Soul Gate's discord will be considered sowed. Better to be a little more careful in the future. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax, this Yi has a score in my heart. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, Now that it's settled, we'll each leave. In the future, if Elder Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct us. Done talking, everyone dispersed on their own. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan ordered Zuoshuja to execute the 5 Death Soul Gate sins in public to hold a memorial ceremony for the civilians who died in vain. Toward this, the civilians naturally clapped their hands in joy. In the city, there were cheers everywhere. People's support for Yi Yuan even reached its peak. The news of the 9 pledge branch being destroyed reached the Death Soul Gate very quickly. Inside a certain great imperial capital's city, Lord Manor, a man in black knelt down in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing. This middle-aged man had a deep and imposing aura. It was even more unfathomable than true D realm powerhouses. This person was shockingly an Empyrean realm powerhouse. No one would have expected that this city lord was actually a member of the Death Soul Gate. The black-clothed man was filled with righteous indignation as he said, Lord Bloodrain, the 9 pledge branch's strength ranks near the top among the various major branches. A branch being destroyed is unprecedented humiliation to our Death Soul Gate. We must eliminate this Yi Yuan. The 9 pledge branch was the territory that he was in charge of. The 9 pledge branch, being silently destroyed, made him extremely alarmed and furious. They were alarmed, questioning what kind of power would actually destroy the 9 pledge branch without a sound. Fury was that this matter was a huge provocation to their Death Soul Gate. That middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, but his expression appeared very calm, and he just said, "Coolly, this matter ends here." The black-clothed person trembled all over, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, dropping it just like this?" The 9 pledge branch had more than 10 true D-realm powerhouses. True D-realm powerhouses were backbone existences to any faction. The time and resources needed to groom a true D-realm powerhouse were simply unimaginable. Unless it was some heavenly Emperor Badamanda's peerless geniuses. Otherwise, wanting to reach true D this realm, it required at least several tens of thousands, even several hundreds of thousands of years. More than 10 true D-realm powerhouses added together. How great were the Death Soul Gate's losses? It was simply immeasurable. This black-clothed person wished to eat Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. But Lord Bloodrain said to drop the matter. Bloodrain said, "Coolly, this matter. I've already reported it to the higher-ups." They also said that this matter, it was indeed our intel that was wrong. The faction behind Yi Yuan might be powerful until we can imagine it. We can't provoke him. Otherwise, the implications are too great. The black-clothed person had a look of unwillingness as he said, "Forget about those initial stage true DS, but the 9 pledge branch had an 8th firmament true D, 2 7th firmament true DS, and 5 6th firmament true DS. Could it be that they died in vain? Our Death Soul Gate is a tall tree that catches the wind to begin with. The major forces eyeing us are not few. If people are gone, they can be groomed again. But once the implications get too big, it will shake the entire Death Soul Gate's foundation. Can you bear the responsibilities?" Bloodrain said in a solemn voice. The black-clothed person trembled all over and could not help falling silent. Bloodrain continued, "Being able to destroy a high-order branch without a sound. You think about it. How powerful the strength it requires. Before investigating the faction behind Yi Yuan, clearly, you're not to touch him. Understood? Wiping out a branch's den and eradicating the entire branch. The difficulty level of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. In the history of the Death Soul Gate, there had also been many times when branches were exposed and wiped out. It was just that the Death Soul Gate's means were extremely seasoned. Even if the den was annihilated, there were very few powerhouses that were exterminated. Even if they were exterminated, there was also just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But this time more than 10 true D powerhouses were all wiped out. Not even a single celestial deity realm ASSA escaped. A faction capable of a complete plussing this, one could not even find more than a few in the entire heaven-span world. Furthermore, this battle did not have any traces or inklings spread out. How Shadowwind they all died, no one knew about it. This kind of terrifying means even Bloodrain felt terrified thinking about it. Continue to find trouble with Yi Yuan? What difference was there from courting death? Chapter 1955 6 Veins Stellar Pill. Chapter 1955 6 Veins Stellar Pill. Inside the garden, an elderly man and a young man sat opposite facing each other, chatting away happily. Ha ha ha. Indeed, well deserving of being an emperor surmounting child. Not seeing you for a mere few hundred years. Didn't expect that you're already a member of my generation. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Hoo-hoo, it's just that there were some fortuitous encounters these few years. Rather, not seeing for a few centuries, Senior's elegance remains as before. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Are you making fun of this old man?" During the last time, this old man suffered a great loss of vitality. Through these few years of recuperation and rest, coupled with expending countless spirit medicines, I barely managed to recover some life. The young man smiled and said, "Therefore, aren't I here?" The old man shook his head and said smilingly, "Some vitality can be recovered in 1,000 years. so you don't need to make this trip. The young man said. Junior received Senior's great kindness. Coming here this time, it's in order to treat Senior's ailment once and for all. The old man could not help being shocked when he heard that and said in surprise, Could it be that you've already touched that threshold? The young man smiled slightly as he nodded. When the old man saw the situation, he was wildly ecstatic. These elderly men and youth were precisely Extreme Light Imperial City's profound secrets, Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao and Yi Yuan. After the Death Soul Gate storm, Yi Yuan laid down many contingency plans in Heavenly Eagle, but the Death Soul Gate did not have any stirrings. These days, Yi Yuan felt that he already reached the bottleneck and was going to break through to rank 6 very soon, so he thought of coming to find Jian Hongxiao. The 6th level cultivation method of Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan Cannon was going to be deduced completely very soon. Once it was deduced entirely, Yi Yuan would be able to step into the next major realm. Hence, after Yi Yuan made the arrangements for Heavenly Eagle's affairs, he hurried over to Extreme Light Imperial City. Seeing Jian Hongxiao again, Yi Yuan did not have that deep as an ocean feeling like last time anymore. The present Yi Yuan, his fleshy body already broke through to rank 6. His strength could even overpower 2nd Firmament True Ji. Oh yes, he could tell with one glance that Jian Hongxiao was at the True Ji, D realm before suffering Heavenly Dao's backlash. These words are also a little too overbearingly haughty, right? How many 9th Firmament celestial deities spend several tens of thousands of years when stuck before True Ji, D realm? Even if your talent is outstanding without several decades or several centuries, it's also hard to break through, right? Jian Qin said with disdain. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Jian Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Back then, when Yi Yuan arrived at Extreme Light Imperial City, he was merely an initial stage divine Lord Realm powerhouse. His master wasting his essence to divine for Yi Yuan, who was rather contemptuous in his heart, feeling that master's decision was not worth it at all. Jian Hongxiao's longevity suffered a great loss and already did not have much time to live. The lost essence was easy to make up for, but the lost longevity was hard to make up for again. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan only used a short few hundred years and already reached 9th Firmament True Ji, already caught up to him in terms of cultivation realm. Jian Qin felt another distinct emotion in his heart. Hearing this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Qin with a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Qiner, your visual prowess isn't there yet. Little friend Ye's splendor is converged within. Skin like congealed fat, sup 1/sup, his looks changing drastically. He already cultivated to the 6th transformation golden body. Hence, that's why Master called him a member of my generation. When Jian Qin heard that, his pupils constricted, but Jian Hongxiao's following words made him even more incredibly shocked. Jian Hongxiao looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, Furthermore, little friend Ye's situation is very alike the legendary perfect 6th transformation golden body. Wonder if this old man guessed correctly? Yi Yuan also had an astonished look from what Jian Hongxiao said and immediately smiled bitterly and said, Senior really has good eyesight. You hit it right on the mark. Jian Hongxiao had a smug look, stroked his beard, and smiled as he said, Hoo-hoo, this old man has been training this pair of eyes all my life. Although I can't deduce your destiny, some things can't be hidden. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that and said with cupped fists, Senior has arcane sight. Yi Yuan admires. Jian Chen was long shocked until he could not speak by the side. A perfect 6th transformation golden body that was a legendary existence among body-cultivating martial artists, its strength being extremely formidable. He did not expect that it actually appeared on Yi Yuan. What he never thought was that Yi Yuan actually stepped into rank 6 so quickly. having a perfect 6th transformation golden body. That was a genuine rank 6 powerhouse. He had been stuck at 9th firmament celestial deity for D knows how many years already, but he was unable to touch that bottleneck from start to finish. In contrast, his disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Humph. So what if it's perfect 6th transformation golden body? Putting aside that he hasn't broken through to the true D realm yet, even if he really broke through, how can he refine the 6-vein stellar pill within a short time? And how can Master's torment of backlash be dispelled? Jian Qin said with a cold snort. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he berated, "Insolence! Qiner, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Since Yi Yuan is already a member of my generation, how can it be your turn to be so insolent?" But Yi Yuan's brows raised up when he heard that and waved his hand and said, "Nothing serious. Brother Jian Qin is older than me in the first place. Furthermore, he's already worried about Senior's body. Moreover, he'll also be a member of our generation before long." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out a small medicinal bottle and said it to Jian Qin, saying with a smile, "Brother Jian Qin, this is the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill that this year refined. Please kindly accept it. This ye received Senior's great kindness and has nothing to it repay with. This medicinal pill, just take it as a bit of interest." With the myriad treasure tower as his backer, Yi Yuan naturally did not lack spirit medicines now. Refining another few Sun, Moon, Azure Sky pills was naturally not difficult. It was just that even so, the Sun, Moon, Azure Sky pills on Yi Yuan were not many either. After all, this level of spirit medicines the myriad treasure tower also could not possibly supply endlessly. As for Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan was very grateful in his heart. If not for him making strenuous efforts to deduce White Light's whereabouts, he would probably harbor a grievance all his life. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Qin was the disciple that Jian Hongxiao valued the most. This Jian Qin was clearly stuck at celestial deity realm for many years and had been unable to break through all along. That was why resentment was born in his heart. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would give him such a precious medicinal pill. When Jian Hongxiao master and disciple heard this, they immediately had blank faces. Jian Chen received the medicinal bottle somewhat woodenly and instinctively sunk a wisp of divine sense to examine, his entire person immediately turning into stone. Vast spirit, divine grade. Did I see wrongly? When Jian Chen spoke, even his tongue wasn't straight anymore. He sunk a wisp of divine grade to examine once more. The result obtained was still vast spirit, divine grade. A vast spirit divine pill he had never seen before in this life, let alone talk about a vast spirit, divine grade Sun, Moon, Azure Sky pill. At this very moment, his whole mind went blank, completely did not know what he was thinking about. He only knew that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Hearing Jian Chen's words, even if Jian Hongxiao was very knowledgeable and experienced, his mouth did not close for a long time. "A little friendy, this medicinal pill is too precious. Jian Chen can't accept it." When Jian Chen heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. His face was full of unwillingness to let go, but the small medicinal bottle in his hand was gripped even tighter. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Senior doesn't have to be like this. This Yi Yuan's eyes, 1,000, even 10,000 vast spirit divine pills are also not as important as a brother's life. Brother Jian Qin needs this right now, so let him accept it. Additionally, the 6-vein stellar pill that Brother Jian Qin mentioned just now, what medicinal pill is it?" Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Jian Hongxiao had long seen through that Yi Yuan would definitely repay his kindness. But he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was such a valuable gift. And this was merely a bit of interest from what Yi Yuan said. A vast spirit, divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. Its value was sufficient to match up to an imperial city. This was because a vast spirit, divine grade, sun, moon, azure sky, pill, could create a true D-realm powerhouse with near certainty. Did imperial cities have true D-realms? The significance of a true D-realm powerhouses, everyone in the entire heaven-span world knew about it. So how could Jian Hongxiao not know? This gift of Yi Yuan was too great. Jian Hongxiao sucked in a deep breath and said with a sigh, "What I gave you was a melon, but what you repaid with was a precious jade. Little friend Yi, this gift of yours is too heavy. Forget it. Since it's little friend, Yi has good intentions. Chen'er, you accept it." Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of wild elation. With this divine rank medicinal pill, his breakthrough to the true D-realm was right around the corner. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "In a daze for what? Why haven't you come over to show little friend Yi your respect?" Jian Qin startled awake and hurriedly came in front of Yi Yuan. Kneeling down with a thud, he said, "Jian Qin, thanks, brother Yi. This kindness will never be forgotten." Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Jian Qin up and said, smilingly, "Brother Jian Qin is regarding me too much as a stranger. Just a medicinal pill, it's nothing. Presumably, Brother Jian Qin is already too impatient to wait and wants to go in close seclusion. Hurry on then." Jian Qin had a look of embarrassment and shame. He was still mocking Yi Yuan in all manners just now. In the end, with a turn of a head, Yi Yuan gave such a big gift. He glanced at Jian Hongxiao rather timidly. Jian Hongxiao pulled a long face and said huffily, "Go on." Jian Qin was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly taking his leave. The two people sat down before Jian Hongxiao, slowly opened his mouth, and said, "My Jian family's members can be said to walk on the edge of a knife when divining the heavenly Tao. Backlash naturally can't be avoided as well. The ancestor's ability connects to the heavens and penetrates the earth. It is not what the likes of us can imagine. He had once found the medicine ancestor and created my Jian family's unique medicinal pills together with the medicine ancestor, which can stand up to the agony of backlash. The six-vein stellar pill is one of them." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. To members of the Jian family, suffering heavenly Tao's backlash was like eating common fare. What was different was just the degree of backlash. Treating the pain of backlash with medicinal pills, this was clearly a pretty good choice. But hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, Yi Yuan was also curious in his heart. What kind of figure was medicine ancestor? He already had half a foot stepped into ancestor realm, and he was a distinguished talent among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets could actually entice him to take action and develop such a series of medicinal pills for the Jian family. This face was not an ordinary kind of big, but that level of character was still too far away from the current Yi Yuan. Since there's the six-vein stellar pill, then why was Senior banished to this extreme light imperial city? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jian Hongxiao let out a sigh and said, "Little friend, Yi doesn't know this, but this stellar pill is the hardest type to refine among all the medicinal pills. It is comparable to level 9 medicinal pills. The extreme luck, great imperial capital that this old man was at, and, body could refine it at all too. Back then, the heavenly Tao backlash that this old man suffered was too severe. If not for City Lord bestowing a bright moon, purple cloud pill, this old man would have long set away. It's just that the bright moon purple cloud pill is far too lacking compared to the six-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, the quality isn't high. That's why this old man lingered on with my dying breath until today." Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard that. An exalted true D-realm powerhouse actually ended up in a tiny little imperial city. Jian Hongxiao was probably unresigned to it in his heart too, right? "Senior, since that's the case, can you lend the six-vein stellar pills pill formula for me to view?" Yi Yuan said. Jian Hongshao smiled bitterly and said, My Jian family delves into the Tao of divination. Those who are skilled in refining pills are in the minority after all. Accomplished ones are even scanty few. Furthermore, this 6-vein stellar pills pill formula is my Jian family's special secret recipe. There's only the pill formula in the great imperial capital. But this old man doesn't know it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Since that's the case, then Yi Yuan will follow Senior and make a trip to Extreme Luck, great imperial capital. Jian Hongshao was overjoyed when he heard that and said agitatedly, Really? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If not for Senior divining fate for me at the risk of death, my brother would likely have been very hard to save. Just making a trip to Extreme Luck, great imperial capital, it's no big deal. Jian Hongshao nodded and said then, I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to make this trip. You go into close seclusion for some time in Extreme Light, Imperial City. After you break through to the true D realm, we'll set off for Extreme Luck, great imperial capital. Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Yuan's eyes were shut and lost in thought, his brows tightly locked. At this rate, wouldn't my chaos divine see disappear completely and become a tiny little pill? Regarding the final result that he deduced, Yi Yuan was also rendered speechless. He discovered that he could not understand the chaos heaven-span canon more and more, even though this was the cultivation method that he deduced himself. When others reached true D realm, the small worlds within their bodies were already incomparably vast, and even starting to develop life already. But for him, his divine sea became smaller and smaller, and his chaos divine essence became more and more condensed. At the rate of the current deduction results, Yi Yuan would have to condense this divine sea into a tiny pill after rank 6. It was just that, at this point, Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Furthermore, up to this point, even though his realm differed greatly from others, in terms of strength, he flung those in the same realm several streets behind. There did not seem to be any harm. Forget it. The wood has already been made into a boat. Follow all the way then. I want to see where this road leads to in the end. Since I have to compress the divine sea to the limit and become a pill after rank 6, I'll call it Origin Pill Realm then. Cultivation method already formed. Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore, directly swallowing several medicinal pills, and started salting the bottleneck. Rumble. The chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed like a millstone, slowly turning. Countless divine essence converged inside, like grinding beans. That millstone became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller. Those blue divine marks were also converging into the millstone continuously. The internal SPAC of Yi Yuan's Dantian area was being compressed bit by bit. Ugh! Yi Yuan gave a fled groan, feeling an intense swelling pain in his abdomen area. However, Yi Yuan knew that this was far from the end. Wanting to compress chaos divine essence, the energy required was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was long prepared, refining a batch of vast spirit divine pills to use to break through. Yi Yuan only felt like his Dantian area was practically about to explode. Luckily, Yi Yuan's physical body had already reached the realm of perfection long ago. Some pain was nothing to him. No idea how long had said either. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across inside Yi Yuan's interior SPAC. The chaos divine essence disappeared completely, and inside Yi Yuan's interior SPAC there was only a tiny little origin pill left. It was just the size of a fist. Yi Yuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he stepped into origin pill realm. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the divine essence within his body and suddenly threw a punch out. Bang! This hidden room directly exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, the place where Yi Yuan was at was the place Jian Hongshao specially opened up for him. Otherwise, The consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula. Master, I finally broke through to true G. Oh, D realm. I can bring you back to extreme luck, great imperial capital. Jianqin rushed into profound secrets pavilion with an excited look, extremely agitated like a small child. But the moment he entered, he discovered that his master here actually had a guest. This guest was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Jianqin and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother Jianqin." Jian Hongxiao also smiled and said, "Since you broke through, then pack your things. Depart with us tomorrow." But Jianqin stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. You broke through too?" Jianqin said in disbelief. Jian Hongxiao said, "Yi Yuan already broke through for quite a while. If not for waiting for him, we'd have long departed." Jianqin had a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan's ACCU. Mulations should have been far from his. Why did he break through so much faster than him instead? Even though there was the sun-moon azure sky pill, it was also not to this extent, right? With Jianqin coming out of seclusion, the three people stepped onto the road that headed for extreme luck, great imperial capital. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' descendants did not seem to have a fixed territory. They tend to occupy a city or even under other Heavenly Emperor's rule. But this city was like a country within a country. No one could manage it. Just like Extreme Light Imperial City, although it was just a tiny little imperial city, even imperial capitals, great imperial capitals, or even Heavenly Emperor Bodemandes never questioned their affairs too. Extreme Luck, great imperial capital, was likewise the same. The Jian family occupying the land of a city seemed to be for the sake of influencing the surroundings. Their existence was somewhat similar to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, but it was also somewhat different. All in all, the Jian family was very strong until no one dared to provoke. Along with the increase in strength, Yi Yuan could also increasingly feel the might of the Jian family's power and influence. This is extreme luck, great imperial capital. Indeed impressive. I seem to be able to feel that the air is rippling with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was as if immersed in a vast sea of stars. Amen? Why do I feel like the entire city is stirring? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he cried out in surprise. It was also Jian Chen's first time coming. His face was full of solemnness, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Little friend Yi is indeed extraordinary." It said that each great imperial capital has an array formation set up by ancestor Profound Secrets with great divine ability. Each house in the city, every street, all secretly contains the functioning Tao of the circulatory cycle of stars. It's an enormous array formation. So for countless tens of thousands of years, people come and go, but the arrangement in the city has never changed before, but it has also always been revolving. But situated inside body can detect it at all. I didn't expect that, little friend, you detected at the moment we entered the city. Yi Yuan's thoughts were carried away as he listened. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' good fortune was immense. The might of his means were simply fantastical, revolving a circulatory cycle of stars with a great imperial capital, divining heavenly Tao. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Impressive, truly impressive. One day, this Yi really wants to meet Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "If it were others, I'd definitely laugh at him for being overly conceited. But perhaps there might be this chance in the future." Emperor surmounting aura, the chances of becoming a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was extremely high. Once he became a Heavenly Emperor, then he would be someone of the same generation as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There might really be the chance. Of course, he also merely just had a chance. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was different from ordinary heavenly emperors at his level. Annihilating heavenly emperors with a wave of his hand was also normal. Yo, isn't this Elder Hong Xiao? I was wondering why magpies in the courtyard keep chirping today. It turns out that Elder Hong Xiao has returned. Ha ha ha. Just as they were talking, a few people were CLU's teared around a young man as they walked over. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he said, Jian Yin? TSK Tisk, truly hard on you for Elder Hongxiao to actually remember this disappointing brat. However, I really admire your courage, to actually still have the face to come back. Jian Yin said with a mocking look on his face. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, seemingly not willing to say any more. He said to Yi Yuan and Jian Qin, let's go. But Jian Yin extended his hand to block and said cheerfully, don't go. Come, come, come. Everybody come take a look. You all probably don't recognize this person, right? Let me introduce him to everybody. This old man is the former Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao. With him saying so, it immediately drew many people to surround and watch. Hearing the two words Stellar Hall, everyone's faces revealed extremely surprised expressions. Even Jian Qin also trembled all over, looking at Jian Hongxiao in great astoundment, as if it was his first time knowing him. And Master, you were actually once a Stellar Hall elder? Why have you never told me before? Jian Qin said with an excited look. Jian Hongxiao's expression was very unnatural and did not answer Jian Qin. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what special aspect the Stellar Hall had, to actually be able to cause such a big stir. Stellar Hall elder? This is a joke, right? How can a celestial deity, realm old man, possibly be a Stellar Hall elder? Jian Hongxiao, this name seems to be rather familiar. It's a little familiar, but can't remember where I've heard it before. Jian Yin looked at everyone's reaction with a broad smile on his face. Speaking of Elder Hongxiao, that was once a great figure who was at the peak of popularity at one time in the extreme luck, great imperial capital. Augury and astronomy, viewing aura and observing people. There was nothing he couldn't do. People gave the tea. Please, Seer Nebula. Rumors had it that the Stellar Hall would be managed by him in the future. Jian Yin spoke freely and boldly, as if speaking on a subject with great familiarity. But the expression on his face was full of disdain. He was naturally not doing so in order to flatter Jian Hongxiao. Sure enough, the vacantness in people's eyes gradually dissipated. They finally recalled who this person was. Seer Nebula. He's actually Seer Nebula. Turns out that he's that Seer Nebula who used a forbidden art and killed his brother and several dozen Stellar Hall disciples. How can this kind of person still have the face to live in this world? Why doesn't he go and die? Jian Yin's words seemed to have thoroughly ignited everyone's memories. Jian Hongxiao's name, the people who knew, were not many. But Seer Nebula seemed to be extremely famous in extreme luck, great imperial capital. Except the current Jian Hongxiao seemed to have become a rat crossing the street. For some time, countless cursing sounds drifted over, floating into Jian Hongxiao's ears. The wild elation in Jian Chen's heart instantly became awkwardness. He looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief as he muttered, "And Master, is what they said true?" Jian Yin smiled and said, "Haha, you take a look at everyone's reactions and you'll know whether it's real or not. Back then, your master disregarded his brother's objections and activated a forbidden art, wanting to forcefully go against the heavens and change fate. In the end, it triggered the Alchemist Sing Armillary Sphere, the 36 Stellar Hall disciples in charge of the Alchemist Sing Armillary Sphere were instantly sucked dry. This incident, could it be that he has never told you before?" Jian Qin looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief. His so many years of hard work, wanting to break through to the true Ji. Oh, D-Realm, it was because he wanted to join the Stellar Hall. But, arriving at extreme luck, great imperial capital, he discovered that his own master was actually the Stellar Hall's sinner. Chapter 1958. Ouch, my eyes. Chapter 1958. Ouch, my eyes. Master, is what he said true or not? Jian Qin bellowed. In a blink of an eye, Jian Hongxiao's blee image in his heart collapsed, making him unable to accept it. Looking at those countless spittles, he was even ashamed to be associated with Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao gazed at the blue sky, seemingly recalling the past, appearing melancholic. Finally, he nodded slowly and said with a sigh, what he said was right. Master is the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Qin looked at Jian Hongxiao rather disbelievingly. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Why have you never told me before? Jian Qin roared. Jian Yin laughed by the side and said, if he were to tell you, would you still be willing to acknowledge him as your master? This kind of person, hoo-hoo, isn't fit to have disciples at all. Also, you, kid, being associated with this kind of person, your lifespan will reduce. In the second half of the sentence, he said it to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also had a look of disgust on his face and moved a few steps toward Jian Yun's side, as if very disgusted with Jian Hongxiao. What this brother said is right. I was also deceived by him. That's why I would follow him to extreme, luck, great imperial capital. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to take a look at my fate, but he's not suitable to do it now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Jian Hongxiao heard this, a hint of a rueful smile appeared on his face. At present, even Yi Yuan had left him. He also did not expect that the moment he entered the city, he would have his unsavory history exposed by people. Under such circumstances, he could not explain it away even with 100 mouths. Of course, he did not want to explain anything either. Jian Yun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, he's a bereaved dog. How could he still have this skill? Want to look at your destiny? You naturally have to find the Stellar Hall. Yi Yuan said saidly when he heard that, sigh, little brother. I am only from a small place. How could I have the connections to know the Stellar Hall's masters? You have eyes but fail to see, right? My family's young master is precisely a disciple of the Stellar Hall. Augury and astronomy, he's skilled in all. Our young master is the Stellar Hall's rising star. He is in existence, who might become a Stellar Hall's elder in the future. By the side, someone immediately started lauding to the skies. Even Jian Hongxiao also revealed a look of surprise as he said, you actually entered the Stellar Hall? Jian Yin had a pleased look and said with a spurious smile, are you very disappointed? Back then, you kept prating on about how I'll achieve nothing and was a piece of garbage. Now, this young master, I have already become a Stellar Hall's disciple, but you became a dog who lost its home. Jian Yun's face was triumphantly jaunty, full of the delight of having slapped faces. In reality, he understood what was the deal with him being a Stellar Hall disciple. Without a powerful father, it was impossible for him to enter the Stellar Hall. This play today was also arranged by his father, making him block here and humiliate Jian Hongxiao. His father, Jian Hao, was presently a Stellar Hall elder with an awe-inspiring reputation. When performing divination a few days ago, he happened to divine that Jian Hongxiao would be returning within the next few days. So he arranged for his son to wait here. Many years ago, Jian Hongxiao prophesied more than once, saying that Jian Yin would never amount to much. Coming to slap Jian Hongxiao's face, he was naturally delighted to the extreme. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that, so that's how it is. Then this little brother really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. As he said, Yi Yuan even gave a bow toward Jian Yin. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed slightly, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. He still thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally finding an excuse to draw a clean line with him just now. He could understand this, but Yi Yuan's style right now was very unlike him. Jian Yin had a smug look as he said with a smile, Hoo, forget it. You following this old fellow, it's also normal that you're inexperienced and ignorant. This young master, I am in a good mood today and will take a look at your destiny. Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that and said with clasped hands, Then thank you very much, young master Jian Yin. Jian Yin also had the intention of showing off. Circulating his cultivation method, he cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Ouch, my eyes. My eyes can't see anything anymore. My eyes are blind. Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes like it was being burned. He was already unable to open his eyes anymore. Jian Yun fell to the ground in agony and started rolling on the ground nonstop. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fright. How could they still care about Jian Hongxiao? All of them were looking toward Jian Yun in curiosity, one by one. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan, dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting that he actually played this act. And this Jian Yun actually really foolishly cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Forget about him right now. Even if he was at his prime, he also would not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan smiled at Jian Hongxiao and said. Jian Hongxiao had a moved look. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately causing a disturbance, diverting those people's attention, letting them successfully get away. Jian Hongxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, This place isn't the place to speak. Talk again later. The two people moved, but Jian Chen was still standing on the spot in a daze. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and turned around and left. Smack! Jian Chen's shoulder was patted by Yi Yuan, making him jump. Sometimes, what the eyes see might not be real, but at times, what the eyes see is the most authentic. Therefore, don't use eyes to see. Use the heart to feel. Think about it, how Senior treated you these few years. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly left. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a complicated look. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and followed after. Before the bed, an old man was currently diagnosing Jian Yun's pulse. His brows were tightly locked. Master Bu Chen, I beg you, you must save me. I can't become a blind person. Jian Yun wailed. Shut up. Don't disturb Master's pulse reading. Jian Hao said in a solemn voice. Jian Yun indeed did not dare to wail any more, shutting his mouth sensibly. After a long time, Bu Chen slowly got up and shook his head slightly. Jian Hao was startled inwardly, hurriedly going up to ask, Brother Bu Chen, how is it? Bu Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid this pair of eyes are crippled. Jian Hao's heart thumped, and he said, How can this be? Yuner only used the aura viewing art a little, and his eyes are crippled. Bu Chen said, This is heavenly Tao backlash. Furthermore, it's extremely strong. With this old man's strength, I'm powerless to turn the tables. Jian Hao said in shock, How can it be? You're the person with the strongest alchemy strength in the city. If even you're helpless, then, oh, right, since it's heavenly Tao backlash, can the bright moon, purple cloud pill save him? Bu Chen shook his head and said, With this old man's judgment, I'm afraid that the bright moon purple cloud pill is powerless to turn the tables too, unless one can refine the 6 veins stellar pill. Jian Hao took several steps back in the row when he heard that, saying absent-mindedly, This! How is this possible? Just taking one look and the heavenly Tao backlash would be so severe? Jian Hao regretted it until his intestines turned green now. He only wanted to let his son go and humiliate Jian Hongxiao, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Who would have thought that he actually harmed his own son to become a blind person? This level of heavenly Tao backlash was akin to bone-festering maggots. Even if a new pair of eyes were swapped in, it was to no avail too. This problem was the hardest to deal with. Members of the Jian family feared this level of heavenly Tao backlash the most. It was just that Jian Hao could not understand even after cudgeling his brain. Why would it cause such severe consequences with just having one glance? Chapter 1959. The City Lord Wants to See Him. Chapter 1959. The City Lord Wants to See Him. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jian Hongshao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, don't your Jian family revere the Profound Secrets Pavilion as supreme? What's this stellar hall? Actually, Yi Yuan did not figure out just what was the stellar hall until now, too. Jian Hongshao said, the stellar hall is where the core of the Profound Secrets Pavilion lies. Those able to enter it are all 1 in 10,000 powerhouses, having outstanding strength in the Tao of divination. And the stellar hall's elders, there are only a total of 8. Only the strongest ones can sum the post. Yi Yuan nodded, slightly, roughly understanding in his heart. Although the heaven-span world was big, the great imperial capitals that the Jian family occupied were not their own. Those able to enter the stellar hall were all elites among elites, having outstanding talent in the Tao of divination. No wonder Jian Hongshao back then gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if his cultivation realm fell drastically, his divination arts were still unfathomable. It was far from what those in the same rank could compare to. A stellar hall, only great imperial capitals have it. Furthermore, in each stellar hall, there's a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, the All-Incompa. Sing Armillary Sphere. The stellar hall's responsibility is to borrow the All-Incompa. Sing Armillary Sphere to deduce heavenly Tao. Each stellar hall elder manages one aspect of the All-Incompa. Sing Armillary Sphere, their responsibilities being enormous. Jian Hongshao continued saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, so that's how it is. That Jian Yun has a grudge with you? Jian Hongshao smiled bitterly and said, Jian Yun's father, Jian Hao, was always suppressed by me back then, because there can only be 8 stellar hall elders, so he was never able to become an elder. As for that Jian Yun, I had once divined for him before and said that he'll never amount to much. So this father and son pair have always had some resentment towards me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not resentment that simple. That Jian Hao should be afraid of U.S. N.A. TCing his position of elder, right? Jian Hongshao nodded and said, with Jian Yun's skill, he can't divine my return. Most likely, this matter has Jian Hao's hand involved. But with this play, Jian Yun will likely really become a cripple. As these two people chatted, Jian Chun at one side wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan suddenly changed the topic and said, Senior, the urgent matter on hand is that we'd better think of a way to get the pill formula fast. Jian Hongshao said in surprise, You still want to refine pills for me? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Look at what you're saying, if not for the sake of refining pills. What did I come to extreme luck, great imperial capital with you for? But you're also aware I'm the stellar hall's sinner. Jian Hongshao said. He even thought that through this incident, Yi Yuan probably would not refine pills for him anymore at all. After all, his unsavory past was exposed by people. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still insisted on refining pills for him. But Yi Yuan gave Jian Chen a glance and said smilingly, So what? You're the senior that I, Yi Yuan, acknowledged, and you are a friend of mine. You showed kindness to me, Yi Yuan. The rest has nothing to do with me. Even if you become enemies with the world, this pill, I'm refining for sure. Jian Hongshao and Jian Chen's faces changed greatly when they heard that. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so loyal to friends. Jian Hongshao was even more touched in his heart, tears already running down his old face. When you stand opposite of everyone in the world and someone stood on your side with a firm determination, that sensation could not be described using words. Actually, about this matter, Yi Yuan had his own judgment. Most likely, Jian Hongshao had some painful topic. It was just that it was hard for him to say it out. Walking all the way to this point, Yi Yuan was no longer some ignorant person anymore. He still had some confidence in discerning people. Jian Hongxiao did not seem to be someone who had utter disregard for human life when doing things and facing people, and also did not have too much sinister air. Activating a forbidden art likely had other reasons. Furthermore, this extreme luck great imperial capital city lord still saved Jian Hongxiao's life with the bright moon purple cloud pill in the end. This also affirmed Yi Yuan's idea from the side view. If Jian Hongxiao really activated the forbidden art for his own selfish reasons, that Empyrean powerhouses most likely would not have done that. Don't you want to know what in the world happened back then? Jian Hongxiao asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you're willing to say, you'd naturally tell me. If you're not willing to say, why would I need to go and pick at your scar? Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, making such a friend, what do I still need? Yi Yuan, from today onward, you and I are sworn friends for life. At this very moment, Jian Hao's fury already burst through the horizon. He could be said to have racked his brain for the sake of this son and even let him enter the stellar hull. But in the end, Jian Yin was actually crippled. To the Jian family's members, eyes being blinded was equivalent to being a cripple. 6-vein stellar pill? Jian Hao never even thought about it. If there was such a medicinal pill, Jian Hongxiao also would not have left extreme luck great imperial capital, feeling dejected back then. A medicinal pill that even the city lord could not get. Where would he go to get one? Dad, you have to take revenge for me. That old thing, and also that punk, they definitely deliberately harmed me. Jian Yun roared. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and said, you rest assured. I'm going to make Jian Hongxiao, that scoundrelly thing, utterly disappear this time. Li Sun, bring a few people over for me, and detained Jian Hongxiao. 3 people over for me. Behind Jian Hao, a 7th firmament true G. D powerhouse received the order and left. As a stellar hull elder, Jian Hao's status was incomparably venerated. There was naturally no lack of some experts around him. Li Sun picked out a few people and headed over to the inn that Yi Yuan, 3 people were staying at. Jian Hongxiao, get out for me. You dared to hurt my stellar hull's disciple. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Outside the inn, Li Sun called out in a clear voice, isn't this Protector Li Sun, who's by Elder Jian Hao's side? Who provoked them? TSK, whoever it is, they will likely lose a layer of skin. I heard that Elder Jian Hao's only son, Jian Yin, suddenly became a blind man today. Could it have been done by this group of people? Outside the inn, everyone was guessing optimistic about it, all waiting to watch a show. But no one came out and no one answered too. Li Sun's brows furrowed, and he called out in a clear voice once more, fine, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. The few of you guard outside, don't let them run. Before Li Sun came, he understood the situation long ago. These 3 people were merely 2 first firmament true G. DS and a celestial deity. Him, coming to capture people, was bombarding mosquitoes with a cannon, putting fine timber to petty use. But Jiao Hao was currently in a fit of rage. He naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Bang! Li Sun found the 3 people's residence and directly shattered the door with a palm. Jian Hongxiao, what haughty airs you have. Do you really think that you're still that stellar halls? Elder Xian, why are you here? Inside the house, Jian Hongxiao was currently drinking opposite an old man, chatting away happily. When Li Sun saw that old man, his expression immediately became very ugly. He was even somewhat stuttering when speaking. This old man was called Jian Xian, similarly a stellar hall elder. However, Jian Xian's status was much more venerated than Jian Hao, because Jian Xian was an Empyrean powerhouse. Jian Xian drank a mouthful of tea and said, without even turning his head back, you go back and tell Jian Hao. Tell him not to have ideas about Hongxiao anymore. The city lord wants to see him. Chapter 1960. I can't give you. Chapter 1960. I can't give you. Why would the city lord meet him? Furthermore, it's even Lord Jian going to invite personally? Could it be they are going to let him enter the stellar hall anew? Hearing the news that Li Sun brought back, Jian Hao's thoughts could not help going wild. Indeed, during the period where Jian Hongxiao held the position of Stellar Hall's elder, the city lord thought very highly of him. Meeting Jian Hongxiao again this time, could it be that he wanted to call him back anew? If this was the case, it was really quite troublesome. It's not what this lowly one can know. Li Sun said awkwardly. Jian Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he said viciously, "What about that punk who caused Yun to become like this? Why wasn't he captured here too? He's the prime culprit. Capture him here for me immediately." Jian Hongxiao had Jian Suyan protecting him. Jian Suyan was not what Jian Hao, could offend. But Yi Yuan was different. Li Sun said with a gloomy face, "This lowly one wanted to bring him away too. But Elder Xian said that city lord wants to see him too." What city lord meeting this punk for? Could it be that this punk has some background? When Jian Hao heard this, he could not help jumping in fright. Li Sun thought about it and said, "Elder, young master Yun only took one look at that kid and suffered heavenly Dao backlash. Is it possible that that kid really has some aspect that Serpa SES others?" Jian Hao's brows knitted even tighter. He pondered carefully. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. Although Yunai's aura viewing art is still lacking, he's also a true D realm powerhouse. Even if it's the imperial aura, it's also impossible to have such a huge backlash appear. Could it be that that kid possesses the emperor surmounting aura? Furthermore, it's even a powerful existence among emperor surmounting auras? But how is this possible? Originally, because of Jian Yun's backlash, Jian Hao was burning in rage and did not carefully think about this matter at all. But now, calming down and thinking about it, he immediately detected something amiss. He was a Stellar Hall elder, so how could he not be clear about the situation of the aura viewing art? To talk about making Jian Yun suffer heavenly Dao backlash, unless Yi Yuan was carrying some terrifying treasure on him, or he was in possession of tremendous destiny. Regardless of which it was, Yi Yuan's background was clearly not simple. But the problem was, where did Jian Hao find this kid? And also, what was the objective of bringing him to extreme, luck, great imperial capital? Furthermore, City Lord even summoned this kid. This matter was likely not that simple. Walking into a vast hall, Yi Yuan felt as if he walked into a vast starry sky. In the center of the starry star, there was an enormous but exquisite apparatus, currently slowly revolving. Yi Yuan sized the instrument up. Feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the instrument, he guessed that this should be the all-in-compa Sing armillary sphere. A gray-robed old man sat before it, his body radiating countless pale yellow fine threads, probing into the all-in-compa Sing armillary sphere with 1,001 links. This old man gave Yi Yuan an incomparably deep feeling, just like this starry sky. The other party was clearly not looking at him, but Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being seen through. After Jian Hongxiao entered this great hall, the expression on his face immediately became respectful, his body also seemingly becoming much stiffer. Clearly, he held that old man in great esteem. No idea how long had said either. Those fine threads slowly retreated into the old man's body. Jian Hongxiao bowed down rather agitatedly, shouting out, "Sinner Jian Hongxiao, pays respect to Lord Su Tao." "Oh, Hongxiao, long time no see," the old man slowly said. "Yes, in a twinkle. It's been more than 100,000 years." Jian Hongxiao actually had tears running down his old face. The old man's gaze slowly plus feeded to Yi Yuan and sized him up carefully. "You're called Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan nodded and said with cupped fists, "I pay respects to Lord Empyrean." The old man's gaze was profound as he said, "Even this old man actually can't see through your depths. Indeed, well deserving of being emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it, you likely won't be an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse in the future." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Senior is too kind." The old man was calm on the surface, but in his heart he was taken by surprise. Reaching his boundary, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of heavenly Tao. His perception toward danger was Ji. Oh, do knows how many times stronger than Jianyan, that kind of rookie. He wanted to employ the aura-viewing art to observe Yi Yuan just now, but warning bells suddenly sounded in his heart and actually made him have a feeling of danger. He naturally knew about the matter of Jianyan being blinded and thought to himself, could it be that I would also become like that? But even if it was the Emperor surmounting aura with his skill, it also would not be to that extent, right? Currently, Jian Sutao was extremely conflicted in his heart. He very much wanted to activate the aura-viewing art and take a look at Yi Yuan's situation. But the moment he thought of Jian Yun's outcome, he did not dare to do so anymore. As the lord of a city, an Empyrean powerhouse, he could not bear the consequences of becoming blind. Curiosity kills the cat. This kind of situation was still effective when placed on an Empyrean powerhouse. Thinking about it, Jian Sutao still gave up in the end. Once something really happened and he suffered heavenly Tao backlash. He, this rank 7 powerhouse, did not have the 7-vein stellar pill to save him. At that time, he would be a blind man for life. This kind of result was not what he could accept. Jian Sutao looked towards Jian Hongxiao and opened his mouth and said, "Back then, before you left, this Empyrean performed a divination for you and calculated that your path wasn't severed, but didn't think that it's answered here." Yi Yuan was terrified when he heard it. This level of augury skill was simply terrifying. 100,000 years ago, it was actually divined without the slightest error. 100,000 years ago, he was not even born yet. This kind of thing that was foreordained by the unseen. Jian Sutao himself also could not grasp it, but 100,000 years since then it truly appeared. Jian Hongxiao was also very surprised and said, "Turns out that your excellency has long calculated for me before." "I only calculated that my fate had a turn for the better recently too." "Hongxiao, the matter back then was hard on you. Do you still bear a grudge against this Empyrean?" Jian Hongxiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "What's your excellency saying?" Casting the forbidden art for Fengqi was Hongxiao acting arbitrarily, resulting in causing a terrible calamity, and even almost affected the All-Incompa. Sing Armillary Sphere. I am the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Sutao heaved a sigh and said, "It's this Empyrean who is useless. The more one is a member of the Jian family, the more helpless they tend to be. Clearly know that the disaster is in sight, but can only watch it happen helplessly, I'm afraid. Only reaching Ancestor's realm can one transform the rotten into something magical, right?" Jian Hongxiao also sighed and said, "What I hate the most is having caused such severe consequences, but not being able to stop Fengqi from leaving. I only hate that Hongxiao is powerless." Yi Yuan listened quietly by the side, guessing in his heart. Sure enough, the matters back then were not that simple. Jian Hongxiao cast the art of defying heaven and changing fate for a person called Fengqi, wanting to avoid a disaster. It was just a pity that in the end it caused a heavy loss. Yet, Jian Hongxiao was still unable to salvage Fengqi's life. Jian Sutao suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Junior, you came here for the 6 veins stellar pills pill formula?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Senior, please grant the pill formula for a look." "The 6 veins stellar pills pill formula I can't give you." Jian Sutao shook his head and said, Chapter 1961, Ancient Geode Battlefield. Chapter 1961, Ancient G.O.D. Battlefield. Why? Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and said in puzzlement, He could tell that the relations Hi plus P between Jian Sutao and Jian Hongxiao was not ordinary. Logically speaking, Jian Sutao should hope for Jian Hongxiao's recovery, but Jian Sutao directly refused him. This made him very perplexed. Jian Sutao said coolly, "The pill formula of the six-vein stellar pill is unique to my Jian family. How can it be easily shown to people?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "But this medicinal pill, other people don't have much benefits consuming it too. It's only useful to the Jian family's members, isn't it? Even if I look at the pill formula, I'm also using it to save the Jian family's people. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right?" Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent. A wave of anger was released from his body. Yi Yuan immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Jian Hongxiao was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, calm your anger. Yi Yuan, he is also doing this for the sake of saving me." Humph! To actually dare rebut this Emperorian, what gall! Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest and said, "This junior is just stating a fact. This pill formula being placed in senior's hands, no one can refine it at all. It can only make the Jian families, people bemoan in the face of it. But put it in my hands, it can save many Jian families' people. What's there to be against it?" When Jian Sutao heard that, his fury was even more apparent as he said in a cold voice, "Ha! Truly a wildly conceited junior. How can my Jian family's rules be gesticulated by you, a junior? Moreover, you want to refine the six-vein stellar pill just based on that you just entered rank 6? You're looking down on this medicinal pill too much." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "Give me 5 years and I'll definitely be able to refine the six-vein stellar pill." Jian Sutao smiled coldly and said, a toad yawning, "What high-sounding sentiments! You think that refining rank 6 divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking? Or is it that you think that you possess emperor-surmounting aura and is invincible under the heavens? If this Emperorian kills you right now, even if you have the potential to cultivate to the realm of Tao Ancestor, it's also to no avail." Finished talking, Jian Sutao's aura really became cold. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged and wanted to kill people. An aura that made Yi Yuan suffocated came in an overwhelming manner. Yi Yuan felt as if the entire starry sky was collapsing, the whole process incomparably horrifying from start to end. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still at the divine vestige realm, he had once faced before the Emperorian realm Lin Chongqing. At that time, he already felt extremely powerless, but that kind of feeling put it now simply paled in comparison with it. This Emperorian in front of him was not what Lin Chongqing, that sort of rookie, could compare to. However, no matter how strong Jian Sutao was, Yi Yuan's brows did not move a bit. His face did not have the slightest change in countenance. Yi Yuan, this person, was this stubborn. Cold sweat poured profusely on Jian Hongxiao's forehead. He also did not expect that things would develop to this step. "Lord Sutao, please calm your anger. If you want to kill Yi Yuan, then kill me first." Jian Sutao said in a cold voice, "Humph! Do you think that this Emperorian won't kill you on the account of Fengqi's face, is it?" Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he shook his head and said, "Dare not! But Yi Yuan only came here in order to save me. I can't pass. Sively watch him die." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said to Jian Hongxiao, If not going to give this pill formula, don't give it then. So what? Other people can create this medicinal pill. So a Yi Yuan can similarly create it. It just takes some effort. Senior, let's go." Yi Yuan even created the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill. He did not believe that he could not create the six veins stellar pill. It was just that Yi Yuan currently just broke through to the origin pill realm. He still remained at the deduction and familiarization stage of rank 6 divine pills. Otherwise, he also would not say that he needed 5 years to refine the six-vein stellar pill. blackmailing Yi Yuan with medicinal pills, this sort of thing. Not many people could do it. Jian Sutao also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words, and could not help being taken aback. Although his Tao of divination was exceedingly formidable, he could not calculate Yi Yuan's situation. He naturally did not understand Yi Yuan either. Hence, he did not know how formidable Yi Yuan's strength in alchemy was. It was just that this kind of big talk was a little too big, right? One had to know this medicinal pill was jointly developed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Medicine Ancestor. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that they could create the 6 veins stellar pill independently. But Yi Yuan said these words in all solemnity, but it also seemed so credible. Jian Sutao was dazed. More importantly, Yi Yuan was really leaving and did not seem to have the intention of staying. Jian Sutao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "It's also not that I can't give you the pill formula, but you have to promise this Emperor a condition." Yi Yuan's figure paused, and he involuntarily turned his head back, sizing Jian Sutao up with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, he realized that turns out Jian Sutao was waiting for this moment. Yi Yuan was also very perplexed. He wanted to save Jian Hongxiao. This was originally a good thing. Why would Jian Sutao still decline with all sorts of excuses? He did not expect that this fellow was actually having ideas about him. "Senior, to the Jian family's people, I'm just an outsider. You used a Jian family's person's life to threaten an outsider. Isn't doing this somewhat immoral?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Jian Sutao was shrewd with age, his face being thick as a city wall. He did not feel embarrassed said either. He just said coolly, "You will agree." Yi Yuan countered with a question. "Based on what?" Jian Sutao said, "Just based on this Emperor's divination art." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said helplessly, "All right, you win. Say it, what's the condition?" Yi Yuan understood that Jian Sutao could not divine him, but he could divine Jian Hongxiao. Hence, he knew that Jian Hongxiao would recover very soon. And this was confirmed precisely by him. Yi Yuan was helpless. This feeling of being needed by people, he did not like it. But he owed Jian Hongxiao. For Jian Hongxiao's sake, he would indeed agree. After all, developing a new medicinal pill, this kind of thing, took too much effort. Furthermore, this medicinal pill even mustered the painstaking effort of 2 mighty, transcendent, heavenly emperors. How arduous would it be to develop it? The difficulty level was probably not much lower than the soul driving Tao fusion pill. Furthermore, this was a rank 6 divine pill. The development difficulty would be much greater. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that Jian Sutao's way of doing things was very shameless, Yi Yuan could only accept it. "You help me to enter the ancient Ji. Oh, D battlefield and retrieve an item." Jian Sutao said. Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he said, "Your Excellency, could it be to retrieve that item?" Jian Sutao nodded his head slightly, equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. "No way. I'd rather not recover. I can't let Yi Yuan take this risk." Jian Hongxiao said firmly. Jian Sutao said coolly, "Who I'm asking isn't you, it's him. Furthermore, he'll definitely agree." Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, you can't enter the ancient Ji. Oh, D battlefield. That place is too dangerous. You'll lose your life." But Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, "Okay, I agree. Now, can you hand the pill formula to me?" Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You're not asking what item this Emperor wants you to retrieve? And also you're not asking what kind of place the ancient Ji, oh, D battlefield is?" Chapter 1962, Emperor Bone. Chapter 1962, Emperor Bone, since I must agree, what's the difference between asking or not? It's just that Senior threatening me with a Jian family's member made this Yi broaden his horizons. Yi Yuan said coolly. The meaning of his words was, your esteemed self's shamelessness. This Yi Yuan has seldom seen it in all my life. No matter how good Yi Yuan's relations. H.I. plus P with Jian Hongxiao was a Jian family's member in the end. As the Jian family senior, Jian Sutao actually used a Jian family's member to threaten an outsider. This kind of action was truly, utterly contemptible. Jian Sutao did not seem to be embarrassed. He just said, coolly, you have the right to choose. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, why me? Jian Sutao said, it's naturally because you're a child of destiny. Such a monstrous destiny like yours. It's still this Emperor's first time seeing. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for him to continue. The ancient G.O.D. battlefield is a mystic realm that my Jian family controls. Legend says that very, very long ago, an earth-shaking ancient G.O.D. war happened before in the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. The strength of those ancient G.O.D.s, the weakest, was at least at the celestial deity realm. In that unparalleled great battle, there are countless true G.O.D.s, even Emperorian powerhouses that perished in it. There were even many heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. He did not think that this ancient G.O.D. battlefield actually even had heavenly emperor powerhouses in it. What kind of heaven-shocking degree did that kind of war reach? Although the present heaven-span world still had endless disputes, it was still relatively calm on the whole, with all kinds of levels very strict. It was very hard for such a terrifying battle to happen. Inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, there are countless soul treasures. Every 10,000 years, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets will personally open up this ancient G.O.D. battlefield and send a batch of Destiny children inside. Those lucky ones can obtain heaven-defying lucky chances, breaking out of the cock. And becoming a Teeterfly. They will be soaring to the sky with one leap. Of course, the ancient G.O.D. battlefield is extremely dangerous. Ancient battle souls, ancient grand arrays crisscross inside. Also, there are variant species bred during these countless years. It could be said to be beset with danger. Even emperors surmounting auras. Those that perish inside each time are also not in the minority, Jian Sutao explained. In that case, those entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield from extreme luck, great imperial capital. It will not just be me alone. Yi Yuan said. Jian Sutao nodded and said, for 10,000 years, this Emperor naturally sought out a batch of Destiny children. Whether they are entering inside or not, it is also up to their own decision. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come across in 1,000 years. So very few people will refuse. Of course, no one would refuse. Yi Yuan reckoned that those people able to be chosen at least had imperial aura too. People with this degree of destiny, if they did not even dare to challenge a mystic realm, that was also too cowardly. Moreover, although this ancient G.O.D. battlefield was perilous, Civ lucky chances also went along with it. Once they obtained some ancient relics, their destinies would be more exuberant, and their future prospects would also have more room. Perhaps some imperial auras could even break through to the emperor surmounting aura after entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. These children of destiny were the candidates for future Emperorians and heavenly emperors. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan was indeed quite moved. What do you want me to help you retrieve? Jian Sutao said, Emperor Beast Divine Bone. Emperor Beast, as the name suggested, was a heavenly emperor-level divine beast. This level of a divine beast, each one was a supreme existence of heaven and earth, their strength being fearsome to the extreme. Even if they had died for many years, the energy contained inside the divine bones was also extremely terrifying. But Yi Yuan was very clear about it. The place where the Emperor Beast Divine Bone was at must be extremely dangerous. Far Serpa seeing the limits of his current abilities. Otherwise, Jian Hongshao also would not be worried for him. It was also no wonder that even Jian Sutao, this level of Empyrean powerhouse, would also be moved by it. More than 100,000 years ago, that batch of Destiny Child entered the ancient D battlefield and accidentally discovered a Qilin Emperor bone. It's just too bad that no one could obtain it. Over the past 100,000 years, this Empyrean had sent people inside each time, wanting to obtain this Emperor bone. But sadly, it was all for naught, Jian Sutao said. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that for the sake of this Qilin Emperor bone, quite a few children of destiny all died inside, right? Children of destiny had exuberant destinies. No matter how thriving it was also merely just a reservist force. While that Qilin divine beast was a genuine heavenly emperor powerhouse when it was alive. Even if it died, how could its dignity be what a junior can blaspheme? Jian Sutao did not have the intention of concealing, saying with a nod, the children of destiny who went to retrieve this emperor bone, none of them came back. However, Yi Yuan stopped the other party with a hand gesture and said in a cold voice, You want to say that you feel very optimistic about me, feeling that I can succeed? Are you treating this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? You rest assured I'll take on this task. But whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on your fortune. Jian Sutao's good fortune was naturally obtaining the Qilin Emperor bone. As for Yi Yuan's fortunes, it was returning alive. Jian Sutao originally thought that, at Yi Yuan's age, he should be very easy to control. But he discovered that he was wrong. This kid was shrewd and cunning, not acting in accordance with the scheme that he planned. Time flew by quickly. 5 years said in a blink of an eye. But inside the world-suppressing steel, 50 years had already said for Yi Yuan. On this day, the stellar halls, powerhouses, gathered together. Up to the elders, down to the disciples, no one was absent. Elder Zhonghui, do you know what city lord called us here for this time? Jian, how asked an elder. Jian Zhonghui shook his head and said, How can city lords' thoughts be what the likes of us can guess? But the lineup this time is indeed a little big and a little too grand. Could it be that some important figure is coming to our extreme luck? Ever since Jian Hongshao returned to extreme luck, great imperial capital, Jian Hao had always been feeling ill at ease. Especially recently, this kind of feeling became even stronger. But he performed a divination for himself, but failed to divine anything. Starting from this morning, Jian Hao had been having the jitters all along, the ominous feeling becoming more and more apparent. Right at this time, City Lord suddenly summoned all of the Stellar Hall's disciples. This made Jian Hao's mood become heavier. At this time, an awe-inspiring voice echoed out inside the hall. Xian, is everyone here? Jian Xin gave a bow and said, Reporting to City Lord, there's still one person who isn't here. Jian Sutao fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said he should be on his way. Let's start then. Calling you all here today, there's something to announce. Starting from today, the Stellar Hall will add a new elder. So Jian Hao, I'll have to inconvenience you and have you retire to the Protector's seat for the time being. Jian Sutao's voice reverberated inside the hall, but every word that he said was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Jian Hao's ears. His seat of elder was gone just like that? Jian Hao's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fly off the handle and could only bow. He then said, City Lord, inside this extreme luck, great imperial capital, apart from a few Stellar Hall elders, there shouldn't be anyone whose strength can compete with mine in the Tao of divination, right? Originally there wasn't, but today there is, Jian Sutao said slowly. Right at this time, a figure entered the Stellar Hall. When Jian Hao saw the arrival, he was immediately petrified. Chapter 1963. It's been hard on you these few years. Chapter 1963. It's been hard on you these few years, Jian Hongshao. How is this possible? The current Jian Hongxiao had an imposing aura. He already reached peak true Ji. Oh, D realm, just like that, and he was even stronger than before he suffered heavenly Dao backlash back then. However, Jian Hao knew that for Jian Hongxiao to want to recover his strength, the six-vein stellar pill was a must. But in this extreme luck, great imperial capital, where to find the six-vein stellar pill? If one could find it, Jian Hongxiao also would not possibly have holed up in extreme light imperial city for 100,000 years. The question was that what was going on right now in front of him? Inside this stellar hall, quite a few people knew Jian Hongxiao. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, not quite daring to believe their eyes. Was this peak true Ji, D-realm powerhouse before their eyes was really Jian Hongxiao? Back then, after that incident happened, everyone thought that Jian Hongxiao was finished. Who could have thought that 100,000 years later, Jian Hongxiao returned to the peak anew and returned to the Stellar Hall once again, becoming a Stellar Hall Elder? Hang on. Even if there's really the six-vein stellar pill, he also can't possibly return to his peak state, unless the six-vein stellar pill can reach divine grade. Jian Hao suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. When everyone heard that, they were even more surprised. The six-vein stellar pill is a level 9 medicinal pill. It is even high grade, which is very hard to come across. Divine grade, how is this possible? Could it be that he really obtained a divine grade, six-vein stellar pill? Really didn't expect that Elder Hongxiao could actually return to Stellar Hall one day. It had been 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao had always been staying in a tiny little imperial city, suddenly recovering to his peak this time. Then there was only one explanation. He obtained the six-vein stellar pill. But this sort of thing happening was really too miraculous. However, they did not know that Jian Sutao, who was beside the All-Incompa Sing Armillary Sphere, the astonishment on his face was even thicker than theirs. Just yesterday he used the All-Incompa Sing Armillary Sphere to divine things. He found that the Stellar Hall's elders lineup was about to change, and the person who would join them, it would be Jian Hongxiao. Putting that aside, he naturally knew how Jian Hongxiao recovered. 5 years. It really was only a short 5-year period for Yi Yuan to refine the six-vein stellar pill. Was this medicine ancestor possessing the body? A 6-star alchemy G. OD. Furthermore, it was just a first firmament true G. D 6-star alchemy G OD. He only used 5 years and refined the six-vein stellar pill? Furthermore, looking at Jian Hongxiao's current condition, he actually seemed to have touched that layer of bottleneck. If it was really the case, Jian Hongxiao might break through to the Empyrean realm at any time. Empyrean realm. How many true G, D powerhouses sought after it all their lives, but were unable to break through to this realm. But Jian Hongxiao actually had a blessing come to him in the disguise of misfortune, touching this boundary. Being able to do it and reaching this step, the medicinal pill that Jian Hongxiao consumed was absolutely not an ordinary six-vein stellar pill. Just what kind of existence was that kid? Only all the way until today did Jian Sutao seemingly realize that he underestimated Yi Yuan. Underestimated him too much. This boy was absolutely not an ordinary emperor surmounting aura. No wonder even he did not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan too. Returning to the Stellar Hall anew, Jian Hongxiao was also filled with vicissitudes of emotion. When he failed in casting the heaven-defying and fate-changing art, he thought that his whole life would be like this. Hence, he holed up in a tiny little imperial city with his mind at ease, all the way until one day he divined that his fate had a change. But the future was still so confusing and whirling because he could not calculate why at all. Later, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him. Everything changed. Today he could finally stand here again. Sinner Hongxiao returns. Jian Hongxiao bowed down toward the depths of the great hall. his mind being agitated. It was silent inside. Only after a long time did a voice slowly say, "Good that you're back. Retake your seat." "Yes." Jian Hongxiao answered and walked toward the elder's side. Jian Hao was standing here, unable to leave nor stay, being extremely awkward. "Younger brother Jian Hao, it's been hard on you these few years." Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Hao and said smilingly. The corners of Jian Hao's mouth twitched fiercely. His expression was ugly to the extreme. He wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He worked hard for 100,000 years. In the end, he actually still could not beat Jian Hongxiao. These 100,000 years, he was just a temporary replacement. Now that the real master was back, he was kicked aside with one foot. He was not able to accept it, but he had no choice. In extreme luck, great imperial capital, Jian Sutao's words with imperial edict. No one dared to defy him. In Jian Hao's view, so what if Jian Hongxiao recovered his strength? He had once committed an unpardonable crime. Could it be that he could be forgiven after 100,000 years had passed? Who would those Stellar Hall disciples who died find to talk reason with? But Jian Sutao did not seem to have the intention of explaining. Just like that, this matter was decided. He, Jian Hao, was back to being his protector. Truly a joke. Congratulations to Elder Hongxiao's return. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and still moved out of the position in the end. All of the Stellar Hall disciples looked at this scene, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too awkward for everyone. I never dreamed that I actually still had a chance to step into the Stellar Hall in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, you showed this old man the grace of rebirth. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a multiple 1, 2 to feelings. He deduced his own fate and just faintly felt that change would depend on Yi Yuan. But he did not think that he could return to the Stellar Hall anew for real. Furthermore, it was extremely quick. The 6-vein stellar pill. He knew that Yi Yuan should be able to refine it. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan directly gave him a vast spirit divine pill. When he saw the medicinal pill, his entire person was dazed. After eating the medicinal pill, his divine soul was practically about to float out. It was just that at that time not only did his strength improve further, he actually even had a deeper level of comprehension towards the profound spirit chaos formula, touching the threshold of Empyrean realm. Everyone said give a plum in return for a peach. But now, the repayment that Yi Yuan gave him simply made him unable to bear it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Hongxiao is doing it again, aren't you? Is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me?" Haha, this old man can't help himself. Oh, right, the ancient G. Oh, D battlefield still has a dozen over years before its opening. Those children of destiny will be gathering in extreme luck, great imperial capital very soon. Although your destiny is strong inside this ancient G. Oh, D battlefield, destiny is completely useless. I heard that even Dao ancestor powerhouses had perished there before, Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan's face changed, and he said in surprise, Dao ancestor powerhouse? Aren't they eternal and immortal? Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "As for the specifics, I don't know either. How can that level of existence be what people like us can try to figure out? I only coincidentally heard Feng Qi mentioned it once before very long ago." Presently, Yi Yuan had long learned that this Feng Qi was Jian Sutao's daughter, while Jian Hongxiao was Jian Sutao's son-in-law. Back then, Jian Fengqi had a great tribulation in her life. Since then, she became confined to her bed and never left it again. Jian Hongxiao loved Jian Fengqi deeply. Hence, disregarding his biological brother's obstruction, he cast the heaven-defying, fate-changing art. Who could have thought that, apart from it falling short of success at the last stage, it even affected the all-encompass Sing Armillary Sphere, sucking the 36 disciples on duty and his biological younger brother all into human jerky. This matter had always been the pain in Jian Hongxiao's heart, so he was never willing to bring it up to people. When Yi Yuan heard this, monstrous waves stirred in his heart. Chapter 1964. You're playing with me? Chapter 1964. You're playing with me? Based on the worldview that Dustless instilled in Yi Yuan, Tao ancestors were eternal and undying existences. They were the apex existences of this world. They controlled the laws in an area representing heavenly Tao. Who could kill them? But now, someone said that Tao ancestors could die too. This caused a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's worldview. Jian Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter. These words definitely came from him. With Jian Sutao's position in the Jian family, could these words merely be a groundless rumor? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, back then when I heard this, my expression was exactly the same as yours. But thinking about it now, I'm afraid that Lord Sutao also heard about it as a rumor." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "This ancient geode battlefield is rather interesting." The two people were currently chatting away idly when someone from outside reported that Jian Hao brought Jian Yun to request an audience. Yi Yuan and Jian Hongxiao exchanged a glance and smiled. Jian Hongxiao said smilingly, "Looks like Jian Hao is here to ask for a pill. Should we meet him or not?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That will have to depend on his sincerity. I'll leave it to you. I'll avoid him for a bit first." The weary-looking Jian Hao brought the blind Jian Yun and entered the hall. Seeing Jian Hongxiao, Jian Hao hesitated for a moment, but he still gave a bow toward Jian Hongxiao. He said, "I pay respects to Elder Jian Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao was currently sitting solemnly as a show of respect and did not give a response. These two people contended with each other overtly and covertly for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Back then, when Jian Hongxiao fell into distress, the one who trampled the hardest was also Jian Hao. Now, making him treat Jian Hao with a calm state of mind, it was clearly not that easy. Jian Hao had an awkward look, unable to leave nor stay. He had no choice but to put aside his own pride to come and find Jian Hongxiao for the sake of his son today. Since Jian Hongxiao obtained the 6-vein stellar pill, that meant that there was someone who could refine this medicinal pill. His son's eyes could only be saved by the 6-vein stellar pill. Jian Hongxiao drank his tea as if these two people were air. Back then he suffered heavenly Tao backlash and was heavily injured, being on the verge of dying. Even though he consumed medicinal pills, he also laid on the bed for several decades, barely managing to preserve his life. At that time, Jian Hao took his place and summed the position of elder. In fact, he had once advocated for sentencing Jian Hongxiao to death. Banis. H.I. plus ing to extreme light imperial city. This matter was also completed under Jian Hao's urging. Now, this bit of reciprocal was naturally considered nothing. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud, clenching his teeth, and he said, "Elder Hongxiao, Jian Hao knows that I was unfair to you, but I only have this one son. I don't want him to become a cripple. I beg you to help." Although the Jian Yun by the side was blind, he also knew that his father knelt down. His expression changed greatly as he said, "Dad, how? How can you kneel down toward him?" "Shut up. You kneel down for me too, and offer an apology to Elder Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao said fiercely. Jian Yun's face flickered incessantly. Making him kneel down toward Jian Hongxiao was simply unprecedented humiliation. He hated Jian Hongxiao, hated him for saying that he would not amount to much. Bang! Jian Hao flicked a finger. Jian Yun knelt down involuntarily. In his ears came Jian Hao's scolding. "Unfilial son, Elder Hongxiao is the only person who can save you right now, unless you want to be a cripple for life." Jian Yun was startled and no longer struggled. He did not wish to become a cripple for life. Looking at this father and son pair, Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "All right, Jian Hao, your apology, I accept it. But Jian Yan's eyes. I can't help you. Jian Hao nodded his head and said, I understand Elder Hongxiao's meaning. Jian, Hao isn't asking for other things. I only beg you to speak in recommendation of me, and let me meet this expert. He did not think that Jian Hongxiao could help him with anything to begin with, disregarding the relations. I plus P between the two of them. How could an expert who could refine such a high-quality, six-vein stellar pill be possibly influenced by Jian Hongxiao? The expert behind Jian Hongxiao was at least a 7-star Alchemy G. OD. Furthermore, this kind of 7-star Alchemy G. OD, his status absolutely would not be inferior to City Lord. It was just that Jian Hao was very confused. Why would such an important person be willing to refine pills for Jian Hongxiao? Jian Hongxiao said, All right, I'll go and help you ask for his opinion. Finished saying, Jian Hongxiao turned around and left. Before long, he came back and said, The master agreed to see you guys. Follow me. When the father and son, two people, heard it, they were wildly elated in their hearts. What they were most afraid of was that he would not meet. As long as he was willing to meet, everything could be discussed. Jian Hongxiao was presently a Stellar Hall's elder. The mansion conferred onto him naturally would not be small. With a few turns, the few people arrived in a courtyard. Jian Hao faced inside and gave a deep bow, opened his mouth, and said, Junior Stellar Hall's protector. Jian Hao pays respect to Senior. I beg Senior to bestow my son a 6-vein stellar pill. When Jian Hongxiao heard that, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. This old fogey actually took Yi Yuan to be a senior. But it made sense. Under the circ. Stances where one was ignorant, probably anyone would also think that the one who refined the pill for him was an Empyrean realm big shot, right? A ridiculously young figure slowly walked out. Jian Hao's expression instantly became extremely ugly. Jian Hongxiao, you're playing with me? Jian Hao looked toward Jian Hongxiao and said in a great rage. Jian Hao knew that this young man was the main culprit who caused his son to end up like this. Now that he showed up here, wasn't this intentionally sing him and making fun of him? Who he wanted to meet was the master, not this brat. Dad, what's wrong? Jian Yun could not see and asked doubtfully. Jian Hao said furiously, He's making fun of us father and son. This isn't some master at all, but that punk who caused you to become like this. What? Jian Yun was enraged the moment he heard it. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said indifferently, He's the master that he wanted to see. Jian Hao did not believe it at all. Waving his hand, he said coldly, speaking nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? At this age, forget about being a 6-star Alchemy G. OD. Being able to learn the basics of alchemy is already pretty good. Even if he's a 6-star Alchemy G. OD, the 6-vein stellar pill is also not what the likes of his age can refine. But Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, I don't have the time to crack this kind of jokes with you. My 6-vein stellar pill was refined by Yi Yuan. I brought him to extreme luck, great imperial capital in order to find City Lord to ask for the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula. Otherwise, who else do you think can refine the 6-vein stellar pill in this extreme luck, great imperial capital? The series of words made Jian Hao calm down. Jian Hongxiao's sudden return was very fishy to begin with. In these 100,000 over years, he had not returned once before. Thinking of how Jian Yin went blind with one look again, could it be that this Yi Yuan really had an extremely exuberant destiny? Linking these events up, it was really very likely. But this brat looked to be only 1,000 over years old no matter how one looked at him. How could he refine the 6-vein stellar pill? This kind of thing was simply too ludicrous. Jian Hao looked at Yi Yuan with an awkward look. And master, don't blame me. It's truly rather hard to believe, Jian Hao said. Yi Yuan said coolly, no worries. Even though Jian Yin was a little domineering, his crime isn't to this extent. Since Elder Hong Xiao isn't pressing the case with you guys, I'm indifferent. I can help you guys refine the medicinal pill, but the spirit medicines need you to prepare yourself. Jian Hao was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 1965, Lu Yi. Chapter 1965. Lu Yi, the eyes of Jian Hao's family's son were cured. This matter spread throughout Extreme Luck, great imperial capital, very quickly, like a gust of wind. Those major family clans all went into action without delay, all wanting to inquire about who treated Jian Yun's eyes. At Extreme Luck, great imperial capital, there was actually someone capable of refining the six-vein stellar pill. To the Jian family's members, this six-vein stellar pill was simply a second life. Among the Jian family members in this city, how many people had suffered heavenly Tao backlash before? Even some powerful people more or less suffered before some hidden injuries too, being unable to eliminate it once and for all up till today. But Jian Hao's family kept a tight lid on their mouths. No one knew how on earth this master was. Right at this time, a piece of news spread like wildfire. It turned out that the one who refined this six-vein stellar pill was none other than actually the young man who came to the great imperial capital together with elder Jian Hong Xiao. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Jian family members in the city were all incomparably amazed. Their first reaction was that they did not believe it. A ridiculously young youth who just entered True Ji. Oh, D-Realm, how could he possibly be the master who refined the six-vein stellar pill? But thinking carefully, this credibility was really very high. Hence, there began to have people who harbored the mentality to give it a try and went to Jian Hongxiao's elder manor. In the end, each one returned fully loaded. Those Jian family members with chronic ailments actually all recovered under Yi Yuan's miracle hands. With this, it thoroughly blew up. The people who came to the elder's manor every day were practically trampling the doorway flat. For some time, Jian Hongxiao became the most in-demand elder in this city. Even Master Buqin also personally paid a visit to call on Master Ye's counsel. Just like that, Yi Yuan cultivated as he treated the Jian family members, heavenly Tao backlash. More than 10 years time said. On this day, Jian Hongxiao went to find Yi Yuan. Upon seeing Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up as he said with a smile, "Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao. It seems like Extreme Luck, great imperial capital will be adding another Empyrean powerhouse not long after." The current Jian Hongxiao had a full forehead, sup 1/sup. The aura of Tao on his body was becoming thicker and thicker. This was clearly the sign of breaking through soon. From a true G, D to an Empyrean, how many heroes had this step stumped? Just take this Extreme Luck, great imperial capital for example. Just the 9th firmament true G, D powerhouses that Yi Yuan knew about were 20 to 30 people. Those below 9th firmament true G, D were even more. But so many true G, D powerhouses, those able to break through to the Empyrean realm were only Jian Sutao and Jian Xian, 2 people. This was also because the Jian family's cultivation method was powerful. If it were other places, this chance would be even lower. Hence, for Jian Hongxiao to be able to take this step, no idea how many true G, D powerhouses were incredibly envious of him. Jian Hongxiao was all smiles as he said, "Ha! Without you, this old man also couldn't possibly have taken this step in this lifetime." Empyrean. Even people who possess imperial aura also don't dare to say that they can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm. For this old man to be able to have this today, it's being tainted by your immortal qi. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Hongxiao's talent is extremely good in the first place. Back then, if not for suffering heavenly Tao backlash, with the ACCU, mutilation of these 100,000 years, you'd probably have walked to this step as well." Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "There are no ifs in this world. Everything has its destiny. That tribulation back then was Fengqi's tribulation. Similarly, this was my tribulation. If not for encountering you, it's impossible for my destiny to change. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Finding me for something?" "Lord Su Tao made me come find you. He told me to have you go to Virtuous Wind Establishment. The ancient Ji. D battlefield is about to open. The other children of destiny have already arrived in succession," Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Hongxiao's father-in-law's people manipulating art is truly impressive. Disregarding using you to blackmail me into entering the ancient Ji. D battlefield, he even deliberately let out the news, making me treat the Jian family's people. TSK. Truly exhausting every power of his mind." Jian Hongxiao blushed with shame. He knew that he caused trouble for Yi Yuan. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not have provoked so much trouble, and even had to put his life on the line to enter the ancient Ji, D battlefield. Inside the Virtuous Wind Establishment, all the people of fame arrived. The moment Yi Yuan entered the hall, he immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. A young man sitting on the left-hand side sized him up for a while and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I was wondering who had such airs to actually be the last one to come. It turns out that it's just a rookie who just entered True Ji. D realm." Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed with laughter. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since he broke through to the Origin Pill realm, his cultivation speed suddenly slowed down a lot. It was not that his talent could not keep up anymore, but it was due to the spiritual energy required being too horrifying. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan swallowed quite a number of medicinal pills, but did not break through much in terms of cultivation realm. He was still at the initial stage, First Firmament Origin Pill realm. Of course, this was just relatively speaking of him. When ordinary people cultivated for 10 years, they would probably also just barely consolidate their realm. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them. He found a corner and sat down. Sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a total of 9 people in this hall, including him. That young man sitting on the left-hand seat was the strongest. He actually already reached the initial stage, 3rd Firmament True Ji, D realm. The others were all just at the 2nd Firmament True Ji, D realm, and late stage 1st Firmament True Ji, D realm, while he was the weakest among these people, being only at the middle stage 1st Firmament Origin Pill, reaching True Ji, D realm, even if it was just the difference between initial stage 1st Firmament True Ji, D, and middle stage 1st Firmament True Ji, D. The strength difference was huge. Hence, that young man's nose was almost pointing to the sky already. It was only to see him slowly standing up, and then he said to everyone, "This humble self is Song Yu from the SHI, plus Yuan Great Imperial Capital. Elder Suyen personally used the aura viewing art on me before. I'm at the peak Imperial aura, entering the ancient Ji, D battlefield this time, as long as I obtain a huge lucky chance. I believe that stepping into Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be anything difficult." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was slightly surprised in their hearts. Jian Xian was the Stellar Hall's head elder, being the only Empyrean realm powerhouse. With him personally using the aura viewing art, this was a great glory. Seeing the changes on everyone's faces, Song Yu had a smug look. He said smilingly, "We're all from extreme luck, great imperial capital, entering the ancient Ji. D battlefield, we should naturally support one another. Why don't everybody do a self-introduction first? Talk about your destiny." The moment Song Yu came up, he suppressed everyone. At this time, no one objected. On his right side, a young man opened his mouth and said, "I'm called Guo Jingyang from Redleaf Great Imperial Capital, late stage Imperial Aura." "I'm called Ma Chang from Windade Great Imperial Capital, late stage Imperial Aura." Very soon, it was the turn of a wretched-looking old man next to Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he quietly sized him up. The rest were all youngsters, only this guy was very old, likely several tens of thousands of years old already. It was very hard to imagine that such a person could actually be chosen to enter the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. But since he was able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, he would also be Imperial Aura at the lousiest. The wretched-looking old man chuckled, stood up, and said, "This old man is Lu Yi, an itinerant cultivator. I only barely managed to break through to the initial stage Imperial Aura due to luck. Although this old man is old, I can't compare to all of you young talents. When the time comes, please take good care of me." Lu Yi's attitude was exhibited very humbly and did not take advantage of his seniority because of his age, looking very obediently. But Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this old man was not simple. Chapter 1966. They don't even dare to look. Chapter 1966. They don't even dare to look. Haha. You could actually break through to Imperial Aura at this age. I'm afraid you stepped on dog shit when you stepped out of the house, right? As Song Yu said, he burst out laughing. When the others heard it, they also laughed along. Toward Lu Yi, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, it was because his appearance was wretched. Secondly, it was because he was already advanced in age. At this age, even if one had an Imperial Aura, it was likely very hard to break through to the Empyrean realm too. Lu Yi himself also started to laugh. He concurred and said, "How did Sir Song know?" "Ha ha! 3,000 years ago, this old man really stepped into a pile of dog shit when I went out of the house. In the end, not long after, I obtained some lucky chances inside a mystic realm. That's how I broke through to Imperial Aura." With him saying so, everyone was even more amused. Song Yu laughed until he could not close his mouth as he said with amusement, "Hoo-hoo, you have self-awareness. After going in, follow me. I'll ensure your safety." Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Sir Song very much." Finished saying, Lu Yi sat down, but his eyes unwittingly flitted toward Yi Yuan. Just now, everyone was jeering at him. Only Yi Yuan did not. Now it was Yi Yuan's turn. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of opening his mouth. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Hey, snotty brat, it's your turn." Ever since breaking through to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's looks became much younger all at once, as if returning to his youth era. In other people's view, he was just like an immature snotty brat. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter came. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said coolly, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What place is that never heard before? Ha! A puny little Imperial Aura can actually produce an Imperial Aura too? Just now Lu Yi said that he stepped on dog shit when he stepped out of the house. You wouldn't have eaten dog shit, right? Yi Yuan had not finished talking yet when Song Yu directly verbally abused him right in his face. Song Yu had long discerned it. When the others heard his background and destiny, they all already looked up to him for guidance. But Yi Yuan had an aloof and indifferent appearance, not giving him any face at all. Therefore, he did not plan on saving Yi Yuan's face either. Moreover, Yi Yuan only came from a remote, tiny little imperial city. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name. He had really not heard of it before. Hey, snotty brat, eating dog shit. Your destiny must be very flourishing, right? What's your destiny? Such a great destiny. You can likely become a Tao ancestor in the future, right? Song Yu convulsed with laughter in great delight. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "My destiny, actually, I don't know either." Everyone could not help being taken aback when they heard it. Those able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, they needed to have Imperial Aura at the least. Because only a person with an Imperial Aura could enter the ancient god battlefield. But Yi Yuan said that he did not know? What kind of situation was this? Don't know. Kid, you're making fun of us, right? Those able to enter virtuous wind establishment are all at least imperial auras that have gone through the approval of the Stellar Hall's elders. You don't even know yourself and you can come in? Or is it that your destiny is too weak and your strength is too low as well, so you're embarrassed to say? Song Yu said with a contemptuous look. Not saying was naturally being embarrassed to say. Most likely, Yi Yuan's destiny was the same as Lu Yi, just entered imperial aura. Makes sense, coming from a measly imperial aura. Being able to have an imperial aura was already the limit. That's not it. They all said that I'm of the Emperor surmounting aura, but it's all guesses. Because they don't even dare to look, Yi Yuan said coolly. Emperor surmounting aura? Don't dare to look? Haha. It's really getting more and more ridiculous. The Stellar Hall elders' means are all exceedingly formidable. They would not dare to look? Kid, you also have to come up with a draft when you're boasting, all right? Stellar Hall said with a cold smile. He didn't lie. The Jian family members who have used the aura viewing art on him before all went blind. At this time, a voice sounded out from the side hall. Following that, a group of people slowly walked out. They were precisely the Stellar Hall's 8 elders. Elder Hong Xiao. Song Yu's face changed, immensely shocked in his heart. It was still his first time hearing that when the Jian family's people used the aura viewing art, they would actually go blind. But these words coming out of Jian Hongxiao's words naturally would not be wrong. That late stage, Imperial Guo Jingyang suddenly said with a look of surprise, blinded? Could he be Yi Yuan, Master Yi? Song Yu was taken aback and said, a Master Yi? He had naturally heard of Master Yi Yuan's name before. The Jian family members in this city simply revered him like a god. Guo Jingyang nodded and said, Brother Song came late and might not have heard before. Back then, Master Yi and Master Hongxiao just entered extreme luck, great imperial capital. Protector Jian Hao's son, Jian Yin, used the aura viewing art on Master Yi. In the end, his eyes went blind on the spot. Later, it was even treated by Master Yi. When the group of children of destiny heard that, they were all extremely surprised. They had all heard of Master Ye's name and even thought that he was an old fogey. Who would have thought that he was actually this young? No one connected this snotty brat in front of them with that Master Yi Yuan whose name shook extreme luck. Song Yu's face was full of astoundment. He kept calling snotty brat earlier. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually such a major figure? This face of yours was also too deceiving. Hang on, what did he say earlier? Emperor surmounting aura? Song Yu was speechless. Could it be that this Yi Yuan really had the Emperor surmounting aura? Going blind with a look? How powerful a destiny was that? Why did Yi Yuan himself say that he was not sure? If the Jian family suspected that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura, couldn't City Lord personally use the aura viewing art on him? With City Lord's strength, he could see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, right? Everyone knew that City Lord understood the mysteries of good fortune in terms of aura viewing art. How could Song Yu know that Jian Sutao wanted to look? But he did not dare to look. Everyone's gazes shot toward Song Yu one after another, making his face incomparably scalding hot. Just as Song Yu was in a daze, the various elders had already taken their positions. An old figure appeared. We pay respects to City Lord. Seeing this old man, everyone hurriedly bowed and gave a salute. Even if it was Song Yu, he also did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful in front of Jian Sutao. Jian Sutao slowly opened his mouth and said, You're all the children of destiny that my extreme luck great imperial capital picked. Your future accomplishments are limitless. If you can obtain lucky chances from inside the ancient god battlefield, surpassing this Empyrean in the future is also not impossible. Therefore, I wish you all the best. All right, the hour has arrived. You all get ready. You're about to set off. On Jian Sutao's body, a dense fog leaped up. It suddenly became incomparably dark inside the entire hall. Dots of stars lit up. A passageway appeared in front of everyone. Song Yu did not hesitate taking the lead and entering. The rest followed, closely behind. Yi Yuan was naturally the last one. In the instant he stepped into the passageway, Jian Sutao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, don't forget the thing you promised this Empyrean." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, relax. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'll live up to my word." Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, also going into the passageway. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1967, Entering the Ancient God Battlefield. Chapter 1967, Entering the Ancient God Battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who is currently casting a spell, suddenly detected a trace of abnormality. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, directly landing on the Yi Yuan inside the Pa's sageway. This young man, interesting, rather interesting. Saying interesting twice in a row for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. That was absolutely encountering something that made him interested. By the side, a middle-aged man said in surprise, "Lord Father, what thing made you so interested?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "With the ancient God battlefield opening this time, I discovered a very interesting little fellow." Oh, wonder what peculiarity this little fellow has, to actually be able to attract Father's attention. He knew that the ancient D battlefield had opened for no idea how many times already. His father had never revealed such an expression before. It showed that this little fellow was really very interesting. He understood that after his father reached his present realm, he had already reached the state of mind like an ancient well without ripples long ago. Extremely few things could make his mood have a change. But today his father's mood clearly had a ripple. This made him extremely shocked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "It's a little fellow who came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. Father actually can't see through his actual situation." The pupils of the middle-aged man shrunk, and he said in surprise, "Father calculates all of heaven's secrets and knows about the matters under the heavens like the back of your hand. There's actually someone that Father can't see through in this world." Profound Secrets shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Calculating all of heaven's secrets? That's only what you all think. Father merely lived a little longer and understood a little more about this world than others." Profound Secrets stood with his hands behind his back, turned around to look towards that distant horizon, and said emotionally, "Everyone says that I, Profound Secrets, am omniscient and all-powerful. But they don't know that the moment my Jian family touches calculating rods, Heavenly Tao is laughing. The higher one stands, the more it's akin to treading on thin ice, and the more one feels that Heavenly Tao is unfathomable." The middle-aged man was at a loss after listening. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words he could not comprehend at all. In his eyes, his father always had everything under control. In this world, there was nothing that he, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, could not calculate. Even those Tao ancestors who were too lofty to reach were also courteous toward Father. His father was absolutely this heaven-span world's outlier, an existence above worldly considerations. The things that he said he could not understand at all. Why would Heavenly Tao laugh? What Father said, Yunqin doesn't understand. Hoo-hoo, perhaps one day you'll know. Go and inquire for me about the background of this little fellow, Profound Secrets said with a laugh. Yes, Father. Jian Yunqin received the order and left. Inside the Pa's sageway, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. Senior, I seem to feel that someone was spying on me just now, Yi Yuan said to Dustless. Dustless was rather surprised as he said, Spying on you? I didn't detect it. Yi Yuan was rather stunned. Even Dustless actually did not feel it? Maybe it's my misconception, Yi Yuan said. Deslis frowned as he thought about it and said, "Might not be. Talk about your feeling just now." Yi Yuan said it was like heavenly Tao's overlooking. It was intangible. Deslis said, "This ancient D battlefield's past sageway was opened up by Heavenly Emperor profound secrets with a great divine ability, sending you all into the ancient D battlefield is also Heavenly Emperor profound secrets' work. Could it be that it was him spying on you?" When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help furrowing. Being noticed by such a powerhouse was not what he desired. Although he looked forward to meeting Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very much, he also knew that this kind of person was too ephemeral. That person was not what the current him could come into contact with. Being noticed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was not some good thing. Forget it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Just as Yi Yuan was hesitating, Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. A desolate aura hit him face on. In front of him, it was a boundless land with yellow sand all over the place, unable to see the end with a glance. Suddenly, the winds and clouds changed. Above the horizon, two powerhouses surged with mighty divine essence, fighting fiercely in close quarters, fighting until heaven rent asunder and the earth cracked. Suddenly, an attack dispersed and headed straight toward their side. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically as they cried out in surprise. "Goodness, quickly run!" As he said, he turned around and ran. At this time, the young powerhouses in this area were probably no less than several hundred people. When everyone saw this horrifying energy undulation, each and every one of them was scared until their faces were ashen, turning tail and running like Song Yu. But how could they escape? That energy undulation arrived in an instant. However, there was no exploding sound like everyone imagined. It evaporated into thin air just like that. Lifting their heads and looking over again, those two powerhouses also disappeared into thin air. Their traces were no longer there. What the Hell? Turns out that it was a false alarm. And it scared me to death. What's going on here? Don't tell that those two powerhouses just now were both illusions. Those young powerhouses all cursed angrily to no end, clearly feeling like they were made fun of. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and marveled with admiration. He said, "Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Facing such a heaven-shocking energy undulation, and your countenance didn't even change." That unexpected turn of events just now, only a small number of people stood in place and not moved. Yi Yuan was one of them. Yi Yuan gave the wretched-looking Lu Yi a glance and said with a faint smile, "Playing a pig to eat a tiger. Looks like Brother Lu has mastered the skill to perfection." Lu Yi was surprised in his heart, but he had a wretched look on his face as he said, "What's little brother talking about? This Lu doesn't understand." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You and I know in our hearts that will do." Lu Yi, getting snubbed, went over to the side to hide awkwardly. But for Yi Yuan, he became alert instead. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. He was merely a young master who had not experienced tempering before. In a place like the ancient D battlefield, he would not even know what was going on after being schemed to death by people, but from the very start, Yi Yuan was very vigilant toward this Lu Yi. He instinctively felt that Lu Yi was not simple. An itinerant cultivator like him could actually rise rapidly all the way up, reaching imperial aura at this kind of age. This absolutely could not be summed up with a simple word like destiny. Actually, since entering the ancient D battlefield, Yi Yuan had been observing Lu Yi. Sure enough, when everyone turned pale with fright and was running away just now, Lu Yi pretended to look surprised and ran together with everyone. The scared expression on his face was very fake. But at this sort of time, there naturally would not be anyone who would pay attention to him. Even so, he still made such an expression. The depths of his cunningness could be seen. Yi Yuan believed in destiny, but did not believe in destiny entirely. Human effort was a decisive factor, defying the heavens and changing fate. This sort of thing was not just a legend. For Lu Yi to be able to walk until today step by step, he definitely did not rely on just luck. Right at this time, a deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The person said, "That isn't an illusion." Who's talking? Everyone turned pale with fright because they could not find anyone at all. That voice sounded out once more. The person said, "Don't need to look for me. This emperor is in a closed seclusion in the depths of the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. You can't find me. This emperor is the ancient G.O.D. battlefield's guardian. You all entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, this emperor has a few things to warn you about." This emperor, it's a heavenly emperor powerhouse. When everyone heard that, their faces changed color due to feeling terrified. Chapter 1968, Battle Spirits. Chapter 1968, Battle Spirits. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold. This should be the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouse. The Jian family was really too powerful to actually use a heavenly emperor powerhouse to garrison the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had lived for far too long. His descendants had also similarly lived for far too long. With his good luck, the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouses were likely not a few. This family clan was too terrifying. Yi Yuan even had a feeling that the Jian family might be the Heavenspan world's #1 major family clan. As Yi Yuan was lost in thought, that voice continued to echo faintly, shocking the mind. The place that you all are standing at was hewed open by ancestor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability. It's the only safe place in this ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Those two people's great battle earlier was also not an illusion. This heavenly emperor's words poured out easily and fluently, talking tirelessly about this ancient G.O.D. battlefield's perils. It turned out that inside this ancient G.O.D. battlefield, there had once been countless powerhouses that perished. Before those powerhouses died, the unwillingness in their chest cut across the long river of history and would occasionally trigger heaven and earth's spiritual energy, playing out the image when they were alive, having a great battle with their opponents again. Those two figures earlier were the battle scene of two heavenly emperor powerhouses when they were alive. Although this battle was not as earth-shaking as when they were alive, it could similarly stir up powerful spiritual energy undulations. Those energy undulations were all real. Once swept by these spiritual energies, one would not even know how they died. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he felt that there was a mysterious energy undulation all around, like a barrier. Hence, when those two powerhouses were fighting, he did not move. He believed that those people who did not move were the same as him. They felt this undulation. Those people's comprehensions of heavenly Tao were extremely deep. All of them were going to be troublesome for him. Yi Yuan already secretly remembered these people's faces. When he ran into them again, he would need to be careful. Of course, there was also that Lu Yi. Hearing this heavenly emperor powerhouse's words, each and every one of them, their expressions were all rather ugly. This ancient G.O.D. battlefield was too dangerous. Now, you all can start to seek out lucky chances on your own. You can move collectively and can also work alone. Of course, this emperor advises you all to take action collectively. This way, the chances of seizing treasures will be a little higher. You all have 3 years' time. After 3 years, this barrier will disappear and you all will stay in this place for as long as 10,000 years. However, if you're afraid, you can also keep staying inside this S.H.I. plus ELD all the way until the Pa-S Sageway closes. Finish saying, that voice disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. These children of destiny began forming cliques. Of course, these people came from different great imperial capitals. The majority formed alliances with the great imperial capitals as the unit of measurement. Song Yu recovered to that boundless, enthusiastic appearance and opened his mouth and said, "Everybody, are you all planning on moving alone, or are you going together with me? But I'll say it first. If it's together, you have to listen to my orders. If anyone is half-hearted when the time comes, I'll kill him without the slightest mercy." Song Yu's gaze swept over with a grave look. He naturally had the qualifications to say so. Having a third firmament true D strength. Even in extreme luck, great imperial capital, it was also considered head and shoulders above others. Ha! Who the hell do you think you are? I'm also a child of destiny. Why should I follow you? Farewell. No need, I plan to work alone. Right at this time, a series of arguing sounds came over from not far away. Clearly, these people did not want to move with the majority of the force, but wanted to work alone. Although moving alone was dangerous, the lucky chances obtained were all theirs. If there were a lot of people about of S, and a TC, Hing could not be avoided when the time comes. Whose hands it would end up in was still unknown. It could say that each path had its own pros and cons. Those who came here were all children of destiny. Each and every one of them were all from imperial capitals or great imperial capitals, pillars of society. How could they be willing to be below others? Hence, some people directly bade farewell and left. This SHI plus ELD's radius was not large. Those few people went out of the circle very soon, with several people taking the lead. More and more people planned on working alone. The few figures gradually moved further away. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Outside the circle, one illusory figure after another condensed. The surging killing intent almost turned corporeal. Directly sing through the barrier, making people palpitating with anxiety and fear. Kill! 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 Outside the circle, battle cries shook the heavens. Those few children of destiny that went out first were surrounded very quickly. Everyone's faces changed, looking at this scene in terror. These are the battle spirits that the Emperor earlier mentioned. Earlier, the Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse said before that there were battle spirits everywhere in the ancient D battlefield. The strength of the battle spirits varied from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm. These battle spirits were condensed and formed from the divine soul fragments of those powerhouses from countless years ago. The ancient D battlefield's environment was very special. Those powerhouses' divine soul fragments were unable to enter samsara and could only drift between heaven and earth, finally forming into a new spirit body. Through so many years of development, their strength already became very terrifying. Powerful battle spirits could even reach the Empyrean realm. However, this kind of battle spirit was very, very few. Currently, those battle spirits outside were mostly celestial deity realm. The important thing was that these battle spirits were too numerous. Those few children of destiny were not weak. Most of them had a second firmament true D strength. Otherwise, they also would not dare to go out themselves. They were very strong, but they could not fend off the numerous battle spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, "Not good! There are true D realm existences among these battle spirits." Sure enough, those few children of destiny all encountered their opponents and were tied down by true D realm battle spirits very soon. These battle spirits were all extremely ferocious and did not fear death at all. With the entanglement of true D realm battle spirits, those celestial deity realm battle spirits could play a role. Even if their attacks only caused a tiny bit of damage when ACCU, Mulat, it was also very terrifying. In the end, under the watchful gazes of everyone, those few children of destiny were actually dismembered by those battle spirits with a flurry of blades. Within the circle, those children of destiny were all ashen, being frightened by this scene. The battle spirit's murderous air was extremely heavy, as if they only knew slaughter. They were being completely unreasonable. Those children of destiny who planned on acting alone quietly turned back. This scene let them deeply experience the danger of this ancient G.O.D. battlefield. But Song Yu laughed coldly and said, "How is it? Does anyone still want to move alone now? You can go, I won't stop you guys." The others did not make a sound anymore. After ruminating for a moment, Guijingyang opened his mouth and said, "I'll join. I'll join too." They were not fools. Being under others was better than losing their lives. Song Yu chuckled and said, "You guys want to join also can. But we have to come to an agreement beforehand. The treasures obtained, I want 50% all to myself." When everyone heard that, their faces could not help changing. Guijingyang frowned and said, "Song Yu, you're also too greedy, right?" But Song Yu smiled faintly and said, "Greedy? Just now, I advised you all to join. You all harbored ulterior motives. Now, seeing the danger, you want to seek my protection. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Chapter 1969, Beg Me. Chapter 1969, Beg Me. Originally, everyone was on the same starting line. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, everyone gave it no heed. They all felt that as long as they obtained a little lucky chance, breaking through to the third firmament true G.O.D. would naturally be a cinch. But now, they could not even step out of the door without forming a team. What to do now? Dealing with these battle spirits, with Song Yu's strength, he would naturally exert himself the most. Fighting alone was no different from seeking death. Hence, everyone had to ask Song Yu for help. The situation was naturally different. The expressions on everyone's face was very ugly. Song Yu getting 50% of the benefits alone, this was too wicked. "Ha! Since you're not willing, then I'll find others to form a team," he said. Song Yu turned around and left. Guijingyang's face changed, and he said, "Okay, I agree." I agree too." Song Yu's move of allowing more let. 1. Toot first in order to get a tighter rein achieved its effect very soon. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's set it like this. The treasures obtained, I get 50%. The remaining 50%, you guys distribute them yourselves. Song Yu smiled and said. The others had black faces, clearly feeling very gloomy. The more treasures obtained, the more exuberant one's destiny naturally would be. With Song Yu's talent, if he obtained so many treasures, he might be able to break through to the Emperor surmounting aura in one go. As for Song Yu, he was naturally unwilling to find other people to form a team anymore. Forming teams with the powerhouses of other imperial cities, he naturally could not get so many treasures. Furthermore, he also would not be able to lead the team. These children of destiny would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could they be willing to be beneath others? Hence, these children of destiny formed big and small circles. Extreme luck, great imperial capital's 9 people. There were 7 people who announced to join Song Yu's team very quickly. There was only Yi Yuan and Lu Yi left. Ha! Old man, are you planning on going out alone? Song Yu looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Yi gave a wretched smile and said, How can I? I'll join Sir Song's team. Song Yu nodded his head and looked toward Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, saying with a mocking face, This sir with the Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be joining our team, right? Emperor surmounting aura? That kid is actually of the Emperor surmounting aura. Ha ha. So what if Emperor surmounting aura? With his strength, even if he has Emperor surmounting aura, it's also dying until not even dregs remain. Based on this, he still needs to beg people. Song Yu's words immediately drew quite a bit of focus. After all, of these children of destiny, imperial auras were plentiful, while Emperor surmounting auras were in the minority. This kind of ratio was roughly the same as Empyrean realm powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Among 100 Empyrean realm powerhouses, there might not be one who could break through to the heavenly emperor realm, toward the emperor surmounting aura. If their strength was strong, everyone naturally would not say anything. But Yi Yuan's strength was too poor. Everyone looked at him rather interestedly, looking at him being humiliated by the others. This was also considered the mentality of hating and wanting to be wealthy, right? Song Yu sneered coldly in his heart. So what if destiny was high? So what if he knew how to refine pills? In this ancient battlefield, everything still depended on strength. When he obtained treasures and broke through to the emperor surmounting aura, he would fling this kid far away behind. Arrogant for what? During that time at Virtuous Wind Establishment, his face was utterly lost. At that time, there were so many big shots around, so he naturally did not dare to say anything. But now the situation had reversed. Yi Yuan had to look to him for help. Song Yu naturally had to need him well. Beg me. Whether I agree or not depends on my mood. Song Yu was delighted in his heart. Everyone's gaze was cast on Yi Yuan, wanting to see if he would lower his head or not. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. I'm planning on working alone. You guys go ahead." Everyone was taken back, working alone. Even if you wanted face, there was also no need to be like this, right? Could it be that those people being dismembered by a flurry of blades earlier, he did not see it? There were a series of question marks on top of everyone's heads, all dumbstruck with astonishment by Yi Yuan's words. Song Yu was stunned first, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Working alone? Our emperor surmounting aura expert is really domineering. Ha ha ha." The rest also roared with laughter, feeling that Yi Yuan was keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. As long as he went out, moving alone would definitely die until not even dregs remained, unless he was not planning to go out. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. When Song Yu saw this expression, he felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly and said with a cold snort, "I want to see how you act alone. If you have the capability, don't hide in here and not go out." The teams had an outcome very soon. It was mostly grouped with great imperial capital as the factor, but there were also a small number of weaker ones who formed a small team. Hence, one team after another started going out of the circle and heading into the depths of the ancient battlefield. The moment they went out of the circle, countless battle spirits started surrounding them. However, the strengths of these children of destiny were not ordinary. With them cooperating together, they naturally did not fear these battle spirits. Song Yu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold smile, "Child of Emperor surmounting aura, why haven't you gone out yet? Scared? If you beg me now, I can consider taking you for a ride." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Many thanks for Sir Song's good intentions, but there's no need." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and actually went straight out of the circle. The faces of extreme luck, great imperial capitals, people changed, looking at this scene in shock. Being suicidal for face? This was also too impressive, right? This was not keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. This was wanting to save face to the point it would really be fatal. This kid's brain is spoiled, right? What emperor surmounting aura? Simply a fool. What's the point of this dispute caused by personal feelings? Losing his life in vain. Extreme Lux people had mocking looks on their faces, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's actions. Only Lu Yi's two eyes were narrowed slightly, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's figure. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, revealing an astonished look. Not just him. The other people's faces similarly went from sneering to shock. Especially Song Yu. The look on his face was ugly to the extreme. Without the least bit of surprise, the moment Yi Yuan came out, he was surrounded by battle spirits that blotted out the skies and covered the earth very quickly. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. He just walked leisurely like that. When the attacks of those celestial deity realm battle spirits landed on his body, it did not have any effect at all, not even causing an itch. The perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan had once shattered a true D mystic treasure with one punch. With his perverse defensive power, the attacks of mere celestial deity realm battle spirits was nothing to him at all. What's going on? This defensive strength is also a little too freakish, right? Hang on, he's a body cultivator. His fleshy body has already reached the sixth transformation golden body. The attacks of mere celestial deity realm powerhouses can't hurt him at all. When the children of destiny who had not left the circle yet saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The defensive power of body-cultivating martial artists were all very perverse. One should not look at how these martial artists cultivated to the true D realm. Their physical bodies might be inferior to celestial deity realm body cultivators. Their defensive power was completely relying on divine essence protecting the body. One or two celestial deity realm powerhouses naturally would not hurt them. But once the numbers went up, and there were even true D realm martial artists tangling, their protective divine essence would be slowly whittled away. Once it was weakened to a certain degree, the attacks of celestial deity realm powerhouses would cause damage to them.